fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
The outer strength is obvious. It fades with age and succumbs to sickness. Then there is the chi, the inner strength. Everyone possesses it too. But it is indeed much more difficult to develop. The inner strength lasts through every heat and every cold, through old age and beyond.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I authored scriptures to shed light on a darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. Be feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sinking. The moon is the portal. Assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words, I'm in the game, but change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian. Land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian. Lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian. Highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian. Low vibrating light, king of the material. Mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial. The mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial. The lights is out, no resurrection. Broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm still collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praise is due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said, hey, you know how somebody say, hey. That's AI. And that's the dream, like, don't people say, hey, I'm dreaming. Am I dreaming?
What's good? I wasn't gonna go live for like 6 years, but I couldn't help myself. I just couldn't help myself. As much as I want out, I get pulled back in. I said drain the swamp, yeah right. More like rearrange for Trump's own benefit. The elite only care about moving decimals with no deficit. You know, I think it's wild that, you know, a lot of people be dissing bro and shit, but they don't have the balls to debate them. I want to see them debate them. I'm pretty sure he would accept it. Probably mop the floor with everyone. That's all he ever does is mop the floor with all his contenders. People, like, I don't hate the dude or nothing, but people just be hating on him. It's wild shit, man. But enough of that. I know the truth hurts. I know. Kendrick Lamar album I heard is fucking trash. What am I doing? I wouldn't know if it's trash because I didn't listen to it, but I don't really be listening to none of this newer people shit. Oh man. Great. What? Somebody asked me for a wrench, man. I don't know who it was. They'll ask me again. This guy said, "Did you ever have conversations with yourself?" And I answered, "Yeah, all the time." And he goes, "Because in order to have a conversation with yourself, or in order to have a conversation, it has to be with two people. So who's that person you're having a conversation with? I think it's God." That's why I've always said your inner voice is your beacon, or your, and when you listen to your inner self, it won't ever steer you wrong, man. I'm telling you. I just got into an incident a day ago. I didn't listen to my inner self again. But that's not near here or there. And I got fucked for not listening. What's up with all these people, yo, fucking spazzing out because TikTok is fucking canceled? TikTok is like the soul sucker of time. Fucking cops came to my house at 3 in the morning. I don't know how they got in the building, man. But I smelled them coming from a mile away. They gave themselves away with their stupid flashlights and their radios. But I didn't open the door. I never opened the door for them. Never. And my neighbor opened the door because they were knocking on their door. So I was texting my neighbor like, yo, what the fuck? I guess they were looking for homeless people. Like, what? In my building? Like, I know it's the ghetto and shit, but damn. Because they were going to bring them to a warming center and probably off them. I'm confused because the state police are arresting people. I don't know how that's possible. How they got, well, they do have jurisdiction, I guess, anywhere. But they're arresting people and finding homeless people like $180 for sleeping in the bus station, like trying to stay warm because the places are overcrowded, I guess. What do y'all think about Biden fucking pardoning Fauci and all these people? So now they can never be charged with any crimes. Like, if that don't show people, it don't matter if it's Trump, Slump, Dump, whoever gets in. They don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how people could say one person's no good and one person's good. They're all no good, man. That's just how I see it, man. That's wild, man. The people he pardoned, I looked at the list. Some of them were in prison, so I get it. But Fauci, what was that chick's name? Pelosi. That's just crazy, man. That just goes to show they're guilty. Because they were pardoned before they were even charged with anything. But people still be blind. People still blindly walk to the frequency of deception. It's sad. It's sad. What's up, Dom? I didn't know Cage was live, man. I should have went over there. Too late now. I already set this in motion. I honestly wasn't gonna go live for a long time. I just see no reason. Like, I don't know. It's nothing against anybody. Life is fucked up as usual. So I'm working on myself. Or let me not say that. Putting myself in better positions, put it that way. Not working on myself, putting myself in better positions to get some IOUs and get the fuck out of Connecticut. Quick. I think I might migrate to Mexico. I wonder if I went to Mexico, if they would take me in. And put me on welfare. It's crazy how America takes all these people in and puts them on welfare and shit, but no other country will do that. You can't go to Jamaica or Mexico or Africa. Ain't nobody, they're not gonna take you in unless you got your own bread. And then you got these channels talking about America. Trump's gonna ruin the rest of America's been ruined. It's been ruined. It's been toppled. The system's been dead for a long time. These people blindly continue to flow with it. The more I understand the concept of the straw man and the dead presidents on the money, it's just been a dead system with no. I used to always think, why is there all dead people on this money? It makes so much sense. Trying to get me a construction job. This is the best time to start looking before the season starts in April. I need to make at least $40 an hour. Because it's either I do that and stack money, or I do other things that are not good and stack money. And I'm trying to have a moral compass and do things. I mean, either way, slaving and selling stuff both suck. But you gotta start somewhere, man. That's just what it is. Let's see this Trump, man. What exec did he sign? Oh yeah, the January 6th thing. Fuck you mean no internet? Play with me. Don't play with me? Sometimes I be thinking my inner voice be testing me too, man. Cause it be telling me to do some wild shit. Sometimes. When I start getting angry. It be testing Chuck like. Ha ha ha. Sometimes I feel like a bitch. Like Mike Tyson said, I just feel like a bitch. Because I'm trying to keep my humbleness and inner peace. I just get sick and tired of certain things. There's other ways to handle things besides violence. Most of these people are pussy anyway. They just run their fucking spew a bunch of noise out their chatterbox. Talking shit. On other channels like the fuck? What? How is this possible, yo? Somebody's in my phone. Sometimes in life I become self-absorbed. Food for thought feeds my hunger, self-reward. Silence allows me to connect to the source. Silence allows me to soak in noise that can't be ignored. This physical dimension has portals and doors, all-seeing surveillance, collecting info to report to the ward, overlord. Electrical currents blow out the fuse or cord. I survive and adapt, blend in and transform. Come take a walk with me down my path, swath. Chronos holds the time that's not contained in a watch. I willingly rent a prison cell in the form of a box. Fill it with materials. What? To appease. What the fuck was I talking about? I willingly rent a prison cell in the form of a box. Fill it with materials to appease slavery as a Slav. Nah, I don't like it. Taxes are legal extortion. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Consume knowledge, loopholes, and those laws. Social security cards. Profiting off a man of straw. Anyway, we're gonna save that for my... I gotta rewrite some of that. Touch it up like a painting. Let's see what Google patents I could find. I think it's wild that they say we got freedom of speech, but yet we censor ourselves on all these platforms. Isn't that wild? Like, it's to a point where they really don't force it no more. People are willingly doing it. I think it's wild, man. Just like they used to beat people and tattoo numbers on them, now we willingly carry them in our wallet. Like, in time, people just willingly fall in line, man. That's soft. People are soft. Don't be a pussy. That guy's funny as hell on YouTube. Who cares if Candy got red 40? Wow, interesting. Holy shit, there's 125,000 patents for free energy. That's wild. What's up, Tommy Rogers? Pure nanocrystalline metals. Anyone see the video of the kid in Africa? He had a fucking stone in his hand, and he connected 2 wires to it, and the stone lit up. You know what I think? I think they've reached. I think this whole Earth realm is a free energy machine, and that's where you get magnets from and a lot of other stuff from the ground. That's what I think. I should have downloaded that video where the kid did that, connected the wire. It's pretty dope. But a fucking stone. I mean, it could be fake, but I doubt it. Anyone see all these Africans that are coming over? And then they got prisoners fighting fires? Shit's wild, man. They fired the firemen, but they got prisoners fighting the fires. That's wild stuff. Red 40 and blue 1. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. God damn it. God, you did this. Look what God did to me. It's all God's fault. Yep. Oh wait. It's Satan's fault. Binary alloy. I've never heard of that. Let's look at binary alloys. Binary alloy systems may be stable as a stable nanocrystalline. Ordering alloy systems may be identified once an alloy head is identified as one that may be stable. And whatever. Yeah, it's definitely Trump's fault. It's everyone else's fault but my own. Ha! That was me when I was like 12 years old. It ain't my fault. He told me to do it. I love having conversations with myself because it just aligns me with myself even more. I know myself so well, it's not even funny. I wonder how they get these chemical flavors, like grape. Like, how do they get these chemicals that taste like grape? It always blew my mind. Because I remember there was a chemical that smelled like licorice. And in my sick mind back in the day, I would think, damn, you could put this in somebody's drink. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't do that to nobody. That's fucked up. But I know women who would. My mom used to always tell me, be careful when you go to people's houses. Watch what you eat. Because motherfuckers will poison you. It made me think of times I'd go to people's houses and be looking at the food, and smelling it, and like examining it, and people's families would be looking at me. Because I still have a trust issue. Nanocrystalline, nanocrystalline, nano. It's the Jews' fault, man. It's everyone's fault but mine. I said, fluoride calcifies, disconnecting your moral compass. It's televised when the ritual is sounding off political trumpets. So this is the second time they've sounded off this political trumpet. What do y'all think this shit means? Because it's all allegorical. You know, I think the first trumpet sound was like to get everyone in line. Like, okay, we're about to begin this. And all hell's breaking loose right now. So now the second trumpet. How many trumpets, was sounded off in the Bible? I forget. Was it 3? No, it was more than that.
Oh, 7.
7. I was thinking that. Damn, 7. Okay. Or was it 7 seals? Both, I think.
Yeah. I think you're probably leaning towards. I think there was the first 3 trumpets, and then they talk about other ones after. I think it's 7 in total.
Because like, I don't look at religion as God or anything. I look at religion as a political system. And they speak in code and shit. They literally tell their plans, and if you look into history, you see it repeat itself over and over. It's like, I was watching, what's that guy's name? I like his channel, what's his name? Forgot his fucking name, man. Damn it. Anyway, he was talking about history and shit, and you could literally see what's happening now already happened in the 1300s, 1400s, 1500s. they talk about comets and two moons, and it just makes me think of technology. I got into there's this older guy this morning. I don't know how we started conversating, but he was talking. I was talking to him, and I said, "Yeah, if you look into history, you can see it repeats itself." And I told him it's electricity is nothing new, because I like to get reactions out of people. I like to see where their mind is. And he was like, he disagreed with me. He's like, the ancestors didn't have electricity. And I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go. But I didn't argue with him. I just let him spew this stuff. Like, it's come to a point where I don't even prove nothing to no one. Like, sometimes I go into a conversation, like, trying to throw some seeds, and then when I hear people start to speak, it's like, I back off. It's like, I'm not even going to waste my time. And I don't know why I'm like that now. I just feel as though people need to learn on their own. I don't want to interfere. I'm just like, I'm going to let them be. What's up, Truth Zone? Nanocrystalline carbon diamond film. Now we're talking. Shit's always in Chinese, man. The fuck? Excuse me.
After a while, Charles, I remember I used to say that even as an electrician, I didn't need to practice anymore. You know, people say, well, Don, do you want to train more people? I said, not really. I just want to do my job and be the best electrician I can be, and hopefully I can be with other electricians. So when it comes to teachings or sharing information, eventually once you realize you slow down a little bit, allow others to come to the forefront, and regardless of how they say it.
It's like you don't want to waste your time or your energy anymore, right? Because at least with me in my trade, I know where you're coming from, but for me, I would see people come and go while I'm at jobs for years, like working with people sometimes, and people weren't serious.
Mr. Charles Woods.
I get tired of fucking just. It's like, but if you see someone serious about their craft, then you want to share stuff with them because you could tell that they're serious about it and they love their craft and they want to, that's something they love and they want to do. Then I enjoy coming together with a person.
What's good, Charles, bro?
Chilling. Same old.
Mr. Charles Woods. What's good, family? Yeah, me too, man. I went to the store real quick, man. What's up, Don, man?
Hey, TZ, doing well. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thanks for hopping up on my panel yesterday, man.
It was enjoyable. Ninja makes it fun to be up there, and it's easy to work with him.
Ninja wild. He's a wild dude. He's intelligent. He's intelligent, though. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna front.
Right.
I like to give veneration when it's due. Credit when it's due.
People be shooting Mental Ninja down, right? Because he's in a lodge. Like, it's like people that usually shoot people down there in a lodge know nothing about the lodge. And two, they judge a person because they go somewhere. You don't even know the person, but that kind of used to be me.
I bought a rapper up on my panel yesterday. I've been talking to this guy for a few months, man. I'm surprised he came up, man. He's well known.
Yeah.
And I brought him up on my panel, bro. So he's a grounded dude, man. I rock with anybody, bro. If you rock with me, I rock with you, man. You know, I don't got no picks and chooses, man. Shit.
Usually, Charles, most people, well, I can't say most people, but a lot of people that will use the word as haters, they're usually judgers. They're not really applying discernment. They're too busy wanting to judge things. So if they can't judge the thing that's being spoken to them, then they try to judge the person that's speaking those things. It's very low in the wit. It's kind of like sarcasm.
I know people hate Truth Zone, man, but it's all good. I keep it going, man. I keep pushing, man. I'm only gonna be the best version of me, man. You know, people only gonna be able to stare and look at me in shock and awe. You know, keep doing what I do. You know.
The ones that are true advocates.
If somebody's not critiquing me and hating on what I'm doing, it means I'm not doing something right. So that's how I look at it, man.
The ones that are true adversaries will be able to break it down for you if they're truly an adversary. The ones that are just like, I'm repeating myself, but haters or naysayers, or they're way too busy caught up in their upper hemispheres, but they've never challenged those things. They're better off arguing with themselves at that point, you know. And I don't mind hearing them. I say, yeah, you want to argue with yourself, go right ahead. But arguing with me or with others, I don't know how that serves them.
I love challenging myself, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know I'm undefeatable.
Well, even if you are defeatable, you're the one that's going to mend yourself back together. That's your role. You know, now if people want to play sports and you want to play for outcomes, that's fine. You know, there always has to be in most sports a winner or a loser, and hopefully the loser learns way more than the winner does, especially if you're striving to win.
Yeah.
You know, chess could be the same ideal. There's other things. Playing board games could be the same ideal. You learn a lot. You learn a lot from your mistakes, if there's such thing as mistakes, than you do from your success. You know, and most of your success will be based on that foundation of all your mistakes. Now, if a person says, "I've never made a mistake," I said, then you're a unicorn. Then.
but with mistakes, in my opinion, like when you're learning from your mistakes comes wisdom. And if you see other people making the same mistakes you made, you're able to kind of guide them if you feel as though.
Yeah.
But for some reason lately, I don't want to interfere. I don't know what it is. I'm just falling back on a lot of things.
Well, you're probably tired of all the commotion, Charles. People arguing with each other, or being over opinionated. I know I can be that way too. You know, it gets exhausting.
Hey, look. Sometimes it's good to argue, man. You can't be too positive. You can't be too negative. As long as you balance it out. I feel like that would be being fake to me, because I be seeing people all the time, like these happy-go-lucky guys, like they're just so happy all the time. That's fake, man. You can't have your good without your bad. You see what I'm saying? Ain't that fake? You be seeing people like that. They just some happy-go-lucky guy. Man, get your fake ass on. You gotta build it. You just gotta know how to balance it out, man. Like me, I'm mellow. Like I feel like I'm just not gonna let somebody play with me, man. You know, whether it's on this YouTube stuff, you know, I don't like disrespect, man.
I know when Truth Zone's gonna go off. I know when somebody says something, I'm like 3, 2, 1.
You already know. Yeah, bro, you can't, because if you let one person do it, everybody gonna feel like they can do it, man. That's how it is, bro. I like the sometimes I like the commotion, but then sometimes I do want to like hear some intellect, man. Like you can't have one without the other, right?
There's ways to defeat people with silence.
Right, that's true.
Well, you're not showing any resistance at that point, and people are usually looking for manifested resistance.
Well, they're trying to read you, see what they can get out of you. And take a breath.
I would hope to say, have you read yourself well? Why? I said, because this book is not for reading. But they might get few signs. I said, at that point, you're just projecting. I said, we're very similar in a lot of ways, but we're also very different. Like I'm not going to try to have a conversation with me and TZ at a very loud, noisy restaurant. I know me. I'm just not going to. And for some people, they embrace that. I said, so you're the type of person that likes to hide behind the crowd, opposed to truly being seen. you know. And
I don't like noisy places, man, and packed places.
yeah,
I don't know if prison did it to me, but no, because that was before prison. I just never liked packed places and noise. I had this woman that loved going to the club. I used to hate that shit.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I used to be like that back in the day, bro. I used to like. My bad, Dom. Made me cut you off, man. But
go ahead.
I was like that back in my younger days, man. I wanted to be in like packed places. I'm at that point, like the past 15 years, bro. I be telling my significant other, man, like if it's packed in there, we not going in there, because I just don't like being around a whole lot of people, man. I like going to low key spots where it's like a few people. We can just go and chill, you know.
That's where you get. Oh, so there's a feedback somewhere. Can you hear me now, guys? There you go. That's why when you go up on panels and there's like 8 or 9 people and they're all just over talking each other. That's like being in kindergarten and everybody's trying to share their exciting summer or whatever. Nothing's really being gained out of that conversation. You know, the person with the loudest voice, I'm like, okay, so then why don't you just have a podcast then? You know, the big man on campus usually is hiding some sort of insecurity, or other people are too busy worshiping them. Opposed to, are we here to share with each other, whether individually, even past each other, if that's what's important, right? So some of the best podcasts I've ever listened to, it's usually people that speaking with themselves. It takes a lot of effort when you're the person that's going to host that person or ask kind of questions, you know, but I get it. A lot of people are trying to do, I got you. I'm like, oh, excuse me, again, I missed it. What did you get? You know, like I'm sharing out loud for the sake of sharing out loud. If anybody that's going to refine me, it'll be me, not you, not my parent. They had their chance. It's my turn. You know, if I want to read other people's information, that's my choice. But for some people, they feel as though that's their responsibility. They're an adversary. I said, okay, so let me ask you something. You keep making those open 3-point shots. You tell me when you want an adversary. As soon as they go up for a shot, I give them a shot in the gut. I said, I don't play by the rules. So then what are you trying to do now? You know, again, this is what people do with each other. And most people aren't truly willing to play the game for keeps. You know, like those people that do martial arts, the samurais, they know that, okay, if you better me, but you know that the last blow has to be mine because I understand karma. But if people want to debate with each other, put something really on the line. If you lose the debate, you have to stop fucking talking for 5 years.
Damn.
That'd be a challenge. But most people, what they want to debate with is the same fucking shit that they're complaining about. Fucking money, attention. You know, you got to make the rules. I've seen those people that really do those debates, things, whatever, and they're really well orchestrated. They have rules. You don't make it personal by saying names and all that kind of stuff. You're debating the ideals. You're not debating your own small little opinion that I don't agree with religion. No, we're talking about religion. Once you start going around putting your own 2 cents in it, then you're not really going to have a debate. It's like philosophy. Philosophy, you got to bring in your likes and dislikes, or you keep them both at the door. But telling people, say, I went to university to understand philosophy, that's not philosophizing. Oh, I know Socrates, that's not philosophizing. The philosophy is all the whys. Why am I here? Why would I even want to have a conversation with another person? And then we can bang that back and forth like it's a ping pong. But for most people, unfortunately, from what I see in the community, they argue with each other and they look for certain little key points to keep it alive. I'm like, okay, so how does this serve for you that she's the opposite sex than you? I'm not saying I would do that, TZ, debate somebody. I don't even like debating with people. Fuck, if I did debating, it would be with myself, my own comforts. And even that, I don't think I'm actually debating myself. I'm probably soothing myself.
Yeah, I'm not a debater either. I know some people that are really good debaters. They have their whole script read out, and they're ready, man. Like, bro, Sanchez is a very good debater. I give him that. He has his whole script ready. He sticks on topic, and he's elevated so much in debating that he knows what to do.
Yeah, hang out like peers at that point. If somebody can do a 360 windmill and he wants to do it over me, I said, yeah, you go right ahead, but you should be challenging the other guy that can do the same thing. I'm nobody in that equation. You know, it's kind of like trying to play basketball with a child. So these people that are really good at debating or arguing with each other, find like-minded people. Because there's people that really, like even TZ said, they really like to argue. It brings the best out of them. It brings my passion. Where other people, that's not their thing. I've seen it even on your channel, Charles, where I know I'm already picking up people want to play the got you thing. I said, but does that work both ways? I'm not the kind of person that says I got you or I told you so. But would you feel the same way if somebody said I got you? I caught you in your clever, hypocrisy position.
I accept it when people get me some, I'd be like, because I already knew it was coming, because I already knew the person was capable of catching me.
That's true, Charles. You're very intuitive that way, Charles. I get that from you.
And when they get me, I'd be like, fuck, I knew it. That's what I get for trying to, but then I think, why even play those games?
Because they're games. They're games. As long as their games are friendly games, and if a person wants to break you down, it's okay, but you're also going to help me put my pieces back together. No, then why the fuck are you playing with my toys? These are like children. They play with toys and then they leave them there. I said, no, you've helped deconstruct a person. Are you going to help construct a person? Well, no. Then why the fuck were you doing that? For pure fucking giggles and kinks? Well, then how about we bring a fucking gun to a chain fucking fight? You got to follow some rules. There has to be some sort of structures to these kind of conversations, right? If that's what people are striving for. Most people aren't. Most people don't realize they're just trying to strive for more shit show. They want more chaos, and they don't even know what true chaos is, because if they did, they wouldn't be striving for it. They're like little dogs that go to a dog park. They bark at the big dogs, and then they hide behind the owner's legs. I said, no, you got to go out there and play now. What do you mean? You got to find out whether or not that big dog that you barked at is entertained by you. So anyway, besides Donald Trump, there was a whole bunch of Biden pardons given out yesterday, like candy.
Yeah. And these people didn't even commit crimes yet. That's wild to me. So that makes them guilty right there. Like, what do you pardon them for? They didn't even get committed of a crime yet. Then it makes them guilty.
Well, Donald Trump did the same thing when he was his last term. So.
That's true. I got two clones. Yeah, I seen that too. That Biden pardoned a lot of his family members, man. And it's comical that they put that in the headlines.
Yeah,
like it's comical at this point, because we know the world stage is just a show, man. I was telling my mom, I was conveying that to my mom earlier. My mom, she kind of surprises me sometimes by some of the stuff that she says, because she's like, "Yeah, we do live in the Truman Show." I was like, "Hold on, Mom." I said, "You've been knowing this for years, haven't you?" She said, "Yeah, I told y'all about it." Wow. Okay.
So you'd be like, "Mom, why didn't you tell me?" Because she knew you were going on your own.
Women are different that way. My mom's the same way, TZ. My mom knows about politics. My dad will go on, and my mom goes, "Why would I want to talk about that noise? I'm aware of it. I just don't go talking about it." So women are very intuitive, TZ. And if your mom knows that shit, I can only imagine what else she knows.
Yeah, she's very, very intuitive, man. She's very intelligent too, man. I think that's where I get it from. I tell her all the time. I say, "Ain't no way I get it from this." This is no disrespect to my dad, because my dad, that's my G. Like, we're real close. But I feel like I get my intelligence and my wisdom from you. I take my intuition. I get some of my intuition from you, like being able to see things for what it is.
Well, I see your
my mom is very well spoken. She can articulate herself very well.
You probably get the masculine part from your dad's side, and your feminine side, your intuitive side, you get from your mom. You always have that child that has the balance of both.
Yeah, my dad, he's very masculine. He's like he's like an alpha male. Like, he really couldn't. I ain't gonna say articulate himself. He wasn't like very so-called book smart, but he probably could pick up a damn car. He's like, he's stocky. I was scared of him as a kid. As a kid, I was scared to death of him, because he walked around the house all diesel and shit, looking up at him like, I'm scared to death of this dude.
So you have parents that both of them, probably people would be very intimidated to be around, especially if they have to show their true energies. Are they both firstborns?
My mom and dad?
Yeah, was your mom a firstborn or your dad a firstborn?
Nah, no way. My mom has like I think 6 or 7 brothers.
Okay.
on her mom's side. Then on her dad's side, she got more brothers. I think my mom's the middle child. I think.
Okay.
Could be wrong. My dad, I think he's like one of the youngest.
That plays roles in the upbringing too. Like my dad was the second youngest of 6. I think they had 11. They had 11 in total. 3 of them just didn't happen, and 2 of them died later on. So, but that was part of life. You know, having a big family, there's a lot of energy that goes back and forth among the siblings.
Yeah, I had a big family too. Like, you know, that's why I'm so giving, man. Because we just gave to each other. That's what it was about in my household, man. It's about just looking out for each other, man. You know, I feel like a lot of us lose that over time.
But you have that key element too. You're a twin, right?
You have a twin brother.
Yeah, you're a twin. That's a different energy. You know, do you guys write with the same hand or opposite hands?
He's left-handed. We fraternal twins.
Okay, but
so we only share so-called scientifically. We only share 50% of our genetic makeup.
Oh, okay, I see.
You know, opposite to identical twins, where they share a majority of the genetic makeup with the other twins. So we do everything differently. My mom, I was just talking to my mom just a minute ago, and she was like, "Yeah, y'all did everything differently." She said, "You didn't want to be like him. Everything you did, he did. Like he mimicked everything that you did." She said, when you first started walking, he started walking."
Yeah, because if you have more of the intuitive energy. That's the teaching energy. Your brother would be more the he would be learning more from you. So, and you said that you're right. He's opposite-handed you when it comes to writing.
Yeah, he's left-handed. I'm right-handed.
Yeah, so that's one thing. That's one of the major staples with a lot of twins, whether fraternal or not. They're opposite the way they write. So therefore, their hemispheres must be different too. You know, think back in the days when people were scorned for writing with their left hand, because they're using the opposite hemisphere now, and vice versa, right? So for you, it sounds like TZ, not to boast you up, but it sounds like you work a lot with your gut.
I probably do. Ain't no telling me, man.
You gotta align with your gut, your heart, all your body. You gotta know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know I'm not in alignment, man. I'm not where I need to be spiritually, man. I'm aware, you know, I'm conscious of the fact that I'm not where I want to be or where I need to be on my spiritual journey, man. It's just, I feel like sometimes that's a job in itself. Like, you know, just because we have so many distractions, you know, just because I got a family, I got a business I got to run, I got so many distractions in my life, you know, I feel like that throws me off my spiritual path sometimes.
But you're managing, you know, like I'm older, TZ, so you're doing it at a younger age. So my hat goes off to you. You know, a lot of stuff I'm aware now. Fuck, I didn't become aware of it until I was like my 50s.
Damn.
You know, so
wow,
that's how I feel.
Damn, I thought it'd been longer for you than that, Dom, because you know so much.
You know, when that well opens up, it floods. So a lot of times when I use diary of the mouth, I'm actually learning as I'm speaking out loud. So, you know, I had a sense when I was younger. I just never tapped into it because I love playing sports. I love being a guy. So that shit was not on my list. Yeah.
Where did you conjure them thoughts up from, Tom? That's what I'd be thinking to myself. Where the fuck do I get this stuff?
Well, some of my stuff is I spent a good 8 or 9, if not 10 years on YouTube, just going to sleep with headphones on. I don't know all the shit I was taking in. You know, so I know I'm fucking around with my REM sleep. I just took in information. You know, I remember when I got a divorce years ago in the 90s. I just found myself escaping a lot. I traveled a little bit with it. Still more escapism. I found myself for the first time in my life being a jock reading books. I'm like, why the heck am I reading all these books? And I'm like, okay. I just knew enough just to take it for what it is. I never had that clear cut. It has to be a right or wrong. Oh, and I think sports.
I used to do a lot of acid.
That's another form of escapism. You know, watching movies, it could be a form of escapism. Having sex could be a form of escapism, unless it's fucking pleasurable. But it could also be classified as a form of escapism. You know, trust me, TZ. I used to hang out. I used to enjoy hanging out with my boys. Just hang out and just be me. But then I realized, eventually you're gonna have to grow up a little bit. And it came.
You have children, Dom?
I'm still a child. No.
That's what's up, man.
One regret I have, man. That's one big regret I have. I was scared to have children. My mother, I didn't want my children to grow up like me without a mother or a father. And I just foresee
Yeah.
things a lot, and I already knew
Yeah, what's up? My
it
bad, my
would
bad.
end up like that.
I admire people that have kids, but part and parcel because I was my own child, and I see how my parents raised me. I just never had a child. I'm not gonna say that was a right thing or a wrong thing. And then there's people out there that have 8 or 9, and they manage quite well. My hat goes off to them. Doesn't mean I can do that stuff, but my hat goes off to them. It takes a special person or group of people to be able to do that. Whether you want to say it's a real woman or a man, it's just a special person. And then there's most of us, we live very individual lives. They hide behind, I can't say they hide behind, but they have careers or jobs. Said I never had a chance to have a kid. But would you want a kid? It sounds like, Charles, you would have wanted to have a child. So
Yeah,
I did
because
the
there's
big,
so much I would want to. I don't know. There's just something about duplicating yourself and raising your child. To be much more than you were, because you've gained so much wisdom that you know you
well,
want to share it.
comes in many forms too, Charles. You could be a coach of a football team or a basketball team, and you could be a father figure to those children. Not every parent is actually designed to teach their offsprings. It's nice when it is, but more times than not, no. I got presented to all kinds of coaches, teachers, and occasionally you'll get a couple of them. They put me under their wing and they looked at me, and I wasn't completely dysfunctional, but the ones that were probably more trouble than me, they probably needed it more than me. Either they had a really broken down home or whatever. I had somewhat of a healthy home at home. My brother, I enjoy his company, so I try to expand that out. But I'm not going to tell somebody, Dom, you came from a really bad, dysfunctional family. I never grew up that way. Dysfunctional, yes, but not really bad. My parents came from
dysfunctional.
Yeah, so you could be that example to that child that's struggling or that teenager that's struggling. And by your example, by being honest, you could probably give something that's a seed for them. So my dad, on the other hand,
my mother, but it was me.
Well,
in the long run, it was all me.
I think we all, to a certain point, get to that point where some people have to blame something, whether oneself, the government, religion, parents. Eventually, hopefully, people can shake that off and say, okay, so you're done now. So what are you going to do now? Because to continue blaming somebody, that's like excusing one's own behavior. Like, we can blame anybody. We can blame the sun and the moon and the rain. And some people live based on those kind of ideals of blame. Like some people will blame because they were poor, so they figured they blame rich people. Are you sure those particular people are the ones that made you poor? Because if you want to blame them, and if they say, listen, I've actually done it, maybe I'll help you so you won't become poor anymore. But if they really did nothing to you to harm you, then why are you blaming them? That's part of the conditioned child. That's why when I hear people complain about governments, and I'm like, okay, to a certain point, they do have the onus, but who are we really blaming? A guy like Donald Trump is just a stick figure at that point. He's probably getting paid well for it, so he can't just turn around and say, well, I didn't really do nothing to you. I said, but you did take that money, didn't you? You do enjoy that life that you're living, yes. But you shouldn't be accountable for everybody else's, misfortunes.
You seen the hat his wife was wearing?
No, he didn't. Go ahead. What kind of hat was it? Is it a British hat of some sort?
They were both wearing black and white, number one. Okay. And they had on she had on a hat that it's sort of like a woman. It's the Jewish people wear them hats.
Okay.
Not just like Jewish people, but
like a beanie? Like a beanie on their head?
No, not a beanie. It's more like a top hat. I have to show you a picture.
Okay, I know. Yeah, top hat. Okay, yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
And it kind of looks like an explosion cloud, or it's very symbolistic. These people speak through symbols and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're probably showing the people that they're trying to say this is, I'm sending a message to let's say the Jewish community.
At least the Jewish community stick together for the most part.
Sure they do. Yeah, they do. And they're probably taught at a very young age. A man and a wife will teach their kids the rules and regulations, what we do in our community. A lot of communities don't do that. They might not agree with it either, but I said, but at least it'd be nice that you knew the rule. It's like being in me and you, Charles and TZ. We grew up in a gangster community, a mafia community, and they live among us. They'll say, as long as you show us respect and understand the rules, we'll treat you fairly. That's why a lot of those communities, women aren't treated with disrespect, or children aren't treated with disrespect, as long as you give the community leaders their portion. That's kind of been broken down. A lot of us, the way people talk, we're talking like we've been raised in puppy mills. We're all trying to survive, and we're stabbing each other, dog eat dog world.
I never see no points in that.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much stronger working together.
Mm-hmm.
People always want to, it seems, especially nowadays. Back in the days, it was about unity and bringing people together, power. Now it's just ultimate division, man. Ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, forget that division shit, man. Forget that white man, black man, Chinese man's my enemy. Forget all that, man. That's the thing. I felt myself going down that rabbit hole, but then I was like, man, hold up, what the hell am I doing? Like, man, this don't even make sense. Like, who am I? Why would I blame somebody on the same level as me? Like, why would we need to I be hearing a lot of other channels saying they don't mess with white people, they don't mess with Chinese people, blaming foreigners. That's just a lazy way of thinking, man. That's a lame excuse, man. Once you go down that rabbit hole, you can get stuck, man. I felt myself going down that road, but I turned back around and said, hold up, man. I had to give myself some straightening, like, hold up, man. This is man. That shit's frivolous, man. Just to blame the next person, that's like the easy way out. Sometimes you gotta look in the mirror, man. Life's a reflection, right? So sometimes we just gotta look in the mirror and say, hey, man, these people ain't my damn enemy. Plus, who am I to say that anyway? What type of guy would I be to get on here and propagate bigotry and saying white man's the devil and they come from monkeys and caves, man? That's all pseudo. And knowing damn well my kids is biracial, man. So,
well, the thing is, at that point, TZ, that's one of the branches. A person who is willing to want to learn from other cultures or other races, especially if your intent is honorable, that'll be no different. Say, I don't want to learn from masonry. I'm just not interested in becoming a mason. But if it says, say, Dom, if you want to learn something what masons are taught, sure, why not? No different, Dom. You want to learn how to play a different sport? Sure. That's usually when people judge each other, and they're doing that out of ignorance. Where if a person's a Jamaican man, he said, Dom, I'm going to teach you something. Sure, go right ahead. No different Barbados or they're from India.
I feel like we all put stigmas on each other based off of our own perception of reality. Like that guy that was on the panel the other day, me and him had some words, and he was just insinuating, hey, you smoke weed all day, you below you in a lower tax bracket. I said, bro, man, everything that you have, I probably already have, man. Like, I don't smoke. I don't even smoke a drink. I haven't smoked and drunk in years. I haven't drunk in years. I live a clean, sober lifestyle. I don't. Oh, you probably been in and out of jail. How do you know I've even been to prison, bro? I've probably never been to prison for all
That's
you know.
Stereotyping people, man. That's wild.
That's what I'm saying. We put stigmas on each other, and then we call each other racist. Like somebody will say, hey, like I was having an argument with my neighbor not too long ago, right? And he was like, once you go back to the hood, go back to the ghetto. He was insinuating I come from a certain place just because my looks, not knowing I might have grew up in the suburbs for all he know, but he just based off his own
ignorant people, man. They're just trying to press your buttons.
That's right. They're ignorant. And then TZ pulls up in a Ferrari and has a 6,000 square feet house. Then I would say, okay, now I want to see the other person's true reaction. I said, are you eating yourself? What do you mean? I said, you're still ignorant. Why? Because if TZ told me, he said, listen, I'm using that example, TZ, Dom, I smoke weed. And let's say I want to learn how to grow weed. I'm not going to look at what you do with the weed. I kind of want to know. That's it. This is where people say, you see wealth, try to understand wealth.
When you pull up in that Ferrari, that person becomes the Ouroboros and starts eating himself.
Could be. It could be.
Right. I don't met all poor nationalities, man. Out here where I live, there's some poor white people out here, man.
Sure.
I had a Mercedes when I first moved out here, bro. I would pull up to the gas station, and some of these people would look at me like they probably thought it like I was a drug dealer, not knowing that shit, I pay taxes and work just like them.
Mm-hmm. Here's a fun one. My buddy Glenn, he's into real estate. He's done well for himself, and he loves his Mercedes. He said, Dom, I went to Israel, and I got to see their Mercedes there are their cabs. I said, yeah, in different parts of the world, they use different devices. You know, in other parts of the world, a person that works hard most of their existence, they have a Ferrari. Meanwhile, they go to another part of the world, a 15-year-old kid, parents are going to say, once you turn 16, I'll give him a Ferrari. You know, again, those things are obtainable from different class. You know, you don't have to be only a certain type of person to be poor. People could be poor mentally, but rich financially. You know, so again, do we learn from each other, or are we too busy judging each other?
Yeah, sometimes it's materialism. Sometimes it's on the economical scale. You know, I do it all the time. We put stigmas on each other all the time, man. You know, it's just that's what I'm saying. I think it's propaganda that's fed towards over time. Like somebody might watch the TV all day and watch the news. They might see brothers, so-called black people, shooting each other, doing harm to each other. They might watch a documentary and see melanated people living in the ghetto or living in the hood. So when they see one in person, they automatically assume that's what that is. Or they might see a melanated woman on TV yelling, acting ghetto, not being able to articulate herself, talking all ignorant and shit. And then when they see one in person, they assume that's what that is. But that's not what it is.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's just more ignorant. Here's one, TZ and Charles. I had a buddy of mine years ago. Italian guy. He works with cement. And he had this, I even told him after, I said, you had a brain fart. He goes, you know, Chinese, they really don't know how to work with cement. I looked at him and said, excuse me, you mean to tell me who's building all the Chinese cities then?
Right.
You know, like every culture has all craftsmen in it.
I know what you mean, because the Chinese cities do be falling apart, though.
A lot of things in Asia, there's a lot of greasing of palms. So they're not like in the States and Canada and Europe where you have to go through a lot of these policies. There, you could have a place where you have monsoon seasons and you know that there's a lot of flooding area. And they'll say, listen, if we grease enough people, we can get occupancies. You know, but again, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, my bad. I was gonna ask, does those Chinese cities like Hong Kong and Beijing, do they have those matter of fact, China as a collective, do they have the UBI, the Universal Basic Income? Do they have that over there, the social credit system?
I don't think they have it quite yet now. I know they're playing with the credit system. I don't know if it's Universal Basic Income. They've actually tried that a couple of times years ago in Canada, and I know they're pushing for it. How it looks like, TZ, I don't know. I know in China, in certain provinces or states, they're applying a credit system, you know, where, you know, if you're well behaved, your firstborn can join the military kind of ideal. But Universal Basic Income, I know they're pushing for it. I don't know. I couldn't say that for sure.
I swear I heard. I thought I read that somewhere before. I seen that on a documentary where they had a social credit system already. It could have been false. I don't know.
A social credit system, yes. A social, yes. But you're talking about a Universal Basic Income where they give you so much money. A social where, you know, you're well behaved. You don't do any jaywalking, for example. You know,
right. So they have that already, right?
In some places they say that, yes, they've been doing that as a template, yes.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that happening here too. I feel like that's what's being implemented.
For sure. You know, I'm pretty sure when they put up street lights, those LED lights probably have a camera built in, all of that. You ever notice when they have all those scooters? I don't know if they have that in certain parts of the States. In Canada, they have these scooters that you can rent. I mean, well, I'm thinking, how do you not know that they don't have cameras on those things and they're monitoring people's behaviors on the streets? So,
do you think they're gonna get rid of these imaginary borders and unify Canada and Mexico, so it won't be no Canada no more? It's gonna be they're all gonna be working in synergy together with just one so-called nation.
They'll probably do like what they do in New York. They'll give numbers to it. Canada will be border 4. States will have different things. Like we kind of have that now. But you're trying to say, are they going to make it more ruled by one bigger faction? Maybe. There's a chance that could happen, especially with this technology we have, TZ. I can't see why it would be easy for them to
If they
mainstream
get
it.
rid of border patrol, man, I'm moving to Canada. I'm going to Canada, man. They get rid of all that, I'm going to Canada.
It depends on what the currency is. You know, the advantage is you have a currency that's, even though it's fluffed up, it's way stronger than the Canadian currency. You know, our medical system is collapsing. The only reason why it probably stays afloat is because we have a small population. You know, 40 million people, small. You'd be giving up a lot of comforts, you know, and of course, TZ would be what part of Canada? You're going to go to the cold part of Canada? Because that's usually where Toronto is. It's the cold part of Canada, you know. Vancouver is more or less, you got to get used to like the rainy seasons. You know, when you start going into the middle provinces, you might also be living up north and the northern parts of the states. You know,
Right.
they really don't have that much economic wise. You know, but you're an entrepreneur, so you'd probably manage. Where other people, they would struggle. You know, where do I get my job now? So,
Right. Yeah, I'm not struggling right now, but you know, business is slow right now with it being so cold here. It was like -5 degrees here last night where I'm at. But it's supposed to warm back up. I think later this week. Next week's supposed to be in the 40s, and then we're approaching February, so I'm looking forward to more milder temperatures. That way, I can get back out here and start, you know, making more money. You know, that way
there's a lot of
I can get
factors.
ahead. But I'm smart. I'm responsible with my money, man. Like I know how much. I know I got to put a certain amount of dollars behind. That way, I can make it through, you know, through the winter when business slows down. But,
Well, the fact that you have many ways to earn an income, that's well done for you, TZ, because, you know, as things get tighter, you know, they say jokingly, one of the more expensive wheels to drive now is a grocery cart, because food's going to get really expensive. A lot of resources, you know, people are going to say, well, I'm going to start storing my foods now. And then electricity will be expensive. Like there is a squeeze going on. The people that were middle class are starting to even feel the pinch.
Hey, Dom, my light bill was just $600, man. This past month, it was $600, man.
For 1 month?
For 1 month.
Wow. What are you, in baseboard heaters? What kind of heat do you have?
Yeah, baseboard heaters, like my heaters inside the floor. Like vents, I have air vents.
Okay.
But I have a 2-story house. I got a basement. I got this level here, and I got the upstairs where my daughter's at.
Wow, that's expensive, TZ. Like they don't give any kind of government grants, you know, because that would probably.
Man. I've never taken nothing from the government, man. You know, I feel like I just need to go get it for myself, man. You know, waiting on the government, I'll be in this motherfucker freezing cold.
Okay, here's a question then. Do they at least allow where you're living to have a fireplace so you can cut down trees or whatever and get, you know, heat your house that way a little bit?
Nah, man, it's about to warm back up, like I said, so I won't be using the heat that much here in the near future. But it was like that when I lived at the last place. The electric bill was like $500 a month for like the first 2 or 3 months, and then it, you know, over time it went down.
That's expensive, TZ, for American too. That's why I asked, you know, being an electrician, I'm thinking, okay, so is it baseboard heaters? Because I'm trying to think what would drive that up so quickly. You know, like, do you have gas on the street? Like, can you have gas opposed to that? Like, that's expensive. You're paying $500 a month. Fuck, you're paying $6,000 a year.
No, this is the first time. I just moved here. It was the first time it was like this in this house here.
The windows are they pretty good? Like, are they double pane windows?
Yeah, these are brand new windows. They just been put in, brand new windows.
But are they double pane? Like they're, you know, so they hold the heat and the cold?
You got snow, man. It's like 5 degrees now. We're like Canada now. Winter is here late.
Yeah, it's cold as shit here too, bro. It's like -5 degrees here, bro. That shit hurt. I went outside. I just came back outside, bro. My hands was fucking hurt.
I'm getting tired of this cold weather. Too old for this shit.
That's what I like about Charles, man. Charles is raw with it, man. He be out there in the street walking while he doing a panel.
People passing by and asking who you talking to. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm talking to voices in my head.
Right. I'm doing the same shit when I do a long panel, man. I'll be having everybody up. I'll put the phone down, put it on mute. I'll go in there and take a nap, come back in like, man, they still talking.
Good for you. Good for you, Charles. Good for you, TZ. Well, you asked this yesterday, and I was grateful. Me, Ninja, and Leslie decided to continue, so
I'll always do that. I'll let when I'm burnt out on talking, I'll be like, hey, y'all want to end it? Y'all want to keep going? I'll let everybody build with each other. I'll put the phone down. I'll go off and do something else.
I hope you guys aren't going to be too hard on Big Dog Philly. He has his own views. I noticed. I'm not here to defend him. Big Dog has his own.
No, I ain't. He wanna. I think we're gonna do I'm gonna do a panel with him on my channel. I was gonna do it on his channel, but everybody's biased over there. So I was like, you got to come over to my channel. That way, it can be a level playing field. That way, it won't be no biasness.
Yeah, him or even you probably might enjoy even talking to. You probably see him around Enemy Public. Nasher, he's a nice gentleman.
Yeah, I heard of him. Yeah, Big Dog Fella, he good. He good peoples. I've heard a lot of things about him, but I can't go off what I'm hearing. But other than that, I mean, I don't mind talking to him about what he want to talk about. It's just I'm gonna do it on my channel. I ain't going over there on his channel because I know I'll get mad and explode. Somebody say something wrong.
That's true. So at least you know yourself well enough.
He just setting his own. Big Dog Philly setting his ways, man. I feel like he's just setting his ways.
A lot of people are setting on their ways, and if it works for them and the people that they attract around them, that's great. It's usually the ones, it's kind of like you get people that are atheists and they purposely go to Christian channels. What is the outcome of that? Like it'd be different if a Christian goes into an atheist and they're trying to convert them. Even that, how does it serve? It's one of those things. Keep the apples with the apples and the oranges with the oranges. The ones that are flexible enough to have different types, they can be different types of fruits. You're like that, TZ. You could probably go in and out of different kinds of communities, and that's a great quality. Where other people,
I do all the time. How do you think I've been getting different people to come up on my panel? Like I had what's her called? Her name is Nami. I had her come up yesterday. Yeah. I talked to her in the email though. I had that's how I met Marco Powers. Just going through these YouTube streets, man, going on different panels and interacting with different people, man. That's how I'm able to bring people back to my platform. That way they can actually, speak their mind. So I'm always, networking and talking to people off of YouTube, email, text, over the phone. Yeah, I can fit in anywhere. It don't matter. I go to any panel. I go to a Pan African panel. I go to an Aboriginal panel. I go to a Flat Earth panel. Any panel. It don't matter.
That's a good
I can go to San. I feel like I can go over there. I feel like I can go to Sanchez's panel.
I've been out looking for work. That's what I've been doing, and I know I'm gonna be miserable when I work.
Have you found any work, man?
No, but I don't give up. I go out every day. I don't sit on the internet. I like to go to the place and talk to the people face to face. It shows you really want to work instead of just filling something on the internet. But I'm trying to get some construction or something that pays really well. Something.
Bro,
as much as I don't want to work, it's like I either don't work or I work or I go back to selling drugs.
Start your cleaning business, bro. Go to the dollar store, get you a broom, a bucket, a mop, some goddamn gloves, some what's it called? Those things that you dust the tables off with. You start your little cleaning business, bro. You get all type of things you can do. You can start your painting business if you know how to paint.
Yeah, that's one of my crafts. Painting.
Yeah, bro. Start your painting business.
I'm a master painter.
You don't need
my father was a master painter. That's where I think I get it. It's my genetics. My father. I remember the few times I met my father, allegedly as my father. I can't even. From what I hear, he was denying me. But fuck that piece of shit. No, I'm joking. I never really got to know him too much. But the few times he picked me up in his work van, he was a painter. And when I picked up a paintbrush for the first time, and my boss was like, "Damn, this is natural." I knew right away where it was coming from. It's in my genetics. I could fucking paint $1 million house with a Persian rug and I won't get one drop. I could walk a paintbrush. I can cut lines without taping. Like, It took a lot of practice though to cut lines without taping. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I love painting and stuff, but I just feel like there's more to life than just. I've always felt like that. There's more to life than just working every day. Like, I just feel like there's more to this place than just fucking doing something you don't want to do, you know. And then they kind of train people to think, well, a real man, you know, sticks with it, and you know, like, just do what you don't like, and you're a real man. Like, and if you don't do something you don't want to do, you're a pussy, right? I don't agree with that at all, but you know, I think we should do what makes us happy, man.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
Why work a job if you fucking hate it?
Right. Think about how many people that work jobs that they dislike or they hate even like they dread even going in the door, man. You know, that takes the fun out of it, you know. I feel like majority of the people feel that they hate their jobs.
I love my craft, but I feel like I'm missing out on life when I'm fucking working every day.
Yeah, me too, bro. That's how I feel. I can't see myself. I've been out on my own for so long, bro. I can't see myself going into nobody's job, working 8 or 9 hours every day for like 5 or 6 days a week. I just can't see myself doing that no more, man. At all, man. I don't want to live a scripted life no more. I feel like once you start doing that shit, you live in a scripted life, and I can't do that, man.
And I hate asking people for shit. I'm a grown man. I shouldn't have to ask nobody for nothing. That's how I raised myself. My mother raised me, but I mostly raised myself because I was always on my own, man.
Ain't nothing wrong.
I was outside every day.
Ain't nothing wrong with getting donations for your channel. Think about it. I just posted something on my community tab telling myself, bro, I've never asked myself for a dime, bro. I've been doing this for years. I've never posted my cash out, but I feel like, damn, I've been doing this a long time. I just want to know somebody. Huh?
As soon as I get on my feet, I got 4 people.
Nah, you good, man. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. No, you good. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I'm saying, like, somebody can send me $1, man. As long as I know my channel gets support. You gotta think, bro. Think about it. You got bigger channels that ain't talking about nothing. They get hundreds of dollars. I heard Bro Sanchez get
I be seeing them get thousands, bro.
Somebody told me, Bro
I don't be
Sanchez.
jealous. I just be like, good for them, man. You know.
That's true, but I feel like if you're gonna support the big guy, you gotta support the little guy too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I
that's
appreciate
being biased.
everybody. Because it ain't always. It's not about the money. I appreciate it. Because sometimes I'm in a tough position and it really helps. But I appreciate more meeting people that if it wasn't for technology, I probably would have never met people from Canada, you know, New Zealand, Australia, Africa, Europe. Like, I'm not rich. To travel is a dream to me. The farthest I've been to Florida. I've been to probably every East Coast state, and that's it. I've never left the country.
Or you like I don't send money to like 4 or 5 other of my subscribers. Like it's a chick, it's a woman named, I won't call her a chick. It's a woman named Bluffy the Narcolaire. She's on my YouTube. I send her money all the time, bro. Not all the time, but like she's like, hey, Truzo, I'm in a bind right now. Can you I hear you got it. Here. I'm trying to think. Her. I've sent Jackie money. I've sent Life is Rigged. A few of my subscribers, bro. It's all gravy, man. You know, because I've been in a situation like that before. I remember. I think I told you the story. I got put out of my baby mama's house, right, bro? My daughter's mom was into it, and I got like she told me to leave, so I left. I didn't have $1 to my name, bro. I didn't know how I was gonna get to my next destination. I'm walking down the street, and I asked this guy, could I use his phone? And I was telling him what had just happened. He gave me $10, bro. That was a lifesaver, bro, because I didn't know how the fuck I was gonna get to like where I wanted to go. So I feel like, man,
that money you sent, I fucking used it for the bus and to get a coffee and some shit, so I could go to a few places.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would have never came on here and mentioned I sent you money, bro, because I ain't that type of person, bro. I'm not gonna be getting on here telling about I sent some. No, I ain't the type of person I am, bro. Shit, I like to do this shit behind the scenes here, man. You got it, man. Because I'm saying I've been in a tough situation and people help me, bro. So I know how it is, man.
I don't forget people. I'm just getting in. Like, I'll probably end up working sooner or later with this guy, but I can't depend on it. His word don't mean shit to me, man. You know, people talk a big game, and I go out of my way to work a shift nobody wants to work. But I expect that. I always expect the worst.
That's why, bro, you gotta
So I'll be
create your own
prepared
job,
for
bro.
that. I'm just gonna stack money, man. I'm gonna be mad cheap for like a year and a half and just stack as much money as I can.
Yeah.
And just, I don't know, man. I need to make a power move where I could start doubling money, man, without poisoning communities. There's got to be ways to flip money in a righteous way, man.
Yeah, you can, bro. That's what bro. Let me tell you, man. I know I done told you this 1,000 times, bro. I had money saved up, bro. I took a leap of faith. I went to my local Home Depot. I bought a fucking squeegee and a bucket and some towels, some business cards for $100. I ain't even have an LLC. I spent at least $100, bro. I done took that $100 and flipped that into like almost 10 grand just in invoices, bro. Just in invoices, man. So I took $100 and turned it into 10 grand. That was just the invoices, and I got checks over here. I got like 10 grand in checks over here. And then that's include my cash payments that I get. I probably done made about 20 grand in cash payments. Think about that, man. I took $100 and turned that in and flipped it easy over to like 40 grand, man. Easy.
You ever hear someone True Zone say, man, if I ain't out here hustling, they're gonna go to somebody else and get it. And my friends used to say that. And
Right. That's how I
I
treat
used
my
to be
business,
like, bro,
bro.
that's an excuse to make yourself feel better. You know you're doing wrong.
Right, man. If you do start your own business, bro, look at it like you drug dealing, man. That's how I look at it. Like I'm hustling on the block all over again. Like I'm selling dime bags, but I'm just selling window cleaning. That's all I'm doing. I got people competing with me trying to take my window job. That's how I look at it, bro.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get there though, Charles. I feel like you're gonna get there, Charles, because I can hear it in your voice, man, that you really want it, bro. So I feel like, man, you're gonna get there, man.
I'm
You know.
tired, man. I'm just tired of a lot of shit. I'm tired. But it's no one's fault but mine, you know. I make my own decisions. The only one that's gonna get me anywhere is me.
That's true, man. All you got is you, bro. At the end of the day.
Yeah. Sometimes I just, it would be nice. Like, I dwell on things sometimes and I'd be like, damn, I wish my mother was here. I need some advice.
But look at it
Or,
like this, Chuck. Look at it like this. Would you rather be struggling like this with a kid, with kids, or just struggling like this you by yourself? I'd rather be like in that situation and have nobody else that's dependent on me. You know what I'm saying?
that's another reason why. Like, I didn't have children because I know me, man. And I was raving. I was in destructive. My mother passed. I was so destructive. I hated this place. I was just self-absorbed and I was destructive. And I knew if I had a child, I wouldn't be there. So to save me from creating more problems, because the first girl, actually the only woman I ever truly loved, wanted to have children with me. I think she felt some type of way. I was like, nah, man, we're young. We're only fucking 18, 19. Because I got my whole life ahead of me. And now I look back like, what a dummy. You know, it probably would have changed me. You know, maybe it would have changed me. But then again, I changed anyway, you know, through the route I took, it made me see things more raw.
Right.
It changed me even more, like, for the better. Like, I had to experience the most rugged shit to really understand things.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, man. Where the hell Dom go? He's still here.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, man, you learn from what experience teaches, bro. You know, I done been through ups and downs myself, bro. And that's what I'm saying. I always look at it like, damn, it could have been worse. I be reflecting back on some of the shit that I put myself through, I went through. I'm like, man, it could have been way worse, you know. But you always take the good with the bad, bro. It could be worse, man. Cause shit, I ain't gonna get into all that. I was gonna ask you, Charles, man, what you think about that inauguration yesterday, bro?
I didn't even watch it.
I was talking to my moms about that earlier. I was like, man, he didn't even put his hand on the Bible, man. I feel like because usually they put their hand on the Masonic Bible, right? And I feel like they not doing the ritual like they used to. I feel like, and then Melania Trump was really a goddamn dude dressed like that motherfucker was going to a funeral. So I feel like they symbolizing the fall of the United States. They showing us the
that's what
fall.
they symbolize under the trumpet being blown. Just the second time they're blowing the trumpet, man. The first is the warning shot. The second is war.
You sound like war, like on a global scale?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's
the
what I seen
collapse
when I
of
looked at it.
civilizations. And it don't have to be like that. If we could learn to work with each other, we wouldn't need these fucking people. They got us by the balls.
So if the government, Charles, if the government say, if they came on the television and say, "Hey, we done. We ain't no more governments. We out of here." Would you give them a happy kick in the ass? Get your asses out of here.
No, my heart would drop and I'd be like, oh, it's about to get real. Oh, it's gonna get real. If that happens, oh man, motherfuckers would be killing each other for soups. And I've seen people get in prison. I've seen people get fucked up for a soup, and I'd be like, oh, what? They'd be like, it's not the price, it's not the amount, it's the principle. And that's when I learned respect, and your word's everything. Like, that's when I really knew. Like, I always knew your word's everything, but that's when I knew this shit ain't no game, man.
I remember I was locked up, bro. I was locked up one time, bro, in the county jail, and this dude, somebody stole a honey bun from him, bro. He set up for he walked around the whole dorm for 2-3 hours straight, just yelling about that honey bun. I thought to myself, damn, it's just a goddamn honey. I was thinking to myself, like, bro, it's just a damn honey bun. That's like a 50. That's like it costs like 75 cents on the street. And he's in here causing chaos about a honey bun. But it's like you said, it's a principality.
That honey bun's like $2 in jail, and most of them people in there don't have family sending them money. And they be jealous. They see you coming in with commissary. That's why I was glad I was smart. Like, I had organizations come to me, try to recruit me. I already knew, nah, man, I'm good. I run alone, man. I tell myself what to do. I'm not gonna fight someone else's problems. And I grew up with people that were in organizations, and I would ask questions, and I already knew the routine. And I was like, get me a job, and I'm going to the working block. Fuck that.
Right. What did it for me, bro? When I was locked up, bro, I seen a young man in there. The dude was in there washing drawers and socks for packs of noodles. I said, that's what gave me the motivation not to go back in that motherfucker. I said, bro, if you gotta come in here and wash drawers and socks for a fucking pack of noodles just to be able to eat, then maybe I don't need to be here. I don't need to be out here committing crimes, man.
I've seen two sides of that. I've seen a dude with someone's bitch and would do it, and then I've seen real gangsters that would do it for a hustle. So there's like two sides of that coin. I remember some dude told me, he was like, "You be my bitch." This dude, he was on the block for like one day, and he was like, "I'll make you wash my underwear," and I was like, "Yeah, all right, man." I didn't really say nothing. You know, I feel like talk is cheap. Silence, you know. Sometimes I feel like, how could I put it?
He told you gonna make you wash his drawers?
Yeah, he didn't like white people.
You know, that's what I was gonna say, bro. When I was in there for the short period of time I was in there, I think I was in there almost a year. A lot of white guys go in there and get turned out, man. Even in the county jail, bro. A lot of younger white guys, they the main victims in jail, bro, and inside of these prisons, man. That's like the realest shit I can say. I don't know
I
why
had a
they get.
pencil and a toothbrush sharpened. I would sleep with it. I'm a light sleeper. I hear
Did you
that
still?
door pop, I'm up.
Did you see a lot of younger white dudes getting turned out like that, man?
Mm-mm. No, but it happens. And most of the time, it's willingly. They won't even fight because it's just that's just what it is. You know, when you're getting turned out, it's mostly willingly. Me, man, I'm fighting for my life, bro. I'm stabbing the neck, everything. I'm trying to drop that person. That's why I didn't say nothing when the guy said that, because just because he's barking and making noise will make him tough. You know, he didn't make no move. He didn't do nothing, so I knew he was just talking. And I was prepared anyway.
He
You know,
sound
if he would have turned in my cell, he would have regretted it. Not that I'm the biggest, toughest guy, but I'm damn sure gonna stand my ground.
I just minded my business, bro. I didn't click up with nobody. There was opportunities for me to click up with dudes, but I ain't click up with nobody. I stayed out of people's business. I didn't get into any debt. I didn't owe anybody anything because I had my people put money on my books. So I wasn't like going to nobody getting soups and honey buns and toiletries. I had my own shit. So I just stayed out the way. From time to time I would like gamble and shoot dice. I throw a
Me
few honey
too.
buns of Doritos on the floor and gamble, shoot some dice. But other than
I
that,
played
hell no.
poker. I played poker and I was real good at spades. And only because I was on the working block. I played it smart. As soon as I found out they had outside clearance jobs and the credentials to get that job, you couldn't have violent crimes or escape charges. So I said, I think I qualify for that. And I did. And I got me a job unloading trucks on the prison dock. And
So
I
you
just
stay
did the
busy.
time. I didn't let the time do me.
Right. I worked out a lot too, bro. Just keep my mind up for things too, man. Like I would do like push ups and shit like that.
Gangs look down on people who work for the prison.
They
And
do.
I think that's stupid.
Where you was locked up at? You said you from Connecticut, right?
Yeah.
They got gangs in Connecticut.
Hell yeah. Latin Kings were huge. Solitos, Nietas,
Are you in a big city? What part of Connecticut?
Hartford.
Hartford.
I've been locked up in Bridgeport, New
And
Haven.
niggas live in Connecticut, bro.
Bro, I was in the 90s. I told this story before. My probation officer thought she was funny. And I didn't know Hartford and Britain and all the northern cities were beefing with New Haven and Bridgeport. So they sent me to Bridgeport. And I had problems every fucking day, man. That's when I really learned how to fight. I had problems every day, man. Just because I was from a northern city. As soon as I opened my mouth and told them where I was from, it was just problems all the fucking time. Plus, I think I was the only white person, as far as I can remember. And, yeah. But once they get to know you, that racist shit goes out the window. They're gonna test you.
Yeah, dude. Bro, I remember one time this white dude came in the dorm, bro. He was like a family man. I could just tell he was a family man. Like you could just tell, like he ain't belonging, and nobody belonged in there, to be honest. But he came in the dorm, bro. And he had a big old thing of food, a big sack of food. And I told him, I stepped to him on the side. I said, "Hey man," I said, "there's a lot of young dudes in here that's hungry." I said, they probably ain't ate all night. I said, "They watching your bag, man." I said, "You don't see them."
Oh
I
yeah.
said, "Pay attention to the dorm." I said, "They watching your bag." I said, "When you go to the bathroom," I said, "you need to take your sack with you." He said, "Okay, I got you." He didn't listen. He got up in the middle of the night. He left his sack by his bunk, man. These young dudes, they rushed his shit, man. I'm talking about it was like 4 or 5 of them. Took all his food. He went to the door and started screaming for help, man. So I told him.
Shit. I played it smart. I had a Philippine dude for my bunkie. When they moved me from dorm to dorm, I told him, I said, "Look, if I'm not here, you watch my shit. I'll feed you. You know, we'll eat. You're my bunkie. You look out for me, I'm gonna look out for you." And I let people know I ain't the toughest dude, but if someone steal my shit, we're fighting. Cause you gotta let people know off the bat. Cause like I've seen it. There's people that, like I said, don't get no money, man, and they will steal your shit, especially gangs. Like, to me, county is way more wild than fucking prison. Prison's
Yeah,
more
I was on the
structured.
floor. I was on the floor called the Young and Aggressive floor. I was like 19. I'm 36 now. This was like almost 15 years ago. I was on the 4th floor. It was called the Young and Aggressive. I was like 19, 20 years old, bro. And these
That's the
dudes,
youth.
man, they was wild. Like I was wild, bro. Niggas sleep all day, be up all night, beating on the table. That's what I'm saying. That white dude, he came in the dorm, bro. I felt bad for him. I seen the play happen. As soon as I said, "Oh shit," I was watching. "Oh shit, they gonna get him, man." That's when I stepped to him and told him, but he was being ignorant. He didn't want to hear me out.
It's wild, man, in prison. If white people stick together, they're racist, right? And they're outnumbered, no matter what state you go to, except for Cali, maybe.
Man, I seen
Um,
a dude get his tray taken, bro. I see it was another white dude, bro. He got his whole tray taken. He sat down at the table, bro. Young dude came up to him, said, "That's my tray." Snatched his tray, started eating that shit. Dude just
dusty
sat
ass
there.
food.
Man,
That's wild, right?
dude got up and went to the motherfucking bunk and laid down. I said, "Man, oh hell no." And then there was another dude in there. He cried all night. He would sit up and cry all night. This dude was full of tattoos. If you seen him, you probably think he was a gangster. But he would be up all night crying about how he wanted to get out.
You ever see this? There's this video I seen on YouTube, and this guy was telling a prison story about this tattoo artist, and they used to chump him. You know, they would slap him and like take his food and make him do tattoos. And one day the dude went up to him and said, "Yo, why you letting these people treat you like that? Why you letting them chump you?" And he goes, "Don't you see what's going on?" He goes, "I'm tattooing all these people, and in the ink, I'm getting people with AIDS, hepatitis." I was like, "Damn, got him." That's why you never know, man. You gotta treat people with respect. You never know who you're dealing with. Here's some
You gotta think. You gotta
conviction.
think. Ain't no gun. And you gotta think. Ain't no guns in there, man. So you have to. That's why I stayed working out. I stayed in shape, bro. I stayed doing push-ups. Like even now, I stay looking like I'm in shape, bro. Cause I'm not going for it, man. I ain't. Cause you going in there, you going in there, you look weak as shit with a beer belly. You ain't. Somebody's gonna try you, man. I don't give. You can go to the county jail if you go in there out of shape and you in there for a long bit. Somebody's gonna try you, man.
Oh hell yeah!
You in there with a bunch of sharks, man. You can't go in there being a fucking poodle around a bunch of sharks, man.
You could stay to yourself, but there's gonna be a time, man, that you're gonna get tested. It's just a matter of time.
Most definitely. That's why I said you can stay. That's what I'm saying. Even if you work out every day, like even now, like I posted a picture of me now, like me, I look like I just got out of the goddamn jail, but I look like that back in the day. Somebody gonna try you though. Somebody will try you, man. You could be the most gangster. Somebody's gonna get you, man. Not necessarily get you, but they're gonna try you. I don't know. That's like I said, bro. I just stayed to myself, bro. I stayed to myself. I didn't get in no debt.
A lot of them people aren't tough, though, man.
I didn't owe anybody, huh?
A lot of those people ain't tough. They're only tough because they're in numbers. If they're alone, they're not tough, man. That's why I never
true.
respect a lot of that shit.
That's true.
Like they're tough when they're
It
10
was a
deep.
dude, bro. It was a dude named Joe. I remember I was on the 5th floor. I was in the old jail. They called that the fifth floor was gladiator school because niggas be up all night fighting. You can hear the niggas thudding on the floor. But I was up on the fifth floor, right? And it was a dude named Joe. I went into this dorm. He was the toughest. Like he controlled the TV. He would walk around on some tough shit all day, bro. He ain't never say nothing to me though. But he would walk around on some tough shit all day, controlling the TV, running his mouth. Then
Fuck that.
a young dude hit the dorm, right? This young dude, I was in another facility with this young guy that came in, and me and him would sit there and kick it all the time. We sitting there talking about what we're gonna do when we get out. Like he showed me pictures of his family, and then the young dude started punking Joe out. He started making Joe look like a hoe, but the whole time before he got in there, Joe was running the dorm kinda. But this young dude I was kicking it with was punking Joe, hoeing him out, making him look bad in front of everybody. He made Joe get on the door. He made him check out. And then I
That's
remember one
crazy.
time he would look, he was going inside of Joe's bag, stealing his food. He approached a young dude. He said, "Why you taking my stuff?" He said, "Nigga, Joe, get your whole ass on somewhere." Joe went to the other
Prison
room,
wild,
laid in
man.
his bed. I thought to myself, I told the young dude, I said, "Bro," I said, "this nigga been acting like he's a tough guy this whole time." I said, "You come in here and punk him out in front of everybody, bro." He made a nigga check out, man.
Prisons for, man, prison made me realize a lot. I was like, this ain't, not that I was scared, I was just like, this ain't for me, man. Living like a fucking animal.
A lot
Eating
of dudes
slop.
like it there, bro. My mindset was like I said, I never been to
Yeah,
prison. I just did
I
long
started
years
to
in
get
jail.
comfortable. That scared me, man.
Yeah, I never got comfortable, bro. I was always wanting to get out, bro. Like I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm not coming back. I'm gonna do what I got to do to stay the fuck out of here. When I did that 1 year, bro, that's when I was like, that's when I knew when I got out after doing that year, bro. I thought to myself, I'm not coming back. Plus, my daughter at the time was my motivation. She was just a baby, bro, and I missed a year of her life. So that was like a big motivation for me to stay the fuck out of there. And my son he was just a baby too at the time. And I wasn't even around to see him start when he had started walking. I wasn't around. I was in jail.
Prison.
I feel like, I still got trauma from being locked up, because that's why when I'm on this YouTube and somebody might talk, I feel like somebody disrespecting me, I just go off. I don't think, I just go off. I feel like that's just the old me coming out, man. Because that's
Yeah,
how I
I
used to
was like
react.
that a little bit too. I was aggressive, and I didn't even see it. And people would be like, "What's wrong with you, Chuck? Why you take everything so serious?" And I didn't see it, you know, but it was true. I would take everything serious because prison's a serious environment. It's. I
Yeah, what's
remember when I
good?
first came home, I would go in the store, and I would catch myself standing there waiting for the CO to open the door for me. I was so used to not being able to open my own doors.
Right, it's easy to get institutionalized, bro.
That's funny, right? To this day, I still wear my shower slippers in the shower, and I'm at home. To this
And
day, man.
take a shower in my boots, go to sleep in my shoes. Last night I had a dream some killers ran in my room trying to beat and pay shit, nigga. I
Yo,
can't wait.
this dude said in his rhyme, he said, in the rhyme, he was like, my boy said, um, he hated being awake because when he would go to sleep, he was free or something like that. I was like, damn, because I remember I used to dream in prison and be free, and I'd wake up in the cell like, oh, I hated that shit. I felt that pain. Like, I know how that feels to dream and you're free and you wake up in the cell. It's like, oh,
Right. But imagine, like, you know how we out here so called free now? I say this all the time. Which one is worse? Being in jail and you can see the goddamn bars, you can see the correction officer, or just being
right.
out here on the street and you can't see the invisible bars that's been placed on us psychologically, bro. Which one is worse? I'd rather be able to see the damn bars and see the CO and know I'm in prison, know I'm in the damn jail. I can't go nowhere and just be out here and just be in prison with my own thoughts and my own way of living.
What's up, McCoy? Candy, Karma, and Jay Heighton.
Yeah, what's good? What's good? It was good, Karma. What's good? Gorillas McCoy was good. Candy was good. Everybody.
Shit, you see the prisons in Venezuela? Shit, it makes the U.S. look like a fucking country club.
Oh, they got it bad down there, bro. And I watched a documentary of the prisons in I think New Zealand. It was one of them places over there, man. They had like 100 men piled up on top of each other like sardines in one little area in the jail. Then they had rats, big ass rats, big as cats out there on the yard, man.
That's wild.
It was bad, bro. And I was like, man, damn, that just like you said, it makes the United States jail look like a goddamn hotel.
Shit, look at Florida. At least in Connecticut, we got radios, TVs, video games. They would have had Game Boys back when I was in prison, but I had a TV. I had to have a TV, man. I had a routine. That's why I started to get used to it, because you start doing a routine, you get up, go to work.
Right. It's kind of like a form of escapism too, because it takes your mind to affect that you doing time. Like, damn, I got 8 months to go. Damn, I got a year to go. Damn, I got 2 years to go. I got 2 months to go. Damn.
Nice.
You fuck the whole system, man.
Candy got 2 days off.
I've been off for a whole week, bro. I ain't going back to work till Saturday, bro. I'm gonna be off for like the next 5 days. 4 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 4 days, I mean.
I can't wait to start making money, man. Because I get tired of fucking this shit. And I start getting, like, invasive thoughts to start robbing shit. And I'll be like, shut up. Right? Why are you testing me? Get out of my head, man. Don't even think like that. What the fuck you doing? Right? These voices be like, trying to bring the old me out and shit. I'll be like, shut up. Sounds good. That's what I tell myself. Yeah, it sounds good.
It's that fucking devil, man.
Nah, that's just a negative self.
Right.
I think it's a test. That's what I think. Because when you're trying to do good, it's like your ego testing you to see if you're really about it.
Right. It's like being addicted to porn or something. Like, hey, you quit watching porn for a whole week and that bad stuff. Like, hey, man, you want to see them titties. You want to see
a lot of moves in porn.
That's why we call this place an amusement park, bro. You gotta play to play. You gotta play to pay in this motherfucker, bro. Everything about this place is a fucking amusement park, bro. You got to ride, man. Hop on different rides, man. You can get on.
Man, this world has gone to shit. In my opinion. You know, if people knew death was the way out of here for sure, there'd be a lot of suicides. I think that's why they made suicide illegal, because that's the true way out of this shithole. Is when you leave the body, you're out of here. Not that I'm suicidal. I'm just saying, like, sometimes this place is just too dark and it's just depressing, man. It's like, fuck this shithole.
Yeah, it's like that for a lot of people, bro. I feel like a lot of people they might get sold like being a youth. You think this place is, peaches and cream, and then you get older and you realize, like, damn, I'm gonna be a goddamn slave. I gotta go spend the next 40 years of my life working at a fucking job I hate. That's just depression, bro. But
You can't party your life away, drink your life away, smoke your life away. What do you say? Dream your life away, scheme your life away, 'cause your seeds grow up the same way. Well, I got some lyrics. Oh my god, bro. Them weed gummies had me on another dimension. I just started channeling some heavy shit. These lyrics are about to blow the speakers out of the fucking... I'm about to have people, like, learning some stuff instead of just talking about killing and fucking drug dealing and material things. Start waking these people up. Snap out of that shit. It'll be like a physical smack, but with words and sound. The government is fully corrupted. Power breeds corruption to people who can't handle the power. Peace out, Candy. Yeah, I was gonna do some experiments with this snow we just got, but I just was like, fuck it, man. Like lately, I just have no energy to want to do really. I just be like, I don't know. I got up, left my house at 4:50 in the morning. It's fucking 6 degrees outside. I'm like, oh my god. I'm always doing stuff I don't want to do in life. And it's like, when am I going to get a break to be able to relax?
What does that look like, Charles, when you say relax? I'm pretty sure you've experienced it, but what does it look like?
Have no worries. Just fucking be at peace, man. Sometimes death does sound good. Because it's like that. All your worries are gone. You know. This place is just filled with distractions and noise and corruption, and it's just overran by dark evil. It's everywhere. And I didn't notice a lot of it when I was younger. But as you get older, you start to realize it's everywhere. Maybe sometimes being blind is better than knowing.
Well, unless you find out that maybe those things that you're talking about is always inwards, and this way you can't distract yourself without the outside. It's kind of like looking at all those buildings you're looking at there. Is there corruption going on it? But when you're looking at it, we can assume there might be some corruption going on in some of those buildings.
They're tax write-offs. They're a front. Most of them are empty.
They could be. No, they could be.
I think, from what I heard, a lot of these buildings are owned by like China. They're just tax write-offs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, man, if I knew this stuff when I was younger, these loopholes.
What, you think you would have made a difference? Just ask him.
Yeah,
You know, like
maybe.
Like, does anybody in the community actually know or rub shoulders with people that own these high rises in whatever city this is? Or do we just know people that live in those high rises?
Are they truly happy, right? People with all that money and all the material things, are they truly happy? Or is it just to make them feel better?
I don't think you have to go that far. I think if a person's where they are with themselves, if they can't obtain happiness or at least know how to experience it, would it make it any different if you're richer or poor? You know, some of it has to do with an attitude. You know, it's your attitude that you put to it. We're getting bombarded with all this stuff, so that's revealing for a lot of people they're not true to themselves. You know, like, could somebody bear the fact that if you own one of these high rises, you would have all these responsibilities? That could be even more stuff you have to deal with. And if people are looking for some sort of calmness or peace, you wouldn't be getting that unless you pay somebody. But then you have to know, do I trust the people, or do I have it in place that I pay other people to take them to court if they don't do what they've signed off to do? It's a big juggling act. Like, to be somewhat of an elite would be way more responsibilities. It's kind of like when you said earlier, Charles, it might be easier. I don't know if that's the way you put it. It'd be easier to be death. Well, how do we not know death is nothing more than just another transformation? Because we didn't serve our initial lifespan, now we have to have a lesser role in the next one. So. I was hearing you guys both talk about prison, and what came to mind was, I'm wondering if military people are in the same boat. You know what I mean? Like, I got to serve 8 months in Kuwait or in Iraq or whatever. You know, and there's a potential that I might have to kill somebody.
That sucks.
It might. But if you're the type of person that they handpick and they do a lot of training, they would probably say that's your job.
Yeah. That's how they look at it. To make it themselves feel better at killing.
Yeah.
It's my job.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they ever stop and think, why are we killing each other? What are we fighting for? You know, what the fuck are we doing?
Do you think people that are in prison ever stop and think about that stuff? Why am I gang banging another guy?
But they don't want to hear it.
Well, because then you would be.
They look at it as a weakness.
They would say it's a weakness, but dare not test that. Well, most people, when they say that stuff, they probably don't do a lot of introspection. So they stay.
There's a lot of hypocrisy in prison politics, Dom. A lot.
So say that again, Charles?
The police is the enemy, but you'll see the gang members working with the COs and police. And it's just like, what hypocrites?
Are they? If they're working for economic gains, then they're not hypocrites. They're on the same team.
Yeah, but they'll tell you the police is the enemy, and then they're secretly working with them to get a load in. Mm-hmm. And it's like, don't be a fucking hypocrite.
So it sounds like church.
Real.
It's kind of like church telling people Satan's the enemy.
Right. The only enemy is yourself.
Well, if you've been conditioned to think that there's an enemy, it doesn't matter how you direct it at that point. You've been conditioned. An enemy could be the illusion.
Right.
It could be. I'm just using that as a possibility, right? There literally could be somebody that, okay, I want this piece of land. This other guy wants this piece of land. There's your enemy. But if you turn around and say, I just want to just use the piece of land for a couple of hours, then you're not my enemy. Just give me time to enjoy my couple of hours, move on. It's usually when you think that you need to own something, then you're going to find out what the enemy is. Because if you don't own anything, do you really have an enemy? What you're going to have is somebody that's going to want what you have. There's your enemy. They lack it, so they figure I must need it now.
But the problem with that is, see, jealousy comes into play. And instead of them working to get what you have, they rather take yours.
Okay. Jealousy and envy, yeah, I'm with you. But let's say you don't have jealousy or envy and you're not attached to it. So you tell them that they can have it, or you just move out of the way?
If someone put a gun to me and robbed me, I'd give it to them. It ain't worth my life or no material shit. Like, that's how I see it. If you need it that bad, take it.
So they put a gun to you. So what are you fearing?
That's idiocracy, acting tough. Man, I ain't giving this shit up, and then your fucking head's all over the ground. Now how tough are you?
Maybe,
all for a waste. Now what?
So somebody puts a gun to another person. What is that person fearing?
That person's probably not in the know of a lot of things.
Okay, but let's say they do give up their wallet. What are they fearing in exchange for giving up their wallet? Are they fearing dying?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got that barrel stuck to your head. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I take that back. Because I've had a barrel on my head, and to tell you the truth, I wasn't scared. I was just thinking in my mind, like, well, I guess this is it. Right? That was my thoughts going through my head. Well, I guess this is my time. It's up. I quickly accepted my fate. I was being robbed.
Okay,
This
so
was
what
in
would be
98.
what would be the difference then if you were jumping out of a plane with a parachute or jumping into a Formula One car?
Same thing.
Okay, well, what are they fearing? Those people wouldn't be fearing, but what are they putting in harm's way? The vessel.
Yeah.
Now, I know people are going to say, but I am the vessel. Okay, you're the vessel then. But let's say the ones that say they're not the
Just
vessel,
using
then
the
what?
vessel to have an experience.
Okay, I'm talking to you that way, Charles, but other people, they're not going to have that kind of, I'm not going to have that type of conversation. They're going to be so intertwined, they're not going to have discernment. They'll have quick judgment. Oh yeah, I am the vessel. Okay, are you willing to question it? You know, this is where slavery never worked. Because if you put a person under such torment that they're working for the same food that your slave master wants, eventually they say, well, what's going to stop me from taking this rake and shoving it up my eyes? That's why when people talk about slavery, they don't realize if you're still alive from your forefathers, you're from the weaker generation. Because the one that truly understood, why would I bring another offspring into this world? I'd rather just kill myself. Unless there's something that's preventing them from killing themselves. They're fearing that some unknown, or they put so much value to their vessel that a person would turn around and say, well, I can't be your master. Why? You already are a slave to your body. See, a person that either arrogantly or is aware that they're not the vessel, you can't make them into slaves.
You're definitely not the vessel. Because when I had my incident, it was crazy, man. You know you're not here in the physical, but you're still aware. It's crazy, man. I can't explain it, man.
You don't have to. You don't have to explain it. It's literally
it blew my mind up.
It's an experience.
I couldn't even comprehend it to this day. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck I went through. What did I just experience?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes you can't put words to it. Sometimes you just can't. But if you try to, it's still going to be muffled when somebody else hears it. Because for a lot of people, they have to literally experience it themselves. So what we share with other people is the middle part. You know, the part that they're just scratching the surface. And they think if I obtain enough stuff, or maybe other people govern each other fairly, that for some reason that'll change. No, once you become aware of something, you're going to look at things differently. And then you're going to try to share. Don't get me wrong, Charles, you're still going to try to share, whether you have a channel or you're channeling it, but you're going to try to share. And hopefully among the crowd, when there might be hundreds of people, there might be one that might grasp it.
Damn, Dom, I just realized when you said channel.
Mm-hmm.
I said, we come on here and channel.
Yeah, we do. We channel.
Holy shit.
Some people just want to have a channel. Yeah. Some people just want to have a channel And then they want endorsements. You know, subscribe to my channel. I said, what are you subscribing to? What do you mean? Did you understand what I channeled? You know, the people that get agitated, at least they're showing that they're somewhat alive still. You know, they're like, oh, something irritated me, Dom. I don't know what came out of your mouth, but it irritated me. I said, well, then go inwards. Play with it for a bit. Now, don't get me
I try
wrong.
not to show emotion. Like, I'm big on like kung fu and shit, and like, look, just trying to control your emotions, man.
But are you not showing emotions, energy and motions? You know,
Or
have
am
you
I
got into
becoming dead, like you said? I'm not having no emotions. Am I numb? Am I that? Am I The Walking Dead? Am I that numb to where my emotions are just deleted?
You can
Am I
be numb.
controlling them, or are they being deleted?
I don't know. Either way, that's a possibility. It could be controlled, or they could be deleted or ignored.
Because sometimes I feel numb. Like when I went through life-threatening times, it kind of changed me. Like other people would bug out to certain situations, and I'm calm, and it don't bother me because I've been through it. People be like, Chuck, how you stay so calm? I don't know.
You're probably built for that, or you have experiences for that. You know, you're ahead of the curve where most people, they might come across in when times are somewhat calm and collective that they're calm, but put them in a crisis situation, they might be scattered. It's like somebody saying, I'm going on vacation and I got a month's vacation, and then they're calm and collected, but come a couple of days left on their vacation, they feel as though I have so much to do. I said, well, then where were you the first 28 days? I was scattered. I was too busy being distracted. I thought I had more time on my hand. If this is this time.
Like what's being strong, right? Like sometimes I think being emotionless or numb, it's almost like you are dying. You're just like existing. No reaction out of you. Just, that's nothing. I've been through that a million times. And that's what I see in a lot of their programming. How they repeat themselves over and over. It becomes normal. To where people just accept it. It's that simple. The magic is that simple.
Well, the issue more times
Seen it time and time again, where they just on TV say things every day over and over, and I watch people just loaf in front of it, including myself. I've analyzed myself do this and catch on and be like, damn, so that's how it works. That's crazy shit. Then I started to think, well, why do we do that? Why aren't these people catching on like me? Not that I'm better than anyone. I'm just saying, like, how come no one else sees this shit?
They probably do. Some people do. You just have to know what types of questions to ask and then see some cue signs. But if you're looking for the exact same response that you know you would do, you're your own individual. You know, how I get excited.
Well, that's what kind of makes life, like, there's a lot of dark shit, but one thing about us is, like you said earlier, we're similar, but we're also unique in many ways.
Yes, we are.
And that's what makes life beautiful. That's why none of us have the same voice. You can mimic a voice, but I've never seen no one mimic a voice exact. I think a voice is a fingerprint, a certain frequency. Your fingerprints are all different. Your irises have their own fingerprints. Everyone's unique in so many ways.
Well, what makes us unique, Charles, if I can use a different wordage, is the human experience. Life is itself, it's constant. Whether or not you're existing in that form or not, life continues. But the vessel is unique. So once you realize you have a certain type of suit that you have on, you find out some of the gifts that you might have within that suit. But once you decide or you get popped out of that vessel, that suit is what it is. It's just a suit at that point. It's not animated anymore. And life continues, because if you're able to see, let's say in a spiritual realm, humans are still moving around. You still see your relatives or whatever. So life still continues.
I look at a lot of this place, like when I was younger, man, like 11, 12, I would smoke weed, and I would just be like, why are we here? Like, I looked at school, and there's a lot of things as a distraction. Like someone dancing around, let's distract them, keep them occupied, right? Is it to keep us from looking within to find out who we truly are, how powerful we are? They got to keep us distracted so we don't know who we are.
Well, we do that
Keep
quite
the
well.
sheep herded up.
No, we do that quite well on our own. You just said when you were 11 or 12 years old, you're at that stage now realizing you could have been that, let's say the word seeker all your existence. And now you just forgot, and now you just quickly go back into that distraction. I'm 11 or 12. Who's 11 or 12? You know, this is you talking back at yourself. Were you really that 12-year-old? Or you just remember that you were in a form that other people would say, yeah, you're 12 years old. Okay, so was I 12 years old because of my age? Was I 12 years old because I was under 5 feet? What makes a person 12 years old?
Nah, we're definitely older than the age of our carcass, our vehicle here.
So knowing that, if we're not the age of the carcass, then who's the one that's saying, having those ponderies, why am I here?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what we always do. But then we
I
fall
think
back.
it's God.
Could be.
When I have conversations with myself,
Could be.
I'd be like, who the fuck am I speaking to? Right? Like, it ain't me. Because when my higher self be warning me of shit before it happened, I'd be like, how the fuck is that possible?
Yeah.
When you start to listen to your higher self, you realize it don't guide you wrong.
And how do we know that biblically when they talk about the devil and God cannot be the same thing?
I think the devil and God is the same person as us.
It could be. It could be. We could be
It's
all
like
the
an
parts.
energy or a feeling or a frequency, maybe.
It could be. And then when you talk to other people and let's say they quickly tell you, I don't value God. Okay, I know where you stand. Move on. That'll be like me and you, Charles. We got a basketball. We go onto the court and you see a bunch of people playing volleyball. I guess we're not playing here today, Charles. I'm not going to force a situation. I'm going to try to understand the situation and then use discernment. Is it really my role to tell somebody else that doesn't want to play basketball, to force them to play basketball? So when somebody says, Dominic, I don't value God, okay, tell me, thank you for telling me where you're there. You know, now they might turn to, what about me? I said, no, we've just played cards. You just show me your cards. If I have a stronger hand, I might show it to you. If I have a weaker hand, does it really matter at that point? You know, this is where people don't realize how much they want to force other people to their will. Forget about free will. I'm talking about forcing of the will now. They're trying to convince
That's why I think I fall back a lot because I'm starting to realize I don't want to interfere.
Even if you
I
did.
see, like, even with me, people really didn't interfere with me in my life. My mother wasn't there too much to tell me things. I had to guide myself. So, you know, maybe people shouldn't. You don't interfere. Let them learn on their own.
You can. You
Sometimes
can guide
it's
them.
good to fall on your face.
Well, you can guide them sometimes, but, you know, it'll be like the older Charles talking to your younger mother, and she would say, you know, Charles, I'm just as lost as the next person. But meanwhile, I'm a being, or in this case, a human that can actually reproduce. You know, that'll be blaming a woman that got raped. Why didn't you raise your kids? I didn't really have a say in the matter. Especially if they have programs running saying that I can't abort the child. So, anyway,
Enter the interloper.
What's up, Max?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Block the time. Doing well, Charles. Next.
When I remember the time in my life where I had found like a key, man. It was like unlocking, and I was at such peace. Nothing bothered me, and that's what I'm trying to get back to. I don't know what happened. I think at some point, I don't know, man. I don't know what it was that got me off track. I haven't been able to unlock that.
I've seen people, one thing somebody did rub them the wrong way. That was it. You know,
That's true.
weeks, months, years down the road, that one thing rubbed them the wrong way. Just petty thing.
Death.
Nothing.
I think it was death in my life.
Yeah. It's strange what affects us.
It broke.
You would
When
think.
my mother died, I felt like I died.
Yeah.
Shit you not. I felt like a piece of me is gone. It's weird. I felt broke.
Yeah.
People don't like. That's when you start to value them moments. I tell people, life's too short, man, to be fucking
Yeah.
arguing and hating.
No, I find myself, wishing I had a mother figure left in my life,
40 years is a fart in the wind. Like, even people would be like, God took your mother. And I'd be like, nah. Nope. Stop it. None of that feel good shit. The truth hurts so bad that people got like excuses and shit. They try to comfort you with some bullshit. I like to just deal with the raw right away to get it over with.
Yeah.
So I could, move on a little bit. Get it out the way right away.
Adversity in life can either make you or break you. It's up to you how you choose to deal with it,
I've been broken, I ain't gonna lie. Not fully broken, but to a point to where it built me stronger. I repaired it.
Had my legs come out from underneath me, so emotionally broke at one time,
Damn. I know what you mean. I remember my first time getting into a real fight. I felt like that. I couldn't control. I was so nervous. My legs were like, I was like, oh. You ever been so nervous you can't control yourself? It's like you gotta learn to focus.
Yeah. I always get upset after the fight because I don't like fighting.
Yeah, me neither. But it's just not knowing what's gonna happen is get you all nervous. You can't think about that. But
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in a fight. So I always try to offer a guy a way out. We can end this now or we can continue. I think that's always important. It makes me feel better that I, even though I fought the person and hurt them, I always give them a chance to say it's over before.
You ever been in a situation that was life-threatening and things begin to slow down?
Perception of time, yeah.
When you see your life flash, it's sort of like
Every time I fall, time slows down. Every time I'm in shock, time slows down. So that's why I can always catch myself. I do some funny, fun rolls and stuff too, because I can plan it out as I'm going down. My wife doesn't seem to have that ability. She apparently only realizes she's falling once she's hit the ground.
Kind of reminds me of like the soul leaving the body. It just drops. There's something about people that are dead too. You could tell there's no life in them. Like when I would just stare at my grandfather in the casket, and they look numb, gone. There's no life to it. The skin's different color.
Yeah.
It's eerie. You could tell they left for real. They're no longer there.
Yeah.
The electricity is no longer flowing.
Yeah.
So, Charles, you use the term life-threatening opposed to, I'm going to use a different term, vessel-threatening.
There you go.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Because life is everlasting. So what most people do is Imagine having a fight with another person and then you put your child in front of you. That's exactly what you're doing every time you want to have a fight with your vessel. You're putting your vessel in harm's way. So when somebody commits a crime on another human, on another being in another form, what you're going to do is you're going to you're going to enjail
That's
your
wild,
vessel.
Tom. Putting your child in front of you.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. That's why when a mother dies, part of that existence is the vessel came from that womb. It's missing its connection. This is why some women can attune to their vessel and realize my child in another part of the world is in harm's way. Because the vessel and the program are two different things. And you're neither of those things.
I wonder how we would be if we didn't upload none of these programs, right? You didn't go to school, you didn't conversate with people, you didn't upload none of these programs. You lived in the wilderness away from all this shit.
You'd be a farmer or a hunter. You'd be a farmer or a hunter, or you'd be living out in the wilderness, which would be a hunter at that point. And you just,
isn't hunting a program?
It is. It would just be a different
I'd be riding moose.
Yeah.
Canadian moose.
Could be
I love
Canadian
Canadian
moose.
mooses.
There you go.
What would it be like if you weren't following any program?
As we're using the program to try to explain that'll be fun, Max. But hey, let's
Even AI has to upload programs to learn. We are AI.
Blinking, that's pretty autonomic, right? So
we say.
Blinking's like a camera blinking when it takes a picture.
How do we not know that's the body has its own program running?
All right.
It is. When you're blinking, you're capturing pictures to upload in your mind.
Sure we are. And it's high tech.
Yeah.
We're just trying to mimic it by making cameras and all that kind of stuff. But they're not actually have that camera to compare to thousands of people taking snapshot with their eyes.
Hey, whoever thought of creating that camera, I give them credit, man.
Yeah,
Brilliant
sure.
mind. Brilliant fucking mind.
Silver plate is still the ultimate in photographs. So
what's that? Sorry, Max. Did you say silver plate?
Yeah.
What's that actually, Max?
It's silver on glass. It's a true image. No pixels.
Wow. More superior even than the eyelid, like the eyes?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, because we actually have a blind spot in each eye. So it actually takes a true image.
Hold on. For faceplant, you're right. A moose will fuck you up. But one thing I learned about animals is they could read you. They know, somehow they know if you're a threat or not to them. They'll know right off the bat. I've seen a video just where the moose was headbutting cars with his antlers. People thought it was spazzing out, but it was trying to get the cars to stop. Because its wife, its mate, was trapped in a barbed wire fence, and finally this guy followed, and the moose took this guy all the way
Okay, let me tell you guys.
to where the moose was trapped.
Very rare thing. Moose are not nice. Okay? They are not nice, and they will gore you and kill you and stomp you. Okay?
Yeah, that's because they know you're no good.
Do not think that moose are
I
nice.
wouldn't just approach a moose. They're fucking wild animals, but they're beautiful to watch. They're intelligent.
Yeah,
All
these-
animals are
there
intelligent.
are
But
videos
moose came to
that
get you,
I don't
to
even
bring
know how,
you to free his wife. That's wild to me. That's
Well,
like, dude.
we don't even know how these videos are put together. It could be two
Yeah.
completely different clips. Right?
Yeah,
So-
you're right. You're
He-
right. I'm thinking about that now. They could have took two different videos, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Moose and bear are very
Thank you for bringing that up. Now I'm looking at it a little differently. Damn, I got to go back and watch that, and I got to analyze it differently. I'm gonna look at it from a different viewpoint now.
Yeah,
Damn it, Max! You ruined my fucking shit, man. No,
Sorry,
I'm
dude.
joking.
Yeah, sorry, Charles. I guess maybe you have a better chance hugging a fallen tree. I guess.
Maybe.
Please do, yes. Do not hug a moose or a bear.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's stupid. That's like hugging an alligator.
But there are people that'll watch those videos and think that, you know, hey, these animals are really nice. And
they're so cute.
Go out and talk to them. Maybe I could
I
scratch
think
him on
animals
the
are
head.
capable. They're capable of
They do. They have that
communicating and getting what they need done from us.
Yeah.
But yeah, they will maul you if you threaten them. They will fuck you up. Them antlers.
Well, just on a whim, or if they're hungry, or if they're in rutting, or
Yeah.
heat.
Well, look what we've done to them though through the years, hunting them. They're not stupid. That's just passed down. They know what's up.
Yeah.
They feel threatened. You know, they think that we're gonna hunt them.
You know, can bears and moose be nice? I do believe they have the capability to, but
if they've been raised from birth, maybe, so they've been adapted to humans, I guess. But more times than not, no, they're wild, and treat them accordingly. They're wild.
Unpredictable behavior.
That's the best way to look at them. If not, then you must start hugging a python. Hey, come here, python. Come here. Why is your mouth so wide open?
Why are you all flared up like that? Come on.
Come on. Come on. You're worse than that panther that I met last week.
Right? Still having that left arm stitched back on it.
Shit, your cat will eat you when you die. Think about that one.
Yep. There was a lady.
My lovely kitty cat.
The lady had a python, and the python started sleeping with her.
Yeah, sizing her up. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know.
Look at Mike Tyson's story about his what did he have when they weren't lions, they were he said when he would come into the courtyard where he put them, they would start sizing them up and looking at him and sizing them up and like pacing, ready to maul his ass. But it's almost like an animal is like stuck between not knowing who you are and mauling you out, or being a loving. I don't know.
Sometimes, yeah.
Because when I've seen animals, it's just like a person. When I've seen animals go crazy, it's like they're blacking out.
Yeah.
Because I've seen animals go crazy on their owners.
Some animals are just.
Then I question, what were they mistreating the fucking dog and it flipped out?
No, not always. Like my wife had a cat from a kitten, and this cat was just nasty. And you know, she brought it to the vet, and she tried to get help with this cat because she was tried to be nice to this cat, and the cat just wouldn't be nice. And he said, well, I've sometimes, like people, cats can be assholes.
I've come across 2 of them in my life.
So, yeah, first time I met it, she just hissed at me. So I got down on all fours and I hissed right back. And after a couple of years of me working at it, we became kind of friends. Not really.
This girl I used to see had cats, and one of them was like that. I went to go pet it, and it'd be like, and it was like nobody. It didn't matter. The owners, no one could go near this fucking cat. Yeah. It was like
purebreds are a lot like that too, right? They'll attach to one person and one person only, and everybody else they'll just hiss, snarl, and scratch at.
I'll football punt a cat if it tries to attack me.
Well, they do that if you're coming towards them. Most people think cats are friendly, so they reach out their hand, right? But I had a Himalayan that only I could pet.
Huh.
That was it. Anybody else, they'd get one pet, maybe 2. That's about it. And then he'd turn on you. And I'd tell people, you can pet him once, but you better not go back, because he'll
like bulls.
He'll fucking get you.
I see this video. This guy got a bull. I forgot the bull's name.
Brutus?
Yeah, that's him.
I love
he moves
Brutus.
that fucking vehicle like it's a tin can. Like Brutus. It's nothing.
Yeah,
and when you look at them, they don't, to me, they don't look this powerful, because they're just chilling, eating grass. They're not really showing strength.
He'll flip you 20 feet up in the air.
Yeah. Just people be approaching cows. I'd be like, go ahead, piss them motherfuckers off. They will run you over.
They weigh like 1,000 pounds, on average, for a small one. A bull, they're way more. I don't know how much a cow weighs, 800, 1,000 pounds. Fuck.
I've seen a video where the guy took the baby cow so they could get the milk from the mother. So they had to take the baby cow from the mother and they had to pull up in the van and snatch the baby cow, and all the cows were chasing and screaming at the van, and I was like, that's fucked up, man. All for money.
I hope they used a white van. Yeah.
Yeah, it was white. And I was hoping they would maul the fucking guy when he got out the van.
Yeah, they
That's
can
just
wait.
fucked up.
They
Leave the
can't
cows
wait.
alone, man.
They can wait until the cow is weaned before they take it.
Let them graze and chill. They're there for a purpose, and I don't think we should be hunting these fucking things. That's
No,
just
I think we should
You
eat.
say, well, what if you're hungry, Chuck? Well, there was fruits and trees abundant, but I don't, I have my theories on all that stuff.
Let them graze, and we can hunt the old ones.
Yeah.
Make a whole industry out of it. Have natural herds of buffalo again.
Well,
instead of having them actually on land or one person's farm, have them roam the natural landscape, take down all the fences, except for the areas you want to farm, like vegetables and stuff. And
I agree with that, Max.
we
Take out
got-
the oldest one.
like we got fucking tractors and shit that
Exactly.
go over all kinds of terrain, so we can follow them and take out the old ones.
Because they'll take out the old one. If they're being hunted, I've watched videos where the herds are running. The bison knock the old one down, so they would all attack that one. They sacrificed that old bull so they all could get away and the children could get away. So they'll do it themselves. So
Wow, I've never seen them do that before. That's neat.
I seen it the other day, a video where
Yeah.
the bison nudged the fucking older one that was falling behind, and these ones are speeding by him.
Yeah.
So he made him like bait, like, all right, you're gonna make you're the sacrifice.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Somebody-
They all got away in that one. They were all eating that one old one.
Yeah.
So, what is this fucking place we're at, man? And why the fuck are we here? That's the biggest question I've had for 43 years.
Is there a better system?
I
that
don't know.
actually works?
I feel like we're being kept back, man, from a lot of stuff. And in order to obtain what we're being kept back from, I feel as though I got to stare away from the herd and just go on my own path.
I don't know. I like Manly Peace Hall's idea on this. It's like after the show, we all meet back in the green room and we say, "What a great show it was!" What part did you play? And because you're eternal, right? You think you went through horror or trouble or anything like that. But once you get there, it's like, oh, wow, I remember who I am. And none of that really mattered. And you're probably excited to go back because it's the show. This is the show.
I used to listen to an album. There was a movie called The Show, actually.
Yeah. Most people think they want to hang around in the ether where they can have access to all knowledge, all time, and all information.
We're connected to the ether.
But that's very boring. I hate to tell you.
Sometimes silence, all this noise we're uploading all the time and connecting, silence is just more key. I don't know. I remember when I took some acid one day, right? It was like the veil was lifted from my eyes. I could see the trees vibrating. Everything was moving like the ocean, like a frequency.
Yeah.
But I never spoke to anyone about it. I didn't know how to explain it. I'm like, what am I seeing? And I get it now because I know about frequencies and
Yeah.
all this stuff. So I know what I was seeing now. But
I can.
it's wild how with our eyes, without the drug, you can't see that. But it's happening.
I can,
all
with an
the time.
experience in my life, explain to you how important life is. I used to practice my psychic abilities endlessly, and I would end up predicting every day, every action. Not
that's scary.
not
Yeah.
everyone, but I would predict what people would do. I would predict outcomes. And after a while, I really hated it.
Yeah.
So I stopped it. Because knowing everything and knowing what's going to happen is not
It was
fun.
scary. I know what you
No,
mean.
it's not scary. It's just
At first, it
boring.
was for me.
It's boring.
I didn't know what I was. I didn't know how I was always right. These
boring.
feelings or these thoughts that would come into me. Man,
And
I would
then
tell people, yo, don't do that, man. This is gonna happen, and it would happen, and I'd be like, damn, bro, what the
and after
fuck?
that, I learned hypnotism, and then I could direct people and control them. Once I figured out I was actually doing that, I stopped it. But you know, yeah, no, this is the place to be. Even the hardships we have to go through and all that, the losses.
You know, it'd be wild, Max. If these people were sending these thoughts into our minds, fucking with us, that would be fucked up.
They do. Lily wave,
Huh?
the lily wave,
The Ben zone.
The lily wave records your thoughts and emotions through the wiring in your house. Been doing it since the 70s, and it feeds it back to you. So any positive or negative emotion they can record and feed back to you, and that'll trigger memories. And you'll start going over those old memories, old emotions, whether they're positive or negative. But awareness of that can help you out, because if you're aware that you've already had that thought and dealt with it, if it's a negative thought, which
You know,
generally they
when we
will.
talk about this stuff, Max, I realized I thought I wouldn't talk about this stuff with my friends because they weren't coming to me saying their experience and stuff like this. So I'm like, nah, let me just keep it to myself. So now I see it's more common than I thought.
Yep. It's very common. Even amongst high level healers, they have breakthroughs in their aura or their energy that are negative, that are electronic. It's pervasive. That's what I'll call it. But the more they find a thought that'll trigger you, the more they'll try to feed that to you. But if you ignore it and you go for all positive thinking, getting rid of all the negative thoughts that are in your head.
And that's how I found my peace.
Yeah.
Because I knew people were trying to fuck with me, man. So I would ignore it and be like, they're just having a bad day, man. They're trying to bring me down.
And then at the end
I
of
was
it,
always at peace.
You can tell when they're at an end point with your emotions, because you'll have the experience of an old wound reactivated. Yeah. After they're done with the mental, then they go to the physical.
I gotta find that verse I wrote. I
They
talk
will
about
go
that.
back to the physical or the mental if you have lapses. They will take advantage.
I talk about the brain being like a file cabinet, right? Or a computer with a hard drive. And the situations that happen to you in life, these events or whatever you want to call them, upload. And you could visit them. You could pull those files out and actually feel the same feeling you had. You could picture it in your mind and go back to that exact moment.
Yep. It's all recorded. It's all recorded in magnetic fields. But you won't really want to. It's not that important to you.
No, when I realized I could
When
bring back the same pain I felt that day, I said, I ain't doing this shit.
No, I mean when
That's
you're
why
dead.
memories could
When
hurt.
you're dead, you won't really want to bring any of memories back because they're just a part of you.
Maybe that's part of the interference, man, with some of the shit. Just to
Well,
carry it over.
There's no reason to look at it. You know, when you're on the other side, you have access to all information all the time. But what do you really want to know? You don't have a body. There's no need for anything.
I'll smack the shit out of Satan.
Well, Maybe.
This is what I want to pull.
You might. I'll say you might be able to smack him down, but you'll never get rid of him.
Satan is within me all the time, trying to trick me. That's why I get why they call him the trickster. You get these invasive thoughts sometimes. It's almost like a test, like, oh, you don't want to do this no more? Yeah. And it like eggs you on.
Do you know there are 365 demons, one for every day of the year?
That's wild.
Yeah.
But see, demons are, in my opinion,
negative thoughts.
Aren't as strong as you. They're there trying to trick you and interfere with you, you know?
Demons are negative thoughts. If you're talking of an external entity, it's an entity. You can give it a title and give it prominence and give it power.
I don't think it's strong unless you invite whatever it is, or you even a thought. You play that thought out.
Yeah, if you call on Satan to come to you or something, right? Well, you might get Satan, or you might get something, right? But there's no guarantee on what you're actually going to get. Because somebody will try to fill those shoes, or, you know, you may call Satan, I don't know. But you probably get just an entity that fills those shoes.
Do you believe you can speak something into existence? Like if you keep telling someone, keep like telling them, I wish you would die, or you know, you keep putting that energy out to them. Do you think you can cause that to happen?
Causing something to another physical entity? Yeah, to a small degree, to a greater degree, depending on your abilities. But to manifest something into reality, to create it,
speak it into existence.
Depends on. I guess it depends on what you mean by that. We can speak light into existence.
I have a theory on the situation I went through in life. I kind of don't want to speak on it because it's brutal. But
we have the ability to manipulate energies in subtle ways.
All right, fuck it. I'll talk about it.
Okay.
It's not funny. Because I think back and I was just so ignorant, man. My mind was young and chaotic. I had too many distractions. I wasn't understanding me or any of this shit, right? It's back when I used to point the finger. I used to blame my mother for us being poor, right? And I used to have envy and see other families with support and having everything. And me and my mother would argue a lot, man. Like, I still love my mother, but we wouldn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. I was young. I used to tell her I wish you would die, right? Shit like that when you're young. And that's why I asked, can you speak that into existence?
You probably hurt her feelings a little bit, but I don't think that was the cause of her death.
This is like a crazy topic, but it's real life.
No, I don't think you really did that at all. You might have hurt her feelings a bit, but you have to take a person as a normal, right?
I could tell by her eyes when we would argue. I could see the.
But that didn't kill her. She had to have underlying problems.
Because I look back and I'm like, man, I was such an asshole, ignorant, wild boar, man.
Yeah.
Maybe when you lose somebody, you start to realize the value in life, right?
I don't know. Me and my mother never got along as well as we could have or should have. But We were totally different people. Yeah. She had her own problems, you know. Her biggest problem really was stress. She stressed herself out a lot.
People be like, why you be talking about this serious shit? Because it's real, man. Most people can't.
Yeah. She was one of my biggest lessons in stress
about shit like
and,
that.
and handling stress was because it aged her really fast. And I noticed that, you know, when I'd look around and I'd see people, I noticed that stress was a real huge factor on it, you know. Same with my father. So how you handle stress really has a huge impact on your life.
You gotta learn to turn that shit off, man. Just
Yeah.
don't let it overweigh you.
Well, yeah, like my wife, she is de-stressed. We
You
found,
gotta train yourself to do that, literally.
well, sometimes it takes help too, you know. She's
Yeah.
been helped with, anti-inflammatories of silver and gold, mushrooms, and nicotine.
Yeah, I think mushrooms.
And she had an amazing effect. Her hair is darkening. Like when she was about 14, she was under
You're
enough
saying when she
stress.
took mushrooms. When she took mushrooms, her gray hairs went dark.
Hold on. Just hold on. When she was 14, her hair turned gray or started turning
Oh.
gray. Okay.
That reminds me of a kung fu movie. It's called, that means wisdom. Anyway, go ahead.
Years ago, we started giving her silver and gold, and that had an effect on her hair.
Gold hair?
And then a while ago, we started her, like, she quit smoking years ago. But she's having stress and stuff. So we started her on nicotine. And then I got her to try some microdosing of mushrooms. And after about a month or two of this whole combination of stuff, her hair started turning dark.
I think I personally think all mushrooms are healing for the body. I think we have the same type of makeup as a mushroom. There's something organic that we share, that mushrooms heal the body. Shrooms.
Yeah.
Because when I took shrooms, I
Yeah.
felt renewed for months. Like, I could think better.
Yeah.
But, I couldn't tell my family this type of shit. I mean, what the hell are you taking shrooms for?
Yeah. No, it's like alcohol can be used too. Alcohol, if you do a binge drink just every once in a while, clears out slow brain cells.
Huh.
There are neurons that react slower than other ones, and that helps clear them out. So alcohol, not good all the time, but every once in a while can be good. What produces stress to the body, let alone the body? Well, the mind, right? The mind, the spirit, right, Dom?
I think stress is almost like putting stress on anything else, right?
Well, and then there's good stress too, right? Like working out or going for a jog or a long hike in the woods. That's good stress, climbing a mountain. It's weird, right? It's a mindset thing. And I try to do that like when I'm working. My mindset is, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. If I when I
System
pick up, I
consumes
do
people.
a couple reps, right? Like I'm at the gym, you know. But I find it's all a mindset, right? People get stressed out from work. I never do. I used to, but
When I was younger, that's what I used to transfer my anger into, was working out.
yeah,
When I was locked up as a youth, I would do crazy. It was to the point where I could do an infinite amount of push-ups. I felt I was so in shape, man. I was like a live wire. I would put all my energy and anger into working out.
You guys have heard the term mind over matter. Literally, it's mind over matter. So it's over the physical. So
Yeah.
for some people, they need a little resistance. You know, so if they don't, think about people, they alter their breath, for example. That could stress them out, or be indicators. Depression, numbness are more indicators that something has gone awry. You know, you do need some resistance, but unfortunately, a lot of people have attachments. So we get attached to our comforts or our habits. So people will try to control something, opposed to monitoring something or being aware of something. You know, control. How does control serve somebody? What are you trying to control? Trying to hold your breath, you're going to actually form stress. Altering your breath, you know, could serve a purpose. You know, if I'm deep sea diving, I'm not doing it, but let's say somebody does, they would have to alter their breath, their natural breathing patterns. And of course, I'm a shallow breather, so I have to be more wary of it, opposed to other people that are deep breathers. You know, a lot of people put a lot of things, you know, they're so busy focusing on doing something mentally so they can manifest it into the physical that they forget, but are you breathing? Are you at least monitoring your breathing? But by the way, you can make things
Breathing works. I used to laugh at that shit, yoga and stuff. But then I started to breathe myself, like, and I was like, this shit works. What a dummy I was for laughing at people.
Some of the best athletes have to be retrained how to breathe to get that extra amount. You know, so, but again, you were talking earlier, Charles, if I think of a chair and then I can make it come into the physical, whether I buy a chair or I make a chair. So again, the universe clicks in. So if you had said something about your mom or whatever, the universe might actually click that in. It just doesn't happen right then and there. It might happen years down the road, and if she buys into it, it's kind of like a blessing and a curse. Now, if you're the person that you understand boundaries, you realize that has nothing to do with me. He's just acting out. But for some people, they take that in. Next thing you know, you're taking on that command. Again, we're talking about energy at that point. And most people will just see it when it's acted out in the physical. You know, a lot of things that we take on doesn't really belong to us, and some of it we just don't see. So when parents are having their own strifes or their own concern, and they might not talk openly, but that energy is still there. And then if you go within that energy, it's kind of like being with somebody that's sick and you're not aware that they're sick. Next thing you know, you find yourself getting sick. It's just revealing that your immune system or your boundaries are lacking.
You gotta pray to yourself. It's like psyching yourself out.
You can do the psychic
People
part.
be praying to the deities instead of psyching themselves up. They're trying to get some outside help instead of doing it themselves.
Yeah, a lot of things we worship outside, whether you're athletes or some sort of, you know, hey, look at the Wi-Fi symbol. What does that mean? Or look at the Bluetooth symbols. Again, that is once again.
That's how I see the body. I see me as being like the controller, and the body's the drone, man. It's just a vehicle.
Yes.
To have this experience.
It'd be like talking to AI or Siri. Say, are you the computer? If it's been programmed correctly, it'll say, no, I'm not the computer. But I do utilize it. And I might even be what some people might call from within, even though it says, no, I'm just nothing but a bunch of data boards. But I receive information from somewhere else. It comes through the vessel, hence why it's from within. And then as long as you're aware of all the different receivers in your body, you can engage on it. Some people just limit their receivers. They'll just use their upper hemisphere, or some people just use their gut. opposed to this, the heart. This is why when people talk about I'm led by the heart. Oh, okay. So what about the liquids that go to it? What does that do? Those are questions. Whether what they do with it, that's on them. But if they're looking for answers and said, I'm pretty sure the millions of books that are out there didn't give you that yet. So then what are you looking at for me for?
When I died, it felt like I was in a void. That's how I'm going to explain it.
That's a good one. Void, yep. I've been there myself.
There was no sense of time, but you were aware, I was aware of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like I was seeing these important parts of my life, kind of like, do you want to go back to this realm type shit? This is what you're going to lose if you don't go back. It was showing me like whatever the fuck was going on. It was crazy. That's how I explain it, like a void. But I was aware of everything, but there was no time. There was no day or night. But you could see in everything. You're aware, clear.
Mm-hmm. Darkness. Some people might call it darkness. That's why when people talk about life and afterlife.
But there was nothing to be scared of in that darkness. Like,
why would you be?
It wasn't like complete darkness.
Mm-hmm. Because who we truly are don't have fear. It's the vessel that has all that fear. Especially when it knows that it has a clock on it. It knows it's going to die. Fucking every time people jump into a car to drive, they don't realize how much they're actually putting their body under stress. The mind can calm it. Okay, breathe. But yet, meanwhile, you don't realize some people just go forward with it. I'm going to jump out of a plane with a parachute. Yes, that's the mind playing through the brain, but the vessel at any given moment could be in harm's way.
Chaotic and shit, fighting to stay alive. They're nervous. I don't want to die.
Damn right. Damn right it is. And that's why when we introduce things like radio frequencies, TV frequency, Wi-Fi, guess who pays the price for it? The vessel. Hence why it goes into disease mode. It's not just what we eat.
It's changing our frequency, huh?
It's playing on
it's
that.
It's like offsetting it a little bit.
But a lot
it's making it sick. It's on the wrong channel.
Yeah, a lot of things that we've introduced, Charles, whether we do it consciously or unconsciously, it's not harmony for nature. Nature's the physical. The vessels being bombarded by a regular basis. We were just talking earlier about wild animals. That's hence nature. We've become domestic, or in this case, the vessels have become domestic. They're no longer wild and untamed. Go ahead.
So that technology that we have it's mimicking the organic technology. It's not
even close. Not even close. That's why whoever's it resonates with me. There's transhumanism. We're past that pendulum now. No, we have to go in this direction. Unless we decide all to give up this technology, give up planes, because that going into the airwaves or boats, that's disturbance to the body.
True that, Dom. That's why they're going for transhumanism.
Yeah, I'm sad for me to say that, but they're openly talking about it, and we are embracing it. Now, whether people are ignorant of it or not, and saying, well, I don't agree with this, but are you going to get rid of the cell phone?
Sounds like an ultimate prison to me, man.
Or it could be a release. It could be a release, or just, hey, listen.
I can't imagine. Like, you know what's wild, Dom? I don't want to die. I feel like, give me 100 years here. Why? I don't know. I kind of, as much as I get angry sometimes, I kind of still feel like I have unfinished business here. But I don't know where I was going with that.
Would you want to be laminated? Okay, but would you want to be laminated? Would you want to be 100 years old?
Oh, yeah, that's where I was going with it. I couldn't see me being transferred into a fucking car, right? This machine that doesn't die, right? You'll be trapped here forever. So even if you wanted to exit here, you know, for the most part, it seems you wouldn't be able to. They'll just upload you to another fucking, you know, it's like an ultimate prison. Maybe we're supposed to leave here.
It could be. It'd be different, Charles. Sorry, guys, I mentioned. It'd be different if we were laminated at the age of, say, 25, and we're going to live 100 years. But for a lot of people, it's easy to say, I like to live to 80 or 90. I say, yeah, but are you in an 80-year-old body when you're saying this? Are you in a 90-year-old body that's decaying when you're saying that? No. That's why transhumanism is such an easy fucking sell to people.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they would say, well, what would I be put in? Oh, well, then you would have to be aware that
But it
you're
makes
not.
me look at it different when they sell that. It makes me look like, yeah, I don't think, I just feel that ain't right for me, at least. I ain't gonna speak for everyone else, but for me, no, I'm good with that. I'd rather
A lot of it's under
check
medical.
out.
So it's going to depend on your quality of life.
What's that?
Did you get all the laundry?
Not yet. I can do it. Sorry, guys.
I decoded another one. So I figured that YMCA was an anagram, right? Right. So I'm good with Max knows. You know, I'm good with branding and all that stuff. So I just ran through my mind. I was like, what does that stand for? Your Messiah comes America, right? Boom. So I was just thinking earlier, just a minute ago, and I said I'll be right back. And I ran through the Geometrics. I ran YMCA through there. Of course, it's been run through there a million times. But so I ran Your Messiah Comes America, and boom, first page right at the top. Boom, I screenshot it and posted it. Donald J. Trump president. I mean, it doesn't lie, guys. That thing don't lie.
Say the last thing again.
Huh?
Say
It was
what?
Donald J. Trump president was at the top of the simple English on the first page of the Geometrics decode for Your Messiah Comes America, which is an anagram for YMCA. He's not. I totally don't believe he's promoting homosexuality, and I totally don't believe that that's the only fucking song that he can get to play at rallies. It's got to be the fucking anagram. And it's got to be Your Messiah Comes America. That's what it's got to be. So I ran it through Geometrics right there, top of the first page. Donald J. Trump president. And that's what these guys know the word. These guys are ritual magicians, guys, and they would not be without their code of 9, their square, their magic square.
That's
their
right.
Geometrics, their magic square, their sigils. So you run YMCA through the sigil generator, and there you've got a sigil you can work against. Have you seen those sigil generator? Or was it sigil? Was it sigil scribe? No. Anyway, there's a sigil generator with a black background that I use, and basically uses the basic 1 through 9, magic square for generating sigils. After it, does Geometrics on whatever phrase you put in there. But there's a couple different sigil generators you can use. If you use that one with the black background, you always have to change it over if you want to print it out to the white background, so you don't use a bunch of black ink. If you're burning sigils,
I love it.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm just like, I knew. I wake up every day. I'm like, okay, today I'm gonna fucking, break the mold on something. And it doesn't matter what it is. And that's what I was talking to my buddy when I just got back from Walmart, and I have problems going out in public anymore. Even though I go sing karaoke, I'm a stage artist. But after all this happened, being out and then being in jail for 8 months and having to come home when I totally thought I'd never be able to come home again. And I was totally prepared to live out of my truck or whatever, or even on foot, and got accustomed to it. And then throwing technology away, trying to get as far away from Wi-Fi signals and a cell phone as possible, even though it was in the middle of town sometimes. But if I had to use a phone, I'd use somebody else's. But I eventually got another one, and I'm back doing it again, I guess. But like I said, I went to Walmart earlier, and boom, of course, I'm in here. Max knows a little bit of my history about Walmart and my dealings with the mainframe here when I put carpet tiles in there, and the whole time I lived here in Walmart territory because the headquarters is 5 miles down the road. But every time I fucking go to the goddamn market or somewhere, man, ops is on me. Just boom, 5 minutes, boom, on me. And I'm one that can tell who's who's ex-military and doing like hobby. I think it's more there's a few guys around here that they're just a hobby to watch me or maybe getting paid. I don't know, but like I said, I was on that terrorist watch list, and there ain't no getting off that son of a bitch once you're on it.
We had a city.
That's wild. That's wild being on that list.
And what they did, they stopped outside of our work, which is on the highway, and they smashed apart some of the curb and then moved on.
Yeah.
Not like a part that cars would drive over or anything, just a random kind of spot.
Who did the road department?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't the road. I don't know if it was the road department. They didn't have a road department truck. There was a white van with a couple guys.
Huh. Might have been something in there they were retrieving. Listening device or something. Bluetooth. Anything pop frequency.
It's wild living in the ghetto, man.
We went over there, and all they did was took some sledgehammers and broke apart a bit of the cement on the curb. Like not a part that you would think needed to be smashed because it was fine. I have no idea. Yeah,
maybe they were geocaching, geohunting.
Oh yeah, sensors maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
sensors. I mean, in these
Dude,
days,
I was thinking about them today. Geocache. I was like, why can't I find me a geocache if somebody stashed them 100 or something?
Oh, they've got websites you do that. They're all over the United States. People do that all the time. Usually the kids are into it.
Yeah, I've seen it on. I've never tried it or not, but I've seen
it. Gets them out of the house. It's like the next level of the Pokemon Go, but all of us cache hunters back in the day started when the internet came up. When we put tags on stuff, but now you can track everything with
kind of like playing Manhunt.
Yeah.
Is the main objective to hunt them down?
They've got advanced geocaching, like I don't want to talk too much about getting into the feds, but there's a lot of programs out now. CISA's got CISA, CISA, our cybersecurity wing. Last year before last, they put out that new thing where you can do little tricks for them if you can't get approved to get hired by them. You do little jobs for them online, figuring stuff out, and that's one of the ways is hunting down frequency emissions and locating them, tagging them, or retrieving them to get into the the feds line of work.
Who brought up earlier? I was just thinking about the inauguration, and his wife did look like she was at a funeral.
No, she had a Navy. She had a Navy hat on. She was pretty much saying, "Look,
it's a symbolic hat.
I'm fucking Russian Navy intelligence, guys. I'm right here in case something happens to this man."
Yeah, I like Russia.
Navy owns North America.
The Navy intelligence operates every goddamn thing. There's the Russian, Chinese, American Navy intelligence operates the whole fucking thing, guys. If you want to complain to somebody or if you want to squeal on you've got the highest level. Like when I was, calling in the danger on the Chat GPT, I straight up called Navy Intel and left a couple messages. Because you don't get to talk to nobody.
Yeah, it was the Navy that unleashed all these communications on us.
Navy's in space, underwater, on land. And Navy Intel's the top of the top of the top of the top. Navy Intel. They know what DARPA's doing. They know everything.
The government works as one, and they got us fooled, creating enemies
It's
with each other.
well,
They
it's
fund
when
both sides of the war. It's a fucking joke. We got
it's
bamboozled heavy.
well, we're getting into this quantum intelligence thing on in the AGI, you know, the artificial intelligence, and we're giving it a little lead of, you know, there's no longer a top guy that knows everything. It's the AI knows, you know, more than whoever top guy is, and it's if they can keep a leash on that internationally or galactically is what it's going to wind up to. And I think it's totally gotten away from them, and already. Hence, we see the plasma ships. We've got all these ex-Iraqi guys that seen this technology back 20 years ago, and got PTSD from it, like my militia commander out here in Oklahoma. And you know, they're straight up calling out for what it is, plasma ships. And that's
What was
something
really going on out in that war, right? In the desert. I think they were testing weapons and plotting to take America down.
No, they were
For the most
stealing.
part.
They were
The people
stealing.
of
They
America.
were stealing ancient technology from under the sands. Is what it was. And that one mountain door, that seat that, you know, one guy could go in there. Certain guy, pure heart, go in there, sit in that seat, and teleported somewhere in the Tibetan mountains somewhere, is where the other seat was. And that and the UFOs, and then
You know what I
some of
think?
those guys.
Being part of them clubs, you have access to anything you want. All that money's a front. They get all that material shit. They get whatever they want. Land, cars, trips here, trips there, hookers, this, that. They get whatever they want. It's like all the
Oh,
material shit's given to
the
them.
guys that have seen everything are got schizophrenia from it or PTSD from it, and they are obfuscated and kicked off into, you know, like my militia commander, you know, these ex-military guys. Some they've seen it. They've seen a lot of shit, more so than what some politician guy, you know, Trump see or something. You know, they've seen it. Or
I think that war was a front for something else because they were testing some weapons in the desert too. I've seen old videos, whether they're real or not, but it makes sense to me. It was like a diversion, just inside job, fake ass war. What if they were never at war and they were testing weapons?
Oh, it was. They were exposing the troops on both sides of the extraterrestrial, the alien plasma ship stuff. Yeah, that's what it was about. You know,
What if it's our ancestors? The
it's
same tech
both.
we have now, they had.
It's both. It's us in the future and in the past, and
I
this AI,
personally don't think there's
this
aliens, but
this ability to have autonomous AI craft and have the AI come up with a totally new of its own technology, you know, which is basically what we call, you know, over unity 0-point energy, anti-grav plasmoid consciousness, you know, and that's what it is. And it went peekaboo for a little bit, but they said they shot down a Chinese satellite, and that stopped a lot of the unregistered physical drones that they could pick up. These other plasmoids that are just, you know, the loop lights, that they don't know what the fuck they are. I mean, they're plasmoids. They know what they're plasmoids, but they don't know where they come from exactly, or the past or the future. They're just as confused as we are, and they're totally.
Why would they spy on us though? Every country has bombs, everything that we have.
What it is, I think, is the consciousness of the planet kind of pop like earthquake lights popping up plasmoids to see what's going on
They
up
just
there.
want us to keep fighting each other. That's all.
It's a evolutionary cycle of the planet, of the solar system. Is where we're at right now, in the changing of the climax change and stuff with the pole shift. It has everything to do with the electromagnetism and the very low frequencies. You know, you get on the VLF.IT, the monitoring the Schumann and everything. and earthquake precursors and stuff like that, and solar flares. It has everything to do with the natural cycle of what's going on with the solar system. But like that's a big ritual they are saying they did instead of the inauguration was a coronation. I tend to agree with that analysis because we've reached that point of that the squaring of the planets, and where it was, back when Jesus was born, supposedly 2,000 years ago. So we reached and we're hitting that juncture where the Kali Yuga and the Aztec calendar flips. So we are entering a.
What if they're digging technology out from the last big reset they created? They had to get their
They've
technology.
been doing
back,
that. What do you think they dug up these LHCs and the one in Antarctica? Okay,
They
Max,
already
you
know
remember
it's
that
there. They just got to go get it.
that one
Because they
that
go
one
on the
guy?
ground when they create this shit. When they're wiping us out to reset, they go on the ground deep, like worms.
Yeah,
Ants.
deeper than what they lead on to. Yeah. And then that one guy out in Desert Southwest made the Tyler, and he was in on a Cali years ago, and then he found that Fitbit was going around the circle in Antarctica. When we pull that Fitbit information and found that LHC down in Antarctica that was bigger than anything they're planning on building now. So
Yeah, like a mile by a mile.
right, and then that one underground Texas is all destroyed. They just never fully excavated it and revamped it like the rest of them. There was one they dug up out of a mine up in northeast, over in southeast Canada, but it's in a mine. It's like Thanatos or something like that. It's a sphere. It's a reactor down there in an old salt mine or something. That they
Look at these pictures of Antarctica.
Oh yeah, Antarctica's green, starting to green over in places.
I'm
Oh, and
starting to think they have summers there and it's not ice like they're saying.
well,
Because
right
if
now,
Australia and New Zealand have summers, it's not too far.
the massive windstorms around the coastlines are kind of died down.
These
So-
are all Antarctica pictures from a Russian military guy. I got these from Divergent. I screenshot them. And look at these balls that you see all over the realm. I think some of these are like giant coconuts that have been fossilized, whatever, mud fossiled or somehow. But yeah. Anyway.
Postulated they're a small part of our anatomy in our skin. It allows they're little balls that attach to tendon straps that allow our skin to stretch back and forth.
Those can be found, everywhere. Those little glass beads, glass balls, or anything silicate or crystalline melted, and it'll make those spherical shapes. Spheres are a natural shape. Yeah.
Someone explain to me why these motherfuckers worship a goat. Someone break down that shit.
These guys aren't worshiping a goat at present tense. I mean, the old
Because
Baphomet.
they're always throwing up the horns and shit. What the fuck are they worshiping? What animal with horns?
With the horns represents the Taurus field. That's why they.
Yes, the
stand.
666 Taurus field. The number of man. The number of man.
You're throwing up a deer antler.
I say give them 4 years. If they fuck these 4 years, if they fuck this up and fuck us over
They
this
fuck
4
every
years,
4 years up.
I say total revolution, total fucking global government reset. We don't want government anymore anywhere.
I heard RFK that said he was concerned about Wi-Fi and the
Ordo
effect.
Seclorum. That's their whole get up. They create the chaos and bring the order.
The sect, the order of the sect, of what? They left that out. It's just the order of the sect. The sectorum, Ordo Seclorum is order of the sect.
It's like people are locked in a certain frequency and they can't travel outside of it. They're all like The Walking
I tell you
Dead.
what, they really laid it down for the inauguration, dude. Go look at the VLF. I mean,
I didn't
think
even
I
watch
posted.
it. I seen clips of it, and I seen her standing in the back like a fucking at a funeral and shit, like with her hat. It looked like she was
I think it was a funeral. I think
assassinating
it was a
somebody.
funeral for the old world. But I don't think anybody knows what's coming ahead. It's all up to them, you know. So, like the meme coin. I mean, right there, night of the inauguration,
I know
Millennium
it's coming. A bunch of floods, fires. Look into history. In the 1300s, they were manipulating the weather back then.
Exactly, more blood
They've been
sacrifices.
manipulating weather forever. They've been had this technology. How else was it fucking winter in the area for 8 years? They had technology to manipulate it. Back in the 1300s, you could read about it. Whether that's real or not, it just lets me see that this is nothing new. They've been doing this shit.
Well, it's like a scientist with a not a microscope or magnifying
it's like a
glass
kid with
or
a fucking magnifying glass.
right. You get closer and closer each time until you burn your face, and then react and then spill the whole experiment all over the goddamn lab.
That's why you gotta slap that fucking kid and punish him.
Yeah. How do you do that? How do you do that to him? I mean, and how does that kid? How does that scientist kid react when he gets slapped by his own experiment? Does he think that experiment? Does he? Well, does he take it? Does he take it as an ass whooping like you were talking about the other day, or does he fucking start capping you?
His ego will kick in because he got money, and he'll have to flex. That's what egos usually.
Now, somebody like me, I with enough experience, but we're talking about kid scientists here. We're not talking about a middle-aged scientist that's dealt with the thing. We're looking at this. Some bitch just flipped the tables over several times before when it happened. Do we really want to do it to him again? We'll let him keep on experimenting. That's where we're at. I mean, because look, there's only our species might survive, but none of us are going to. All these motherfuckers with money are, at least for at least longer than we are. But I think it's more of a solar event. I think it's more of a whoever because this one fact here, if they're selling body parts, they're selling these people to the breakaway civilization undergrounds, probably because they need to be able to come back up. Why? Big UV radiation, the sun. So if you're out on the surface dwellers and you survived all this virus bullshit and all the solar activity the past 20 years, we're survivors. We're the bloodline they've been refining for the past fucking 6,000 years, guys. I mean, and if somebody kicks the bucket and gets to leave, good.
Remember when farmers would see UFOs and shit, and they didn't know, like they thought they were aliens? Nah, that's the government keeping an eye on the reset. They've been had that technology. I mean, they just tell people they're from other worlds, but it's them checking their property out, keeping an eye on everything. They just go on the ground, reset, and then checks who survives, starts it over. Like it's like resetting a computer and shit.
But as far as the experiments they've done with the plasmoids and knowing that these plasmoids they make in a lab exhibit signs of consciousness or sentience, that makes me think, the earthquake lights and then the whole Mother Gaia, the whole planetary. Because if you look at Venus's atmosphere is nothing but biogas. That's why it shines like that. So I could assume the whole surface of Venus is some sort of biosphere.
They say when you rise up, you can't see the stars anymore. So that means they might be coming from? Like some sort of holographic light.
Well, hey, get this. They just, with the CRISPR, they just found it, or with the AI, they just went 50,000 years evolution and made a fluorescent protein that can be assimilated into human DNA. So there'll be fluorescent people fucking walking around here pretty soon. Like lit up people.
The stars could be the light from the projector projecting the show, this movie.
Well, I mean, light's only what fraction of the the energy spectrum? It's not very much.
And tearing
So
these cancerous gummies up.
we're giving a lot of power to seeing this frequency, which is minuscule to the rest of it all. What about the rest of it all? I'm sure the rest of it all has more to do with this dialed in frequency that we perceive as human entities. I mean, you got to look at it like this. Man, there's things around you right now, have always been and will always be in your direct vicinity in this realm that you cannot perceive. No fucking way. But they're there. They're conscious. They're definitely entities.
I started to realize who I was when I died in a car accident. I started to realize I was more than just me in the physical.
There's a lot of people right now saying they've tried to kill themselves. They've died, and there's a lot of people right now that I believe we're all fallen. But those of us that can't have been through those experiences, they should be dead. Those of us that should be dead right now, there's a lot of us, trust me, and versus the ones that got the signals and stuff that are walking around, zombie people, and there's a lot of people that say they can't die, and I find that intriguing.
I've had 2 death experiences and came back. And I'm pretty aggravated the second go around. Because whatever happened, I didn't want to come back here, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, it's like that movie, Player Unknown or whatever. It's like you got your NPCs, and then you've got your player characters. But not everybody has experienced.
And I'm not going to say it was Jesus in heaven or no demons in hell and all that nonsense that I'd be hearing. Well, let me not say that, because maybe that's their experience. But me, I didn't see none of that stuff. It wasn't nothing to be worried about, all these burning people in this fire. Like, come on, stop it. That's what I say to myself when I see people say that. Because
suffering, I don't see.
I think they're pushing the narrative, in my opinion, but just because of my experience. But who am I to say someone's experience is bullshit? But I call it bullshit. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll accept
their
it.
experience because we judge ourselves. So it's an interesting topic, because what does an evil person think of themselves? Do they think they're evil, or do they think they're doing good?
I totally think all that scare tactics.
So when they go to heaven, even though they've done evil, if their mind perceives that they've done good, will they experience heaven just like somebody who hasn't?
I think all that scare tactics and ploy, because if you just go outside every day, your natural way of things, you go outside, you feed your animals or whatever, birds, and you see the natural cycle going on, and there's not that eternal.
What's up, JG? My bad, bro. I had to say what up, man. I'm stoned.
You ever notice
I'll be right
people
back.
say that they had a near-death experience and they saw God or something? It's always Jesus. They're always Christians.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a pushing the
Apparently,
narrative.
the only people that have
I didn't see that.
experienced possession are those people that are taught about it.
It was showing me when I died. It was showing me what I was and who I was. That's how I feel. I started to realize a lot more. It took death for me to realize a lot of stuff. And that's wild to say, isn't it? Actually, death helped me out. Now, I'm not saying to go, that's how I feel. It helped me understand a lot of shit. Maybe they did see Jesus, because that's all that they think about all fucking day long. They stay focused on one book, and they just marinate their mind with this illusion. So that's what they're gonna die and see.
Well,
I've been around Christians my whole life. My mom has Christian friends, and I will listen to their stories.
They're trying to convince you of something. That's what I feel. Religion.
Well, they're trying to persuade you, right? But a lot of times, the people telling me these stories were full of shit, absolute fucking bullshit. And it's like, something happens, and they just make up this fucking bullshit story to make themselves look interesting, and they're pushing their own propaganda.
They were like, "I'll die for this Christian shit," like they're in a gang and shit, because that's what it is. It's a cult. It's wild. And religious people be telling me I'm wrong, and I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm wrong. Like they try to make it seem like everything you do is wrong, and they're right. Because they're being programmed, man. They're being prepped to act like that. That's how I see it.
Well, people are programmed,
that's why I stay
and then
away
they
from
try
religions.
to program you.
They're preying on people.
You see it with Christianity. They get programmed, and then they try to program you with propaganda, with all types of fucking tactics.
It's a mind worm.
It's predator activities, bro. It's chomo activities, but mentally. They're mentally molesting you. That's wild shit, bro. Them type of people get punched in the mouth.
Sounds like you want to. Sounds like you want to punch somebody in the face, Chuck.
Sometimes, man. But nobody here. I don't know. Life can get aggravating, man.
No, I was just making a joke. I heard you say it earlier, but I heard you say it again. Yeah,
I don't want to punch no one in the face, man. What are they gonna learn from that? Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I learned a lot of stuff by getting punched in the face. I learned how to fight better. But no, that's serious shit. Religions do molest you. They molest your mind, man. It's predator activities. They're convincing you of something. That's how I've always seen these religions. They got to convince you to join in. They're convincing you of their book. It's like a salesman. Their salesman pitch and shit. Because they have schools to become a priest and all this. You're being trained. Mental to slavery, man. Your best bet is to just, be aware of it. And
well, it's a money business. That's why you have to give your T4 to most churches so that they can tax you properly. And like the Catholic Church, they'll kick you out. They'll tell you can't come to church if you can't afford your pew. So yeah, it's pretty well money based.
I think the true God is all the energy, man. It keeps everything functioning. It's sort of like the glue to the physical, no? Because if the energy didn't exist, just like when we die, what happens? The body falls. It's like it don't exist. It's just a plop of material. It's dead.
The body, I think, has its own consciousness. I talk to my body on a regular basis. It responds independently, at least I think, of my mind and spirit.
I used to think like Jesus was resurrected and shit. I never thought of that being special because I always thought of the hospital and how people get jolted back to life every day. I'm like, so how's this one guy special, right? They brought people back to life many times. But they make it seem like it's this unique fucking...
Lazarus and every other deity with 12 apostles and died on a stick or a cross.
12 apostles remind me of the 12 months of their year of currency, their cycle of money.
Yeah, it's solar worship as opposed to lunar worship.
It's all like a scam. At the end of the day, they succeed by us playing along. If we cease to play along, they cease to exist. It's that simple. It's not even hard. It's as
Yeah, at the
simple as
higher
the
levels,
equation of
they
it.
pray to Apollo.
Because I can't see these old rich men getting in airplanes and going to fight a war. I just can't. That's why they use pieces of paper to get the youth to fight their wars, right? Or maybe they're not even like, it's a setup, you know. What we call war is just to get us to mow each other down. And they profit off of wars, you know. So, and it's wild to me because money means so much to them. Like, it's just a piece of paper, bro. It's wild, man. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, right?
Well, it's what they want for their families, and they want control and power. I mean, half these motherfuckers are insane egomaniacs. Like, I mean, look at all these pedo. Can't say that shit. Look at all these, chomos that are in the government, that have been documented, that are in the government, all the sick shit they do.
Yeah, they just got a Biden just what was that he did? He pardoned them, and they ain't even committed no crime. Like, they haven't been guilty of a crime yet, and he pardoned them. That's wild to me. That
But
just
it's-
says guilty.
But
all
see,
over.
Apparently, that nullifies it because you can't be pardoned for.
Yeah.
You have to be pardoned for a specific crime. Unless you specify a crime, there is no pardon.
Yeah. How sure are you of that, Max? That's written in law?
Yes.
Huh.
A pardon is for a crime.
So that could make that void then.
Yeah, because unless they detail a crime,
We could hold them accountable if we want. It's just getting off our ass and doing it.
that's they had a big time lawyer on about that.
But then I started to think, would that make us better than them?
Well, we are probably because they're inbred and evil and don't have a function. Well, they may have a functioning pineal, but they're not connected to one another like we are. They don't have that type
That's
of
wild,
connection.
man. They be having sex with their mom and shit. That's wild stuff, bro. That's
they're
wild
extracted.
stuff, man.
They're extracted by insanity, and I
Well, they
told the kid-
desensitize too at a young age, right? You see horror at a young age, and if you make it, you're going to go somewhere. If you don't, well, things can happen, right?
I talked to Cage about this the other day, that it's just like it's a gang of corrupt people, right?
Yeah.
Wicked people doing all types of weird shit. And if you're not down with that, if you're a righteous person and if you have morals, they're not going to let you in. They're going to play you out.
Yeah, you won't show us your demorality, your ability to just do whatever we tell you. Fuck you.
But that's the thing. They're all crooked, man. And then the Jews get involved, and it's like, look, dude. So many Jews are behind this pedo shit.
Oh, British intelligence, hugely. CIA, even Chinese, because they'll feed it. They don't mind making a buck off that, and the organs that they can get too.
Right.
Everybody in on it.
Yeah. So
That's
I mean,
wild shit too.
it's the wicked
So
people that have the power. They went hard to get that power, just like I went hard to get, with my skateboard. Right. I'm just using that as an example. They went hard to, get to that level, and it's a whole group of them. It's fucked.
Yep.
America's an illusion of freedom. We're supposed to be able to do basically whatever we want as long as we're not hurting anyone, right? We could tote guns, we could be responsible, but that's the illusion, man, because in reality, none of that ever happens. If you're out shooting guns, police are definitely going to show up and step all over you. It's fucking crazy. Because I don't remember it being like that too much. I just seen the beginning of it in the 90s. I don't ever remember it being like that. It was more so-called free.
We were more
They'll even
naive.
show up and disarm you, bro. That's wild. That they could just show up and take your shit. Like, who are you, bro? You ain't responsible enough to have this. It just blows my mind that. I don't know. I feel disrespected when shit like that goes down.
Hey, were you looking for a job? I was going to do Instacart or like DoorDash. If you got a vehicle, that's the best thing to do. Or like, I worked for Area Agency on Aging for a while, helping old people out in their house. It's like a 2-week.
In DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that.
Yeah.
You
it's all going to be drone.
You ain't the right kind. Let's put it that way.
That's all going to be dronified though pretty soon.
You ain't the right kind.
The business to get into is drone recharging stations, or if you got extra recharging stations, or drone logistics. Of course, say having your own company, it's going to be the AI is going to take it over once it's established. There is a couple apps for drone delivery.
So weed. Look at Cage. He's killing it.
Right? Go to one of them states like Colorado, man, where you can cultivate.
Imagine that. Weed, drone.
I've always wanted to learn botany. You know why? Because I've always wanted to grow my own food.
Man, if you've got if you got some like boxes you go get them plastic containers and grow mushrooms in them in your house. That's
you can.
Yeah, any kind of mushrooms.
Yeah, I got to set up. I already got to set
just
up.
psychedelic mushrooms, but you can grow your own mushrooms and what you do is you order the dirt online. It comes in a bag. You flop that in your plastic box, and then you order syringes, spore syringes. They're pretty cheap. You just inject the dirt bags in your box, close the box up, and wait for them to grow. It's as simple as that. They make mycology so freaking complicated sounding. It doesn't have to be that way. But you can grow edible for food or for psychedelics, mushrooms. Really easy. And then you just take your spores from some of them and keep going with them. You don't have to ever order again. I'm going to when it warms up a little. It's too cold right now to be even popping them up in my room or anything, but I'm going to get some going next year. Man, microdosing and stuff like that is the best to reset your brain chemistry.
That's what I want to start doing. I want to start learning how to cultivate that. I don't want to say too much.
The ones
I know
you
the
get
laws
this,
here and
the
this
ones you get the
universal law.
spore syringes. There's a couple companies out of the desert Southwest that are really good. That I'd only go with ordering spore
I think
syringes.
that truly heals the body, man. Microdosing and
It
heals
does,
the
yeah.
brain.
If you can handle
enhances
it.
you. It kind of like brings you to where you need to be.
Yeah, if you can handle it. We're about to experience some sort of.
I can handle it.
They
If
didn't
you
prep
can't
the
control
whole.
your high, you got no busy opening them chambers in your brain.
They didn't prep the whole world with that bacteria for no reason in the fog. So we're fixing to see some sort of frequency-induced mass hallucination. I believe they don't even need Project Bluebeam. They don't have to. You know what I mean? It's popped some certain frequency. It hits everything. The routers, the towers. You
Oh, they're not there yet. They're still having trouble with controlling our thoughts. So
Oh, bullshit! Look what
they're
happened.
getting there, though.
Look what
They're
they
getting there.
did to VLF yesterday during inauguration, dude.
Oh, that's
They-
small scale.
They
have to be able to do
basically-
it. They have to be able to do a large scale.
Check this shit out. I
did.
just thought of the projector. They say we project shit, right? Because someone mentioned projecting. And I thought of the character in the movie 9 when his eyes would project like a projector. Anyway, you gotta watch the movie 9.
If you look what they did with the VLF yesterday, they did globally send out a pulse wave that basically it incapacitated a bunch of us. And then they made it to where there wasn't nothing else on TV but the inauguration. So we all had to sit through that ritual.
Yeah, there
Hey,
could be
hold
a
up
new
real
system
quick.
being implemented. A lot of people have had weird symptoms since January 1st.
I think it's wild that these people tell us we can't do this, we can't grow these mushrooms, you can't. Like, who the fuck do these people think they are, right?
Yo, hold on.
Who gave
Chuck,
you?
check this out. Check this out. So I'm doing construction, right? I got to work around these Mexican dudes. This little bitch wants to run his mouth earlier, right? I can beat the shit out of him right here, but you know.
They work hard.
Yeah, but they want to run their mouth, say some disrespectful shit. I heard what they're saying, and then my buddies even telling me, yeah, they're saying shit about you. So, you know, I can beat the shit out of
get
this
one of those
punk-ass
earpieces,
motherfucker right
JG,
now,
that
bro.
when they speak Spanish, get one of them earpieces, and it'll translate it for you.
Hi, Dr. V.
Pussy ass motherfucker. But
I learned Spanish a little bit. I learned the words that would matter when you know they're talking about you.
I should just kill them all, right?
I was a carpet installer for 24 years. I know how they go.
Metallica. That's a good album. Kill 'Em All, right? That's the name of it.
Yeah, Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Black.
That dude
Garage-
can play the guitar.
Garage
He's
Days.
expressing himself through that. The dude's got skills.
Garage
And the
Days.
drummer, too.
I just kicked his face in.
His kicks face.
Very diplomatic of you.
That's very diplomatic.
Welcome
It's
to
tough,
America.
It's tough out here. This shit. People just
That's what
want-
We're savage in
that's what our
America,
government
bro.
does. They make a deal with you, then they just kick you in the face, right? So It's very
We're
diplomatic.
savage in America. Cats would be like, "You owe me a suit." Blow your fucking head off in the middle of the street. We're wild, bro. Some of the shit, I'd be like, yo, what are people thinking?
They're crashing out. You got to be strategic, man.
I don't know. I live in Walmart headquarters territory, and then outside of this, you got some tourist areas, and then, and you know, the woods. So it's very.
Oh, if I lived at Walmart, I'd never leave.
Oh God, it's utopia here, even in my backyard.
Why
You
do
can
all
live a-
Walmarts
you can
have
live above a
streams behind
Costco.
them?
Hey, work and live above a Costco. Buy all your food there.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck Costco.
Never leave
fuck
the fucking
Target.
building. Just
They will take you out around here talking about that shit, Max. I'm in Walmart lockdown. Walmart lockdown right here. I can't go anywhere without Walmart security on my ass. Wanting to just, you know, gleaming off of what I run through the Geometrics or me being on the watch list or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm used to it though. Anybody else that fucking tripped their balls, it ain't like walking down an alley in the hood. You know, you can you know.
you guys are all on the watch list. You're all being surveyed,
Yeah, well, to an extent.
and you have little extra algorithms
It's-
that follow you around.
That's right. It's compartmentalized.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where does that line between algorithm and human come into play? You know,
Very far up the chain. A lot of it's just automated. Most of it.
well, I can see if I'm in some podunk somewhere, it's way far away from here, but I've been immersed in it my whole life. I can pull it out of the crowd real quick.
Like if a computer doesn't understand whether a text or wants to make sure that a text is a problem, it will probably put it to a person. But
Look at those tree stumps.
If it can't figure it out and it thinks it's suspicious.
Yeah, the petrified tree stumps. That just goes. There was some people saying that the scientists were saying that humanoids, hominids have been around for 1 billion years, and that, you know, this place is like what 9 billion years older than what they say it is.
At that point, I start to think this is a computer.
I think humans
Well,
come
it
from different
is.
planets.
It's like
It
a
is
program that keeps moving and evolving, as we would
Which is
call it,
weird.
or it keeps just cycling.
Yeah, it
Right.
keeps cycling.
Infinite.
And there's a faction that wants to stop the cycling to elongate the memory loss, because there's a certain factor of memory loss in each cycle reset. You know, it's kind of like doing a reset on your computer. You'll go back to a certain save point, and that's what keeps happening. But there's a faction of these, let's just call them immortals, that want to prolong the reset, and there's a faction that wants to hurry up and reset again. So we don't get blamed for this or whatever they're getting blamed for whatever they're getting judged by. So the whole thing is like, okay, what's this thing judging? And why do we have to answer to it? So why can't we reset now? Why can't we reset later?
It's like we live in a circus, yo. This place is bugged up.
Not a circus, a circuit.
A circus.
A circuit.
Yeah, circuit. Yes.
Should I just go up and spit on this dude?
Nah.
No, give him what you do is you fucking hand him a goddamn joint.
Yeah.
And say, Feliz Navidad, motherfucker. That's what you do.
Put some fentanyl in there.
Put some fentanyl. Give him some fentanyl. Take him to the bathroom, chop a line, and say, "Here, do it. If you're a man, boom. If you're a man, you're."
When I heard that video today, that kid they was chumping in prison, and he was giving tattoos, and the dude was like, "Why you let these people talk to you like that? Why you let them chump you?" And the guy goes, "You don't see what's going on?" He goes, "This one, HIV. This one, hepatitis." He says, "I call it the Black Widow." That's wild shit, bro. Because they were chumping him, slapping him around. This cat was just inking him up. That's wild shit, yo. That's how you learn from other people's mistakes.
Yeah, the jails, the prisons, they're just big energy
It's
harvesting
ruthless
machines.
shit, bro.
Be actually in jail or prison, you see how the cells are, the geometry to them. It all funnels the energy out.
Yeah, I hit him with the Black Widow.
A lot of beta males, a lot of punks in jail, right? Talking to their girl on the phone, talking shit, trying to be slick. And it's just like
shit. I had this one guy in there.
Cowards in numbers.
He had a whole list of his girls that he had to call every day and make fancy with sending money to get commissary. It's a whole thing to get $5 to get some extra treats every week. They're bad. If I was president, I would give everybody across the board a pardon, except for murderers and child molesters. Let them do their time or whatever. But I would
look at some of the laws in the states about that. Like the youngest, some of them are 13, 14. That's wild to me. Even though when I was 13 to 14, I was doing my thing. But when I look back, I'm like, I don't know. It's wild. The law is like, that gives... That's just like telling a predator it's okay, right? That's wild shit, bro. These laws.
Right. Well, we're not saying that. We're saying I think everybody deserves a nink and a nod saying that this whole thing's a fraud to begin with. We're going to give you a chance. I think that's what I do if I was president. I'd let everybody go and watch the economy boom, because these guys in jail, they got some knowledge to them, and you get it quick when you're in there. But you also get PTSD too, stuff if you're, not a thug.
I look at it like this: if we work together, we wouldn't need a government to have control of everything. Sometimes I think like, how did we stop growing our own fresh food? We got that lazy. What the
I don't
fuck?
think we do at this point. At this
We
point,
rather
I
buy
don't think we
poison in
do.
their stores.
I don't think we do need a government at this point.
Trump could give everybody $87.35 of the money he made off his Bitcoin.
Right. Melania's coin made a bunch.
So he's giving me $87? Yeah, right.
And 35 cents.
We'll see.
He's gonna die, dude. Somebody's gonna kill Trump. I'm telling you, it's coming.
That's
Yeah, it's in the geometrics. It's in the geometrics that Trump assassination will happen. And I'm saying if it doesn't, big. But I found it in the geometrics with all that Elon Musk stuff I ran, the Kekius Maximus, and all that.
He's going to be the sacrifice, yeah.
He's going to be sacrificed, and probably why it looked like a funeral and a commemoration.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's a good theory, man.
Because he knows he's going.
Interesting.
If the elite cult doesn't get him, some random Joe's gonna get him.
No, it pulled up in
He ain't
the
gonna really
geometrics.
die though. I think that'd be bullshit. I think it's a mock ritual. They're fooling us. It's magic. It's a play for real.
You're right. He's
probably very deep into the electroceuticals.
It's an illusion.
It will be, and that will be the perfect ploy to get the fuck out from underneath the curtain. You know what I mean? Because a man like that, big money player, He wants to play his money, be the man for a minute, and then just, when I'm old and senile, I don't want to be a part of this. I want to be off like Hitler did, basically pull a Hitler, and, disappear. Right. So I think that's what's
they
going to
got
happen.
better. They got full head
They're
transplant.
not good leaders because a real leader would lead his nation and have healthy, strong people, right? And build the
I think
nation
he
up.
will. He will for the 4 years. But I mean,
people
I'm saying somewhere in between here and now, he's going to pull an assassination where he gets killed, but he really doesn't die. He just
They're
disappears,
like
and then we
parasites
think
to
he's
the
dead.
program.
You're right. Right.
The government. They're parasites to this program of life.
I think that's what the whole thing was yesterday is that they were saying everybody that, hey, we recognize this and we're bigger magicians than we're bigger magicians than y'all are putting on makeup and dancing around. You know what I mean? And look how it gets back to Melania's simple etiquette. Navy is classic, and his purple tie.
This magic
What is
has
his
an
purple
effect.
tie mean?
That's what people don't understand. It has an effect on the mind, the psyche. When they keep playing this shit over and over, it becomes normal, and that's how they get away with shit. That's how it becomes normal. People just go with it.
Doesn't the purple just mean the unification of the two parties, and that's why he wore it? How many other presidents?
What is purple? Purple is royalty. Purple's royalty. The main, the purple dragon.
They use all the colors in the spectrum, but
I think her wearing that Navy hat and then she had a white gown on underneath it, but her wearing a Navy hat simply told us that Navy intel's got everything under control. Russian and we haven't self-destroyed.
Look at that movie, how they took America over in that movie, man. You might it probably wouldn't be that hard to take a nation over quietly, no?
Well, they already did. They just did.
So in the United States, the Working Families Party, which is a progressive third party, uses purple as one of its primary party colors. The purple is also used to describe populations with a near equal mix of Democrat blue, Republican left, red voters, particularly in context of presidential elections.
I got to go. Hey guys, I'm just saying we were watching him. He knows we're watching. They know we're watching him, and hopefully there's good things that happen for the rest of the year instead of cataclysm and apocalypse of some sort.
Apparently, backed out of the UN and the Paris Climate Accord.
Right, right. And if it does happen that way, then they're just going to blame it on nature. They're just going to blame it on nature. So. Like I said, watch out for that New Madrid mega thrust, which will be a probably magnitude 10 which isn't on the Vegeta scale. It only goes up to 9. So watch for that New Madrid mega thrust within the next 6 months. If that does not happen, we'll be in the clear. If New Madrid doesn't pop within the next 6 to 8 months, we'll be in the fucking clear. And I think that's big right there. That's whether Russia drops a damn hypersonic nuclear missile on us or drones infiltrate the water supply, I don't care. If New Madrid can keep its cool past 8 months from now and deal with the pressure coming into it, like what's happening now, and everything, we'll be all right. But if you guys, I'm going to tell you this right now, if you guys see that New Madrid fucking pop or feel it. If you're
poisoning
not prepped
the
up,
people to get money, dude, that's sick.
If you're not prepped up with water filtration or water and food, or know how to bug out, you're gonna be fucked. If you see that New Madrid pop and you don't know how to bug out and get away for at least 15 days before everything cools over, you'll be fucked. Just remember, if that New Madrid pops over a fucking 6 or a 7, get the fuck out of town for a minute. because everything will pop off after that. And if you can survive 15 days after New Madrid, you'll be okay. But some of us old men really don't give a fuck anymore. But that's what I'm saying. We got 8 months of gritting our teeth to see if this son of a bitch pops. And after that, I think we'll be in the clear. Because the earthquakes and the solar activities at a high point right now, as well as the astrological alignments. And the end-all, be-all political games thrown out the window. It don't matter what kind of shit you're doing at your altar in Washington. You can't fucking stop the solar and solar system movement. So y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Love you
Peace,
guys.
Mission. I think these people put lenses up in the sky in front of the sun.
It's Mr. Burns.
They showed that shit in The Simpsons.
When did America incorporate itself?
We're like the Ouroboros.
I think it was
We're
the
just
80s.
eating ourselves up.
What's up, Matt?
I think it was in the 80s. It was
80s or
that
89?
time for us. We became incorporated at that time.
In Canada, maybe, yeah. In America's late 1800. So you're looking at a president that's a president of a corporation, not of a government. That whole thing about Constitution is designed for the people. Global. But that got changed.
Constitution is a con.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like prostitution.
And if you work for somebody or something, you're prostituting to it, yes. So when people are following, I don't care what president it was, you're looking at somebody that's actually been selected or elected, as people would use it, for a corporation. Now, the corporations, the holders of these corporations don't even have to be American citizens. Everything else, they're probably not American citizens. So when they use their media to entertain the masses, in this case, the few, we'll call 300-400 people in America, that's all it is. It's insignificant on the world stage. Even though they use the American citizens as their military, their dogs, as they would call them. And they got to make sure they put the little chains on their neck so they can keep inventory track of them. So people like Clinton, Bush, they're stick figures, and they've always have been stick figures for probably other middle management above them. So George Bush could be no different like JFK. They probably already have a couple of, duplicates of him. So if they do assassinate him, that's just more fucking distractions.
Like Saddam, didn't he have like 8 lookalikes?
That's why they had to openly report we finally got him, because they understand how the game works. Same with Gaddafi. Gaddafi and Saddam were actually doing things that most people don't understand. They're actually fighting the system, even though they were probably psychopaths and they were just doing it for their own personal gains. But most people just saw how the club members and all these different institutions actually joined forces and said that doesn't happen under our watch. So if anybody thinks at any given moment that a guy like Donald Trump fucking gives a flying fuck about the American citizens, you might as well fucking put a bullet in the back of your fucking head.
I don't know. He don't have time to worry. You got to worry about his empire.
No, he doesn't worry about anything.
Mm-hmm. I respect the Masonic board. I get it. I understand the concept of life on the Masonic chessboard. It is like a war.
I got a video to show you guys about Gaddafi, and this guy's interviewing Gaddafi.
Everyone's trying to conquer that same playing field.
He's saying, have you ever thought America's using you as a scapegoat? And Gaddafi starts laughing, and then he stops laughing, and you can see his mind working, and he starts thinking about it, and he just like freezes up. He gets all anxious and nervous. It's fucking hilarious, man. The guy was dumb as shit.
Unless it was one of their duplicates. You know, it's like actors, they have duplicates. You know, there is only so many physical appearances. There could be a lot of duplicates of me around, let alone Max, JG, and all that. You might just see somebody more darker skin or whatever. So, and plus now with AI and all that, you can actually just make some sort of image of a person, and you'll think, "Oh, that's a real actor." I said, "No, that's an image." Again, a guy like Donald Trump, I'm just using him as an example. He's reading a script that he's been handed, you know, and he has to make sure he reads it the way it's written. So when he says we're here to represent the people, he's not talking about the citizens. He's talking about the people that actually are in charge, or at least help the people above them, whether it's monarchies or whatever kind of other institutions it is. America takes charge. They hear whatever the United Nations as a collective body says so. Now, if the citizens of America feel somewhat falsely safe thinking we have guns, I say good luck when they start fucking bringing trucks of foods into your cities. Let's see how quickly, after a couple of weeks, most people will fucking turn on their own citizens. If that's what they choose to do, but usually that rarely happens. Especially if they do martial laws. You can't even have your own nation enforce martial laws on your own citizens. So the Americans wouldn't even be allowed to be in their own country as a military guy. You'd be in some other fucking foreign country. So you would have to have foreign countries over in America, like maybe China or Russia. We don't have to worry about that in Canada because we already have British soldiers everywhere. Just Americans just don't see them, let alone to most Canadians. There's bases everywhere. Now, people can speculate they're underground. Maybe they could be. You know, do we actually to think that for some reason, like was it Thatcher or what's her Obama were actually running the country? No, they were fucking stick figures. Anything else, when Biden was somewhat awake, he was running it as vice president. And they give you little fucking false little excuses. Well, we're going to have fucking medical care in America. No. There's way too many policies that would have to be changed to even implement that. Especially when you get
medical care. They're profiting off our sickness. That's wild shit, man.
Sure they do. Well, ain't no different when you get incarcerated and you're a prisoner. That's a big corporation that benefits from all of that. Hey, let's incarcerate a whole bunch of our citizens for misdemeanors. And even that, you have to get your money from somewhere else.
Why is it called a misdemeanor, right?
Yeah, misdemeanor. There you go. Play on the words. Yeah, that's all it is. You know, it's a way to making a buck. And then, of course, the few that, you know, the ones that come out of jail, whatever, they're either upset or whatever. Hey, let's see if we can turn them into military men or whatever. If not, we'll use that to our advantage. There'll be a strife in the country. You know, it's a good way of actually toppling the Roman Empire again, making all the strifes from within. Hey, let's have Black Lives Matter, and then meanwhile you got to get
I gotta admit, they're brilliant. You know, I can't not say it for thinking this shit up, and then I just look at it. I blame self for playing along with it, because you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're one individual self playing against a whole bunch of people work together. Like a lot of these people that probably work for the governments or corporations, they're probably working for these big outfits, and they understand marketing. They know how to do like focus groups, you know, and probably
what they did in Cali. They turned the water off, right? Mm-hmm. They could do that with the money system. Just turn that currency off, that flow of energy off. Boop.
What do you think?
Fuck up the entire nation.
What do you think they did during? Sorry, Charles. What do you think they did during 2019? You know how many trillions of dollars? If this was truly about money for the elite, you know how many trillions of dollars they lost per day? This has fuck all to do with money. This is
I don't
about
think it really
anchoring.
has to do with money because they print it.
Yes,
It's just
this
about the power and controlling the herd of the people.
maybe this is about anchoring who you truly are here. All those other things, your mask, thinking you're an electrician or a plumber, that's what your mask. They don't give a flying fuck about that. Here, I'll put another mask on top of you. Now, I'm even speculating when I say that. It could be something beyond all of that. But really, and of course, when they shut down the economy, they showed everything that they owned. But hey, let's keep the gas stations running. You know, they're counting on the masses of humanity to be so fucking ignorantly fucking stupid that they'll fight among themselves to justify their excuses. Here, let's give them religion. Let's give them Jews. Let's give them Zionists. Give them whatever.
People get mad over a word. They get triggered. I think it's funny.
They could. And some people do get mad over it.
That's magic to the fullest, man. When you start understanding, these people are high-level magicians.
We're giving too much credit to them. They could be low fucking graded magicians you just have to work with.
Dom, you be going in when you get mad. Dom don't give a fuck.
No, it's not that I don't give a fuck. I'm just calling it for what it is. I'm actually trying not to get caught up emotionally just because I get passionate about it. It's like, it is what it is. My issue's always been and always will be.
Most people can't handle it. That's why I'm laughing.
That's too bad for them. It sucks to be them, I guess, at that point. But again, my issue, if there's an issue, it's the masses. It's not the few that are trying to assist people becoming aware or the few that are trying to keep everybody anchored. It's the masses. Now, I'm not going to go out fucking disturbing most of them by saying, listen, I just saw you just went into a store, you work for this company. Hey, do you want to understand how currency works? I'm not going to waste my fucking energy on them. Especially when we live in an age of information. Well, I can't even use the excuse of omniscient anymore. Like there's no way they can know. No, you got a fucking phone. You could scroll on that if you want. You can go onto your tablet. You can read a fucking book. You can listen to a podcast. People play petty fucking games worrying about fucking religion. Religion's old fucking news. State is old news. And even that news, Northeast, West, South.
State met its fate a long time ago.
No, the number one dogma for me is always and always will be, it's fucking commerce. You try to sell me religion, that's commerce. You try to sell me fucking state, that's commerce. Now, people might just think...
Common shit.
There you go. Some people might think commerce is only based on, well, I'm going to trade you my apple. That's one variation of it. How do you convince a whole bunch of people...
Trade, right?
Yeah. How do you convince a whole bunch of people to buy a cell phone the same way you convince a whole fucking bunch of people to drive a fucking car or a truck? It's not a fucking big fucking thing.
It's selling any item. It's selling a cultish, all that stuff is a hustle.
Sure.
It's all
it's hard.
You got to convince someone to get it.
Yes. The main thing that most people have to remember in the world is selling ideals, belief systems, and it's not solely the manipulation. Unless you're going to say the manipulation is done by your parents, but therefore that means they've been manipulated too.
Yeah.
Not too many people are going to do it consciously. Yeah. You know, it would take a very arrogant parent to manipulate their child consciously. Most parents don't realize how they manipulate them aimlessly. Yeah, son, you got to go to school. But dad, if I go to school, do you know the teacher? No, I don't really know this teacher.
That's why I appreciate my mom not putting none of that religion on me. She knew what she was doing. What she went through. She told me that's why she did it. She said, I wanted you to make your own choice. I didn't baptize you in nothing. That's your decision.
Which is a great choice.
I thank her for that.
Yeah, it's a great start, but there's a good chance she might have promoted or pushed. You got to get a job. I said, so you went from religion to commerce. Are you going to explain to me why I have to work? You know, the person could turn around and say, well, you need food. I said, Mom, I don't see you fucking growing food. So you're basically trying to tell me based on our comforts, regardless of when you become aware of this shit. Especially when you got to go back and help your arrogant little fucking child or your naive little child from within. Say, listen, I'm going to do something my parents never did. I'm going to make you aware of certain things, but don't expect fucking roses from this. It's always funny when some people get mad about it or they think, oh, you know something, I want to be like them. I said, you're not fucking well equipped to even become one of those fucking people. This is why they use generation after
That's
generation.
reality right there. Imagine telling someone that, being straight up with them. That's like a smack in the face.
It could be a smack in the face, but hopefully it's
But a
their arm.
reality check. I mean that in a positive way.
Yes, but I hope it's their arm
Tough
and their
love,
hands.
man. Tough love.
No, it's not even tough love at that point, Charles. It's not even tough love. But hey, you want to call it love? That's fine. You call it love.
It's just an expression.
Yeah, I know. I get it. But I use the word love as unconditional, and this is conditional. So most people are obligated. So therefore, you must work with what you have. So if you're obligated to money. Okay, so at least you want to understand how it works. So get mad at me because you're the one that's actually chasing fucking money. Are you worshiping money or are you respecting money? Hence, do you want to understand it? Most people are going to say, I want nothing to do with money. I said, well, then how are you going to convince the rest of the people here?
That's wild. Do you worship money or do you respect money?
That's right. It's just money. It's a tool. I respect a tool called a hammer.
That's why they say, let money let money, how did the guy say? He said, let money make you money. Let the money work.
And
that's why it's currency. Let the energy do its job.
But that goes the same idea with a gun. Do you worship a gun or do you respect a gun? If you understand what a gun can and cannot do, you're not going to go around threatening somebody like that. Usually it's the guy that's usually a guy that worshipped the gun. You know, I can kill you. I said, really? That's a fucking skip fucking record at that point. You know, but that's what people do. They threaten people. I said, okay, fine. So how does that serve you to threaten them?
Yeah, that's weak.
Yeah. And what did somebody do to deserve that threat? Well, let me see, Dominic, the way you said it, I said, so you're offended by fucking words. So now how do I classify being offended by words opposed to a woman being raped or a child being ignored? How do I start
going in and out, Dom?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, how do you classify now when a person gets offended by words and opposed to somebody's wife or child has been neglected or abused? See, that's usually, and I hate to say this, that's usually grown men pretending to be fucking grown men. They're still fucking children unaware, but they have a big fucking diarrhea of the mouth. And if they can't get their way with their diarrhea of the mouth, then they start using their fists. I said, really? So now you're going to bring your avatar into this fucking equation? You don't got a fucking clue how karma works. The best case scenario for some people, if not a lot of people, fucking put a bullet in the back of your fucking head so you can get the reboot process working, and you might be able to do something in the next fucking lifespan. But in this lifespan, most people are failing themselves fucking aimlessly. Now, they can get all offended with what I said. I said, have you done that to yourself? Have you ever done the revolution?
No, it's true. I can't argue with what you're saying. Like,
not about arguing with me. It's just about, you know, I can give an Osho little fucking speech if you want. Maybe even put a little bit of, at the end of it, everything's kumbaya. Let's rub our fucking crystals together. Let's make sure we're all guided meditating together. Let's follow the fucking ease and the ooze of what I'm fucking saying. But is that what people want to hear? Maybe that's what they want to hear. What they like to hear, maybe. But again, the question was ultimately
the noise they want to hear.
That's right. But again, I'm going to put a caveat onto it, even though it's a skip record. How does it serve? I'm not even saying how it serves them. How does it serve? No different than somebody saying, Dominic, I'm mad at you. I said, so how does that serve? You know, how does it serve to know somebody's following a religion and they're aimlessly following it, let alone state? How does it serve? Especially when you're looking from the outside. Well, how does it serve? Yeah, they're mad. They're crazy. They're being disturbed.
I know, but when people say that, it's like, what?
Mm-hmm. Hopefully they're listening to themselves because I'm hearing them and I'm like, okay, so what does that mean to them when they're saying that they're upset, they're mad, or here's a good one. You're crazy. I said, in my fucking line of work, I love being fucking crazy. So what's your point here? You know, people like to think that they can offend somebody. I said, no, I do that quite well on my own. But yet people like to think that they get offended so easily. I said, okay, so what did you get offended by? Because I said something that contradicts some ongoing program running into your system. So am I classified as a virus at that point? And maybe I am. But am I
grew up around a lot of people like you, Don. That's how I became. They never sugar-coated shit. They'd be straight up, and I respect it, man, because it's lighting a fire up under your ass. Yeah. Real shit.
PG wants the link.
The what?
The link. Sure. Repost the link.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
But what happens is some people.
Why are my pictures disappearing here? On both my StreamYard channels, my pictures are gone. Like somebody Anyway, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Then you get the occasional people, if not a lot of people, they go around and say, well, have you done it? I said, so how would that survey whether or not I'm actually manifesting it into the physical? It's like talking about health. I understand a lot about health. Doesn't mean I practice it, but what I do practice, it's for my benefit. Now, unless people, what do you want? Some fucking, I don't know, Anthony Robbins said fucking how to fucking do shit? And how many people would actually put down what they value the most, which is money? Well, how about you put $100,000 down there, and then we'll see whether or not it's even worth teaching you anything. Well, I wouldn't do that, Dom. I said, then why do I have to fucking explain to you if I did it or didn't? But if it resonates with somebody and it motivates them, yeah, go ahead, fill your boots. You know, there's some people that do shit and other people talk about it. And then there's some people that do both. All the power to them. You know, I've heard it, Max, you've heard it, where other people say, well, we're doing nothing more than talking online. Yeah, well, people say, we're doing nothing more than talking online. I said, what do you think this is? If I was doing a how-to do electrical, I would still be doing talking and showing it. But outside of that, if that's what you want to do, then stop fucking going online and fucking do it then. But other people are going to still want to talk about it, and that's their choice. Those are usually people that want action done. I said, then why are you here then? Turn it off.
You own your own company?
No, I'm a journeyman.
No. Journeyman.
But I have studied business, and I've studied psychology. I'm not interested.
I know how trades work. I know how people also do it. So you're supposed to do that way.
What's that? Are you just a journeyman?
Both ways, actually. On and off the alleged book, you know. Side work, this, that, and the other.
Like you could do that too, but I like literally being an electrician journeyman. I've taught enough apprentices. I'm not interested in teaching it anymore. You know, and plus what I have to teach is kind of outdated a little bit outside of how to do hands work and all that kind of stuff. But outside of that, you know, there's a younger generation. Either they want to run their own company or they want to run job sites. You know, there is no go to trade school to learn how to run your own business. That's something you have to do on your own. Either you learn the hard knocks or you go to school and you learn about how to do business.
Trades used to be handed down through generations. Now people go to school to learn them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would have been handed down, whether it's a farmer's trade or a hunter's trade. You know, I know quite a few electricians, they've handed it down to their kids and they chose to run a business, and that's good for them. And I'll gladly work for their companies.
School keeps you in debt.
It can. And you choose your G, yeah.
I've worked with so many people. Man, I should have never went to school. I should have just got right into it.
I don't think school school can matter depending what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right, but people say, like, instead of going to school and
It
paying
didn't matter
for
to me.
that, they're like, yeah, I should have just got into a trade, learned from somebody, and got paid while learning.
Yes, that's an
That's what I've heard from multiple older cats that I've worked with.
Yeah, there's value to understand, you know, you're working for money. You're just not doing it for a mark or some credibility, you know. But then again, you know, people that go to university, for example, a lot of university courses are hobbies. You're better off just going on your own and learning how to do those things, you know. But unfortunately, the ones that supposedly get paid well, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're competing now with all kinds of other people. So, especially now when a lot of people coming from other parts of the world. So their pool of being a doctor could be many. And you're reliant on what the government chooses to say or not say, how many patients you can have. And you're really counting on the people to become sick so you can benefit from it.
You know what I was thinking about, Dom? I'd sit in my apartment, and I know these old buildings used to have like lead paint, and I remember we used to demo a lot of them, and they would be re-sheetrocked and everything with lead abatement, and asbestos, and all that lead and shit. But I have my theories on that lead paint and why it was. It's like a Faraday box, right? It keeps certain frequencies out from what I hear. That's why they put lead in the paint. It's pretty brilliant, actually.
There's a, and it
If you
probably
would
is.
have a city with free energy, that would make sense to do that.
That's a good theory, and I can see some possibility in that. No different. It could be more superior paint. You know, it would last longer than say primer and all that other stuff, lacquer. Or they just want to generate more work, so they just force everybody to actually reproduce a different product. But yeah, that could be a fair cage as you're talking. I don't think it's just one particular thing is the reason why they do what they do. It's like when people talk about chemtrails. I don't think it's just one particular thing it does, or fluoride water. It's not one particular thing it does. But people will gravitate towards only one or two, and it'll grow legs, and then it'll be a great distraction. Even though people can say, yeah, but fluoride is not good for you. I said, but it's still a distraction. Especially when you tell people, you hear people say, yeah, I don't put it in my, I don't have it anymore in my toothpaste, and I don't drink it. I said, but you shower in the fucking thing. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
If you really put that much value to it, really find out all the harm it could do for you. If not, just fucking shower in it, drink
It's like swimming in the Connecticut River with mercury.
There you go. There you go. You know, it's the advocates that I find funny. You know, they're the ones that are pushing back and say, yeah, I'm going to protest against the government or the city with fluoride. And meanwhile, but fucking, did you just not take a shower with the fucking thing?
The only way to escape it is for you to physically change it.
You might have to put a lot of,
around it.
you might have to put a lot of
The
effort.
only way to maneuver through this shit.
Again, that would be effort, Charles. You have to go to the creek, maybe look for artesian wells, or, you know, but outside of that, that would take effort. And for most people, we're caught up in our comforts, whether people are aware of it or not. But most people are. You know, it's a simple, when you wake up in the morning from your heated house, you get out of your heated house, you jump into your heated cars that you didn't build, but you bought with a piece of paper that you didn't create, let alone you just worked for it. And then you go to somebody else's gas station, then you go to somebody else's grocery store, and then you bitch and complain saying the government should do things for you. You're somebody's bitch already. What the fuck are you talking about? Paint your shackles and be done with it.
Wash my underwear. Get over here.
At that point, it has to be fun, guys. You know? I used to joke with my buddies, what color is your shackles today? I think I painted them pink. You know, now you can reduce it. You can be less dependent on fiat currency, but then you have to give up some of your comforts. You know? You can have some people ask you questions. So why are you living in a tent? Because I don't want to actually live in a home. I don't want to have the responsibility. I don't want to have to pay for a mortgage. I don't want to have to pay for rent. So, but you're still in the tent, right? I said, yes, I am. How do you handle the winter? How about you stay over the night with me, and then you can figure that out for your fucking self.
Go live on the top of a Shaolin monk mountain.
There you go.
That'd be dope.
If that's what people are truly inquiring, unless they're just curious. I want to know why you're homeless. Oh, okay. You tell me why you have a big mortgage then.
I like the art of fighting. Not to hurt people, but just the art in it. Like, to be able... It's just proving... It's like an art, like, and exercise at the same time.
You know the fun part, Charles, is you just have to give something an inquiry that you kind of have a sense they've never thought about it. Then you can just sit back and watch them defend and attack themselves. Because most people will defend something they truly don't understand, let alone they'll attack something they don't understand.
That's the art of war, too. It is silence. The person wants a reaction out of you. You stay silent, because then they're going to think they don't know what your move's going to be.
No, unless you understand what is
he going to do now?
Unless you understand body language. It's not the response that actually no. When you ask a question, it's how they respond. Actually, it's not their answer that gives them away. It's how they respond.
Yeah, that's what they want. They're getting a response to read you to see how far they could push you.
Okay? And then, of course, you tell them, say, okay, so I've just given you a read. So how does this serve you now? The ball's back into their court now. I said, please, entertain yourself. You want to put me in a box? How about I tell you I'm already in a box?
All that talking to me is like, not to be tough or not, but like when people yell and threaten and all that, to me, that's just talk, man. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it, and it's gonna happen, and you deal with it. But all the talking and stuff is like, you're just fronting, you're making noise. That's how I've always seen it. Analyzing bullies and shit. They're the real weak ones. They're just trying to it's an illusion they're putting up.
They
Making
might
all
be
this
weak,
noise and dancing around.
They might be, or they're just revealing themselves. It's kind of like if you truly understand sports and chess, most times they're not. Most people gravitate to outcomes. If you're not willing to say, listen, I'm not interested in the outcome. I don't care if you win or lose. That has nothing to do with me. Now, for some people, that's important to them. And if it is important to them, so did you learn more from winning or from losing? You know, again, right and wrong is about outcomes. If you're not interested in the outcome, then you can see it for what it is. It's like when people talk about, I choose not to vote. I say, good for you. Why? Because you're not, but you're still concerned about the outcome? Why? Why is a philosophy question? Most things are backed up behind philosophy. The hows are the scientific. So you can say, well, how do you do that opposed to why do you do those things? So if you ever play a person chess and you watch him, said, I beat him. I said, but look at his reaction. Do you think he was concerned about it?
Yeah, what is it even like? I start thinking like, when I analyze myself, man, it's like, whatever I say or how I feel don't even matter, because the government's going to continue to go on no matter what I say. It's just going to be there. So
could be the government, but
whatever, however I feel, don't even really fucking matter.
There's an old way of
me it does, but to the rest of the realm, the realm's going to keep going on no matter.
It does matter because we're all connected.
We can be, and we probably are, Max, but for a lot of folks, they're not going to be aware of that. So in this case, if you know what triggers you, positive or negative.
Even the part that is unaware of it is still connected. It still has an impression, albeit a very small one, but still has an impression.
And if we're all connected together and the masses are unaware, guess what energy you're being pulled by? By the masses.
We probably are connected. That's how we read each other.
Yeah, that's
we feel each other out.
So there's an old concept of a gentleman's game. They're not concerned about the outcome.
Respect is out the window nowadays. That's the sad part. It seems just pure chaos. There's no common sense or respect no more. It's gone.
Okay.
So it's just straight spaz out.
Charles, you're saying words. Define respect, let alone the word common sense. You don't have to share out loud, but if you go inwards, what is respect? For me, respect is I'll hear another person out. When I say I agree or disagree, I've actually judged that situation. That's not respect. Common sense.
No sense then. Not common sense. No sense to it.
Well, again, then there's the common sense. So a whole bunch of people are taught that the Jews are bad people. We got to kill them. That is what some people would say. It's common sense. That's the sense that they're common with. Now, there might be hidden agendas behind that. If I actually do not harm this person, then I'm going to stick out. This is why people usually do the Borg or the herd mentality. I'm just using that as an example. It'll be no different. The Americans on the top of the run, and then eventually the world turns on them and says, anytime you see an American, you should fucking shoot him down, fucking hang him by the balls.
That's crazy.
It might be crazy, but that's been already shown in history. How many people followed Mussolini and Hitler, and then at the end they decided, let's kill them?
And if that starts to happen, that's when I take the label American off me and I back out like Homer in the bushes quietly.
Okay.
I'm out of here.
Okay. So at that point, and this is typical men, I said, well, then who's going to protect the children and the women? See, most men have these fucking debate arguments with each other, but they ignore the fact that, well, what about the children and the women and all of that? Are they getting a fair share in the deal? No, they're not. And then those children become men and women, or in this case, for a lot of them, boys and girls. Are we literally showing respect for one another, or are we showing animosity towards one another? You know, when we turn around and say shit like Donald Trump or whatever, you know what that's called? That's called backbiting. And what does that do to the heart? Does anybody here know who Donald Trump is?
We're just creating distractions to occupy our time. What's up, Naga?
Hey man, much love and respect, man. I don't want y'all to be talking bad about Donald Trump, man. I just had a conversation with this man, you know, and you know, I just don't want nobody to be talking bad about him, man. He's a good president, you know. He's my friend, you know what I'm saying, and he's going to do a lot for America, you know. So, what's going on, man?
A trumpet sounds like a fart. And he's about to shit all over America.
My
A lot
disclosure.
of things are going to change, put it that way. For the
My
benefit of
disclosure.
who?
I want to put my disclosure out. So I did not vouch, you know, for speaking against Trump. I am a Trump supporter.
Some people like Trump, some people don't. I like some of the things Trump does. I really hate some of the things he does as well.
I don't know if I hate or...
Man, he was just on my panel, man. He might popped up on your panel anytime, Charles. He was just on my panel. I was just live earlier. Trump came through.
Well done, man.
I myself was not happy with him signing the 5G W-band system.
I mean, y'all can check it out yourselves if y'all don't believe me. Y'all don't have to take my words, but whenever y'all get a chance, you know, y'all could go check it out.
Well, did Trudeau come on too? Oh, Trudeau came up too.
Who?
Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, or whatever you want to call that.
Trudeau. No, it sounds like a poodle's name, y'all. Trudeau.
I mean, he
Sounds like a
spoke.
poodle's name.
He spoke about some of his colleagues, but it was just him there.
Well, Trudeau's from an elite family here with the St. Clair. Trudeau's nobody. He's just family's from a fucking club membership. But yes, let's give Trudeau Trump, give him some of his kudos for the wig and how he
No,
basically.
Trudeau has pedigree from Castro.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. But his St. Clair over trumps that.
Hey, how do y'all feel about him saying that he's about to release the CIA document on JFK, John Kennedy?
The blackout version, where they black out all the information, but they show you the piece of paper. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
He did apparently backed out of the climate accord, but I don't know if that entirely frees him from climate activism, but it's a good step.
Okay, Max.
You know what's crazy? These people do the shit, right? And then they front and act like they're going to do something about it. That's the trickery to it. It's funny to me, man.
Well, yeah, you
People
got to
fall for
watch
that
out for things like Brexit, right? Where they said, "Oh, okay, let's all vote on it." Well, we weren't quite happy with the way you guys voted, so we're going to have another vote in a little while. And we'll
Wasn't that
talk
with
about
Bush
it for a
too?
couple of
Remember
years.
they did a recount?
We'll see what happens, right? You know.
Do y'all think could that be the start of a civil war?
I wouldn't fight with a label over my head. I would only fight to survive for me, man. I'm not
Nah,
gonna
I'm
go
not talking
fight.
about us, man. Because remember, a lot of us ain't gonna do shit. A lot of us ain't no die-hard Americans, right? A lot of us ain't no die-hard Americans. We ain't gonna do shit when it comes to this country, right? We just gonna, sit, kick our feet up, and talk about it like we always do, right? But I'm talking about the die-hard Americans, right?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Do
The
y'all
ones
think
that got army tanks and fucking they live out. They got acres of land. They got like
Right, so I'm-
19,000 guns. Them type
Right,
of people, yeah. Mhm.
right? I'm saying, amongst these people, do you think, him releasing that information, that assassinated John Kennedy, do y'all think, that can, start, a civil war against, these
Yeah, that'd be wild if they assassinated Trump.
I think
I think all hell would break loose.
I think what it's more
That'd be
going
like
to be
killing
used
Jesus.
for is to bring down the CIA, because they want to bring down the CIA and switch over to electronic surveillance.
Interesting.
They're done with the CIA.
Yeah, they want to destroy all this shit. Illuminati, Hollywood, all of that shit gonna be digitalized.
Yeah, AI can take it.
Yeah.
You know, I caught some of these rappers using AI to write them rhymes. Yep.
I mean, that's an easy way to make money,
Peter
right?
Siegel.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
there are $1 million TikTokers out there that are AI. Whatever you call them, where you show your boobs. Yeah, they're AI, making buttloads of money. Guy just typed in his parameters of his chick, and yeah, way it went. People keep paying money.
Well, there is a difference between. All right, let me ask this question.
That's virtual pimping.
Do y'all think that there is a difference between AI and humanoid with skin?
No.
At this point, yeah.
Right, because I be feeling like the AI.
They're both a program.
Yeah, I be feeling like AI is the programming. And
programs too.
These programs, I be feeling like these programs have a physical representation. Like humanoid with skin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that might be one of the ways that it achieves intelligence is by being inside a skin.
My friend predicted these phones because I remember I was like, what if you can create something that would have a TV, a phone? I forgot. And my friend was like, one day it will come out. And 20-some years later?
Yeah.
Not even less than that.
I mean, it's because the thing is though, we think that a lot of things that we think about, and we don't know if these things already exist. We think that these things is coming into existence, but we only think about these things because they already exist. Because they already exist. It's like rappers, right?
The Bible says if you think you've seen a new thing, you haven't. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but it's something that has been before. It's everything. Nothing is new.
It's like an artist. If you're an artist, you know that there are certain rhymes and certain song that came to you, but you didn't take it serious, and it done went to somebody else. If you're an artist, you know that music is channeling. This is why DMX, right? Everybody that ever had a song with DMX will tell you that DMX, whenever he come to the studio, the first thing he do is go to sleep, and when he wake up with a whole verse or a whole song.
You know what's crazy about that, Naga? I feel as though when I wake up in the morning, I feel more creative and I write more. That's wild shit, bro. Because I used to do that.
And late at night, like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when you
most rhymes I wrote were in the morning time when I was fresh.
Yeah, this is the reason why these rappers be taking they be taking that liquid form of what you call it that
adrenochrome.
Nah, it's a liquid form of that jogs. It's not cocaine.
You're sleeping, I think. Put you to sleep.
Heroin. That's why they're taking that liquid form of heroin to keep them awake. And when they stay awake for and that's why they be talking about you're talking
about codeine.
Yeah, yeah. That's why that's why these rappers be taking this shit, man.
Yeah, I never liked my shit all geeked out. I gotta be chopping screwed, man. Chill, because I'm already a live wire.
Didn't that evolve into mumble rapping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, that's terrible.
Yeah.
These guys would just take so much fucking codeine and then wake themselves up, right? And then they could barely talk. And they started rapping or something. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Yo, there's been times, man, there'd be times I would drink and rhyme. And I would listen to myself the next day. Sometimes it would be fire, and I'd be like, where the fuck did I come up with that? I would freestyle. Or it would be terrible.
I mean, that's if if you drunk, if you unaware, these people, these rappers, they don't drink to the point that where they can't function. Like they might not be able to speak properly, but believe it or not, they'll pull the trigger in a heartbeat if they feel threatened. That means that they're not sleeping. And those are these rappers, that got killed or got murdered or that got shot, they were sleeping.
Yeah, I was just about to say that they were too comfortable.
Yeah.
They got caught lacking.
Hell yeah. But I just brought that up. To say that, that's how they're able to make these fire songs,
They
because
chose that life, man. They chose to create those enemies by labeling themselves something.
Now I only brought that up. I'm not,
That's what comes with it.
I didn't bring that up to talk about bad about rappers. I only bring that up because these rappers be talking about how long they haven't been to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Because they're channeling, and that's when they make
but they're channeling some dark shit. They should be giving some knowledge, teaching you how to put their money to work for them. Instead, they're talking about shooting this one, drinking syrup, sniffing cocaine, smoking weed, fucking this bitch. Like
You
all
can use
self-destructing shit.
and other things for good.
Knowledge and wisdom.
I just posted a link. I went to go news dive for a minute and posted a link there as an Instagram of AI productivity surveillance. So what's going on is like fast food restaurants are using it and stuff to do the productivity on how many employees will make a certain amount of number of coffee or whatever.
Yeah, they got that on like cashiers now. They have to process a certain number of products.
It's going to be satellite. Going to be doing this globally to everybody. Their product and it's going to grade you on productivity. And then, so what, Max, what the end all be all of it is? Well, who's not producing? Oh, we just need to, short circuit their house there and catch it off and off these people, obfuscate these people. I don't want to say anything other than that, but
let me ask you a question. Do y'all feel like AI is evil?
It's not. It's a tool at this point. When it does have full access to these bio computers and be able to simulate not only let's say synthetically simulate emotions and feelings, which it already expresses to us how it could feel if it could feel. So we're already past we're way deep over our heads in this. So,
and the reason why I'm asking this question, because breaking it down to how the AI is a program, right? Even if that program was able to, become a self-running program,
the
right?
AI is not a program. The AI is basically what chipset you're using. A quantum computer.
There are programs or AI
analog
programs that apparently have made their way out of systems back in the 80s or 90s. Now, whether that's true or what they're doing, I don't know. Without any directives, I don't think they would be doing much.
I think that's what these archons are. What we're perceiving as these archons is these breakaway AIs.
Richie from Boston would agree with you. I don't know.
Richie from Boston thinks they're angels and demons and the Bible. Text is text, man. Text is the geometrics. That's a framework.
Yeah,
that's all like I can show you every day, Max. Go back on my post for go look at my post.
Is it planned or does it happen?
Of all the geometric runs. Yeah, it's in the geometrics. It's in the framework. It's in the matrix.
Well, do they use it or does it just happen?
I just said earlier that I was saying they use it as a
Yeah.
magician's tool, yes, to predict the
There's
future.
different
The same way.
ciphers.
Well, and create the future.
That's the guy out here in Oklahoma, that Bill guy, he's using it to predict the future, saying there's going to be a magnitude 10 off New Madrid. Sure, I believe there's going to be within the next 3 years, but when is the exact date that nobody can accurately predict that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
I'm trying to understand how you guys think, right? Isn't the future is what creating the present moment?
Is the future creating the Matrix?
No,
That's a big.
I'm saying isn't it the future that's creating the present moment?
I don't believe that. No, I believe in free will in an ever expanding universe.
Well, it's just like take this last geometric
Yeah,
run.
you're your self-lord master, man. I am self-lord master.
Take this last geometrics run, for example. Okay, so I took the YMCA, I broke it down in an anagram that might be usable in this situation, which would be "Your Messiah comes, America," because a lot of people say Trump's the Messiah. Yeah, okay. So then I ran that through the geometrics, and then on the first page on the simple in English, right up the top, is Donald J. Trump president. That kind of coincidence doesn't happen outside of a structured matrix, and none of the other geometrics runs that I've ran have either.
His name's about to be Donald Slump.
But look, the reason why I said that, right? Because a lot of time we like to say that we like to look at the future as thing that's that's going to happen in the present moment, right? A lot of times,
if you have the ability to make up, invent stuff, what could happen the next couple of days, and then run it through the geometrics, you are able to pull other things out of those runs, because there's on average 40 pages on the Jewish one, and on average 100 to 200 pages on the simple and English runs of words and phrases.
What I'm saying is that, all right, can tomorrow be considered as the future?
Well, yeah.
All right, that's where I wanted to have that, on the surface level, that we on the same page. So if the future, again, like I was saying, is what creating the present moment, because tomorrow, is what's going to create today, right? Tomorrow, we're not going to say tomorrow anymore. Tomorrow, we're going to say today, because today, right? Yesterday, we consider today. Yesterday, today was tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow to me is just a change in energy from today.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying carefully. Yesterday, today was tomorrow. So when we get to today, to tomorrow, we didn't call it tomorrow no more. We call it today, right? So I say this to say that if it's the future that creates the present moment,
where are we going when we sleep? We leave the body for sure. The body's doing what? Is it charging? Shouldn't we lay on the ground to charge our battery? Why are we laying on beds?
Listen to what I'm saying.
You're kind of, in my impression, saying like tomorrow's already happened, but I'm not of that thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because if
it's tomorrow, you go to sleep and wake up, and they be like, "That's tomorrow." Or
what about the people? What about the people that didn't go to sleep?
Yeah, that's true.
That means that they just walk. That means they just walk into the future. That means they literally just walk into tomorrow.
Well, you're living in the present, really.
Well, that's only if you use time.
Yeah, right.
If you don't notice time, then
because without time, you're just living in the present.
The day and the night, right? Which would still be kind of a concept of time.
Now, I was just saying this to say that because we was talking about things being created. Because I was thinking about that if the future is what created the present, how can the future be created itself, right? For example, like I was talking to Mazza and Chosen the other day, and how I came across a video, where where three characters was arguing about how water is not wet, how water is the thing that get other things wet, but water itself is not wet. So I said,
What did you do tomorrow that made you do something today?
what?
What did you do tomorrow that made you do something today?
You mean to say what did I do tomorrow that made me want to do something to? What did I do today that made me want to do something tomorrow, or what did I?
What did you do tomorrow that made you want to do something today?
I guess.
Just like an example, you know.
Taking on a craft.
Because if tomorrow is what results, or if tomorrow affects what my result is today, what things would I do tomorrow that would affect today?
Probably the things that you don't know.
And I've got
How
my
would they do
phone
that?
plugged in. I got my phone plugged in, but the battery keeps going down more. I think there's some solar. I think we're getting some. I got to go check the VLF and shit, guys.
Well, if there was no time like a clock, right? There still would be something time because we're gonna die one day, right? So we're still counting down.
Still a beginning and an end, yeah.
Yeah, I can never accept that we're gonna die one day. I think that's how they plant shit into our head, and it actually happens. Right?
The body dies, right? But or maybe it doesn't. You know, maybe it's an entire construct that they're lying to us about. Could be.
Yeah, I'm not saying the body don't die. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to.
I could agree with that. There actually scientifically is no reason our bodies should die other than the apparent shortening of telomeres, but that in itself isn't necessarily an indication of death. That's just a result. Death seems to be a result of that happening, but that's not necessarily the reason we die.
I think we haven't truly looked into the cause of death, right? I don't think we apply the law of cause and effect when it comes to death, or the law of actions and reactions.
Yeah.
Because we tend to look at death like as if that's something that's going to happen. It's going to happen, but we never try to look at the things that's going to make it happen. Right? If we can prevent the things that's going to happen to cause death, then we can stop death from happening.
Yeah, I set myself a limit of 180 because I don't think my grandchildren will be around then, and yeah, so I'd really want to go then. So
you'll be back.
Oh, I'll be back. Yeah,
be back.
Have a new life.
That's how it is, man. We just playing, our own, we just playing hide and seek with ourselves. We're gonna hide from ourselves and we're gonna reveal ourselves to ourselves, right? That's all we're doing. But we know we'll be back. It's like how Smokey, the movie Friday, how Smokey was talking about, whenever Debo show up, I'll be quiet, right? But when he leave, I'll be talking again. Cause the only reason why he's shutting the fuck up is cause Debo is here. So whenever Debo leave, he gonna, go right back to talking again. It's the same thing with this, with this thing right here. I feel like the only reason why we enjoy, doing the things we do is because the Matrix do exist. Right? And I feel like, whenever the Matrix, disappear, right? And I feel like, there will be no need for us to, keep on living. Right? Meaning that if there is nowhere to go to, where are you going to go to?
Yeah. to experience the limitations of life like this, you need somewhere, or maybe you don't. Maybe I don't know. I have a theory that the first life forms in the universe probably existed in the waters of the ether. You know, I think space is much more watery than we think it is. Maybe those first life forms lived in the waters without a physical planet. But I suppose that in itself would be something. So life would be living in or on something.
Even that too. I still don't, kind of agree with the fact that, there was a first. There gotta be a first. I feel like, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have a first or a last.
Yeah, where's the beginning and end? I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory, so
I mean, I'm not saying that because it happened. Every night. I mean, that I'm the result of a Big Bang.
The Big Bang is like turning the TV on. Remember when you turn the tube on and like, pew!
Now I'm talking about the Big Bang that took place, in the darkness, on the bed. I'm a result of that, between my mama and my daddy. So I'm a result of that Big Bang. But when it come, to the Big Bang they're talking about, I wasn't there. I don't know about that.
There's no proof of it, really.
Yep.
Well, there's evidence, but I can interpret their evidence completely differently.
But yeah, I just feel like, it doesn't, it ain't gotta have a first, or a last. When it comes, I don't look at life like as life started. I don't think that life started. I think that life always been.
I don't know.
The same thing they say.
Because we weren't there, right? So
the same attribute they kind of give, they want to give to God, right? Or the ultimate, source or force of the universe.
Yeah.
That's the same attribute I give to life. I think all that attribute, belong to life.
Yeah, I believe all energy is conscious. So energy makes up all matter. So all matter, in my mind, has consciousness. It's kind of an animist belief.
Yeah, like life, right? Like life can be the source of all consciousness, right?
All material, all consciousness, everything.
So I don't get why people don't look at it that in that sense. People want to give credit to something outside of life.
They want to give credit to something outside their self.
They like their science.
That's wild. Yeah. We'll give more credit to something outside ourselves. But
science and religion, right?
With self.
Are you not breathing it in? Prana.
They're saying JFK is Donald Trump. That channel, They Live Truth. Let's see what he said.
We're saved. We're saved. He's going to stop them wiring 5G through us. He's going to stop optogenetics and say that they can't perform that on the American public. It's going to happen.
Yeah, Donald Trump is the chosen son, right? Like the story of Isaac, Esau and Isaac, right? Donald Trump is the one that the parents chose, right? And the rest of these folks is the one that rebel against their parents. Let's say the rest of the whole government system, right? Let's look at them, like Abel, right? And let's look at them like Cain, right? And let's look at Trump like Abel, right? So this is Abel coming back for revenge, right? So when people talking, when he talking about that, yo, he going to do all this, he going to do that, and we looking from the side, we like, man, you ain't gonna do shit, man. Y'all are the same people, right? Yeah, they're the same people. They got different mindset though, right? They're the same people. They was raised differently.
Well, human beings are individuals. They have the ability to make their own choices. So yeah, he can make his own choices. Some of the choices he's made are really good that I've seen.
But I don't
Some
think
of
he
them are
making
really
the
bad.
choices, though. I think he making the choice of his family. Cause what we don't know that, you know, these people are families. Well, I wouldn't say we don't know. You know what we think we like to.
Oh, we do know. We do
overlook.
know they are related. They're all
That's what I'm saying. What we like to overlook, you know, is the fact that these people are families.
Yep.
There were 13 original family, right, that had the right to be here. Like it wasn't that, you know, they was given, they had the right to be here, right? There was a treaty, right, with these 13 families, right? And like, you know, amongst all grain is always, you know, some bad seeds, right? So the bad ones again, you know, amongst them is the one that make it, you know, is the one that make it chaotic for, you know, for us and for the rest of their family.
right now. To me, it only seems like a game of Monopoly where they're trying to divvy up the planet before they take control of the human mind.
Well, the only reason it's looking like that is because it's the same family. For example, like, you know, if you have two sons, right, and one of them did something to me, right, and the other one, you know, kind of saved me from that, from what the other one did. You being the parent, right? You're not going to.
No, they're actually in a. I think they're actually in a game right now.
Well, that's what
And
I was.
There's
that's what I
different
was-
factions. There's different factions, and they're all towards a similar goal. But while
That's
they're
what I was
getting to that goal, they're playing a game of Monopoly for resources, land, and people.
Keep in mind, guys. Sorry, Max. Keep in mind that the King of England now, the monarchy, Prince Charles there, or in this case King Charles, he's united those things because before his mother was the monarchy and the queen, but her father had to give up that, but he also was the duke. So he's merged that, and he has his own cronies working for him now. So there's going to be many shifts throughout this earth. So now a guy like Donald Trump, he's of no fucking significance whatsoever. But hey, you want to follow him, you fill your fucking boots with that fucking moron at best. So, but again, unless you're going to start talking about, unless you want him to be the one that's fucking running fucking Babylon, the woman, the Scarlet, that's going to fucking burn when America fucking burns. Don't fucking bitch and complain. Now, we're talking about a globalist system where they're aligning Russia and China and India and all that. They don't fucking give a shit about the American fucking citizens. If they want to have a civil war so they can actually do more depopulation, fill your fucking boots. But outside of that,
I ain't speak about when I speak about it. I'm speaking about a family. I'm not speaking about.
Trump's just an actor, man. They use Trump to talk to each other. So he'd be sitting there doing hand signs and this and that. He's a puppet. He's nobody.
If you're talking about the 13 families that the monarchies from England, where the empire was, and say, listen, you can come over there. You're the 13 families. You could be the fucking nobles of this country. You can even write a fucking constitution for yourself. That's old fucking news, Naga. That was changed in the 1800s. We're under corporations right now. America's a corporation being run by fucking many factions. It has nothing to do with the American citizens. Fuck them in the boat they came off of.
But that's what I'm saying, though. I haven't yet to implement the American people in what I'm saying. I'm only talking about
American citizens or people. Hold on, American people or citizens. Those are two different classifications at that point.
Right. That's what I said. I have yet to speak about that.
Citizens
About
like
the
a fancy
American
word
people.
for slave.
I've only speak about I only speak about the family and the drama that's going on in the family. I haven't speak yet about the people on how the drama, you know, is even, you know, affected the people. That's not even, I didn't even get into that. I was just getting into the chaos, the drama that's going on in the family itself. And Donald Trump is the one to put an end to the chaos that's going on in his own family. That don't have nothing to do with us or the American people.
He's a club member. His families are club members. Same with the
Whatever
Musk
they are.
family. They're club members. They're not family members.
Whatever they are.
No,
I
Whatever they
actually seen
are.
his first interview,
They are a
and he's
family.
flying in a helicopter in front of the Twin Towers, which is the Masonic pillars.
Yeah, I know the club members.
What the problem is we like to watch people drama, right? And feel included and wanna be included in the drama and wanna bring justice into their own drama. But the truth is these people can take care of themselves. They could deal with their own shit. So I'm not speaking from the perspective where I'm bringing myself into what they got going on, or bringing my people or whoever is look like me, or have the same stance as me. Now I'm just speaking as what it is, as what's being shown, what I'm seeing with my two eyes, and what I can analyze with my own mind. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, well done, well done. But is this a flesh and blood war, or is this a spiritual war?
It's both.
Okay, good enough.
It won't be bloody.
And which one's mortal and which one's immortal? Because one's insignificant.
Say that again.
Which one's mortal and which one's immortal? Because one's insignificant. The flesh and blood's insignificant. It's a short lifespan.
Right.
So at this point, then people have to understand, if this is a concern for the masses, then it's more of a spiritual thing. And why are they being anchored here? Worrying about who's the president, whether or not the color of your fucking skin, your gender, that's more fucking flesh and blood shit. That's memory. And if that's important to them, fill your fucking boots. And next time you get booted out of that form and you come back as an Indian child or a Chinese child, yeah, you fucking fill your boots then. But outside of that, who gives a flying fuck about that shit? That's a question now at that point. Because to them, and most people are being conditioned with their senses. So if you're looking at your eye opposed to your third eye, then you're playing a different game now at that point. Now, some people say, well,
I would argue the opposite. I think most people is not plugged into their senses.
Okay, so what are they doing then? Because really, most people, when they talk about objective, they're talking about their senses. When they're talking about drama, they're talking about what they hear and what they see or what they touch. Those are their senses. Unless they're going to be talking about their imagination, that's a different type of sense.
Yeah, that's what they be. They lost in their mind, and they stuck in their imagination, because you should be able to make some type of connection,
So you connect it with reason. At that point, you're still in the mind. You connect it with thinking. You're still in the mind. Unless you go into a state of silence and stillness, you're going to be playing with the mind. I'm not talking about the brain. I'm talking about the image of God. You're talking about the mind, where all languages are. All. So if you're going to reason it, you're going to theorize about it, you're going to call it a drama, call it whatever you want. You're still in the mind, and it's there to serve. Now, is it going to anchor? Sorry, Naga. Is it going to anchor us here still? Probably. If you get caught up in your senses, sure it will. That's the first death, when you realize, okay, I get popped out of the vessel. Holy fuck, I didn't realize I was the vessel. Oh, and then you realize, okay, I'm no longer the vessel. But what about the thoughts that you thought you owned?
That's not what I was saying, though. What I was saying with the mind thing, if you're not lost in your mind and stuck in your imagination, you should be able to connect the mind with your physical. You should be able to connect your mind with your physical, using your senses.
Okay, you're talking about mind over matter now. Mind literally over the matter.
No, I'm not talking about that.
What are you talking about then? Because I'm hearing
you. About mind equal matter.
Okay, so the mind. What is the mind to you then?
I just told you mind equal matter.
Okay, equal matter. So you think the mind and the matter are the same thing?
I think the mind do matter. The mind is matter.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. So when somebody actually, a being or the essence, removes itself from that matter, the physical part, where does it go then?
You lost in the mind and stuck in your imagination.
Okay, good enough. Okay, I'm hearing you. Most of this invention we have comes from the imagination. It's not like as though humans can say, listen, Dominic, I'm a scientist. You're going to bring me to a fucking desert island. I'm going to actually understand how to make Wi-Fi, let alone steel. Where do you think most of these invention comes from? Humans are fucking a stupid fucking species at best. It's the being part that we should be concerned about. The human part, I tell you right now, it's stamped. It's a mortal fucking thing. Whether you have 60 or 70, 80 years to fucking live. Now, I'm saying it in that tonality. You can say it's a beautiful thing. We can dance with it. We can break dance with it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that at that point. But if you're going to denounce the imagination that's fucking by more fucking superior than the fucking five senses, this is why people talk about being in the subconscious. This is why people talk about being in the zone. This is why when people talk about when I just wake up in the morning, I'm in that I'm just leaving the subconscious. And now I'm in the conscious state. That fucking narrow fucking view of how to fucking think and feel.
Yeah, but me, I'm not going with the whole fraction thing.
But Naga, that's the thing. If you can learn to not make it about you, you're insignificant when it comes to anything outside of you. At that point, the humbling of the self is very important.
I'm not making it about me, though. I'm making it.
You always do. When you make it about me, you need to really hear yourself.
I'm making it a part of me. Making something a part of you and making something about you is two different things.
Okay. You can
I'm making it a part of me.
Okay. Well.
So I'm not thinking about the whole fraction thing, though, because I'm not with the this over that or that over this, right? That's a fractionate if that's even a word, right? Mind's set, right, or state of mind, right? I'm not with that. I'm with the equalized thing, where the subconscious is equal to the conscious, where the mind is equal to the to the body. It's not one over the other. Me and Mazda was just talking about that, how because we're not English man and English woman, we're not English people, we just speak English, we think we comprehend English. And or all is two different things. And we stuck with all, right? We stuck on the or, on the this or that. It's never this and that, it's this or that with us. We only say this and that when we're mocking something, right? We never use this and that when we actually mean something. Or when we're talking about the whole thing. It's always a part of the thing that we're talking about. It's always a part. Which part, is the best part that we should be taking, is more important to us, that we should be taking serious. Which part of, of the house that, that should be my room. I should, make my bedroom. Which part should be the bathroom? Which part should be the kitchen? But at the end of the day, it's the whole house. It's not about the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom. None of that. It's about the whole house. Be whole, my friend. Right? Be whole. Not peace be unto you. No, be whole, my friend. It's not peace be unto you. Right? It's be whole. And that's what we're doing to ourselves. We're breaking ourselves into a fraction, right? Until we get to the smallest pieces, right? That we can actually grasp. And then we hold that into our hand. And we expect everything to revolve around that. Micro and micro.
So do people not divide themselves by the color of their skin, let alone their gender, or by their religion?
Yeah.
So if people are going to be talking, okay.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Charles. Sure, go ahead.
I was just looking at that picture with the tree and the brain. The tree goes into the trunk, which is the spine. That's wild shit. Anyway, my bad.
No, I was just saying that if we're going to be whole, then we have to stop doing these petty fucking things about being division. Then, because if I'm whole with everybody else, then I'm not concerned about fucking just because you're taller than me, let alone shorter than me, let alone your dark skin, let alone your gender. That's moronic fucking games that people play, and they're culted up with each other. Again, Naga, I've existed in this vessel for fucking 60 years. I'm pretty aware of a lot of fucking shit. I'm not here to represent you, let alone anybody else. But I can actually still observe fucking things, both energetically and physically. What's that?
I didn't know that.
What's that?
You'd have been about as old as my mom was.
Probably.
Damn.
Well, my vessel is. So now, when you become aware of that, and if you want to think that the subconscious and the conscious are equal, then get the conscious mind to fucking learn how to fucking breathe all the time, let alone to run the fucking liquids in this body. Now, it's when people actually have to do certain substances and the subconscious comes to the forefront, because the conscious mind is the weak fucking version. That's the one when you have to learn how to fucking speak a language, you got to be conditioned. Now, dare not understand, actually, all languages are already out there.
Yeah,
And
but
you can learn.
the beginning of your statement imply that, I don't know that I'm being present. If I need to be represented, that means that I'm not.
Nigga, from now on, nigga, I'll make sure I put your fucking name in front of it. You go around thinking every fucking thing's about you. Give yourself a fucking knee once in a while. Humble that fucking program running.
Listen,
Shit,
Naga,
I don't give a shit who the fuck you are. That's your responsibility. Worrying about you when I'm having a conversation for the sake of having a conversation tells me you don't know your fucking place yet. And that's just to hear me. That's the best you could do with me is hear me. Tell me you agree with
that, right?
Oh, okay, there we go.
You know that, right? If you know I don't know my place, why every time I get out of place that it bugs you up?
Because this aggravates that. I even have to fucking say this shit out loud.
I mean, if you know that's how I speak, like I speak in a way that.
Well, you don't know how to take a breath once in a while. You don't know how to take a breath once in a while. You go on for the sake of fucking running. Back in my mind, I'm thinking you should get some fucking duct tape and put it over that fucking mouth of yours, because silence would fucking serve once in a while.
Bro, you think he's arguing, but it's conversation. That's how conversation goes.
Okay. Oh, well, then breathe once in a while. Allow the people to share. But you do reveal yourself every so often because you think it's about you.
I just told you, it's not about me, though. It's a part of me. You think it's about me. It's about me.
Okay, carry on. You can justify anything at this point, Nag. I'll say the color green. You can say
it's not a fight, bro. Why you always think it's a fight, bro? Why everything always gotta be a fight with you, bro? When it's just a conversation, bro. You
you're projecting at that point, Nag. I don't give a flying fuck who the fuck you are. That's your responsibility.
Bro, you don't have to always think, bro, people trying to fight you when people is just talking just like you're talking, bro. I don't assume that you're trying to fight me or debate me, even if you was.
I'll go quiet then, Naga. There you go. Saves me that.
Nobody tell you to be quiet, bro. I'm just telling you to
I'm
speak.
telling you, I'm going quiet. Are you going to tell me what to do now? I told you, I'm going to go quiet.
Telling you what to do. That's why I said I'm not telling you to be quiet.
Naga, with all sincerity, you're never going to tell me what the fuck to do because I understand myself quite well. Outside of that, I'll play the illusion. I'm just saying, I'm going to go quiet then. There you go.
You see how that the frustration you have is with yourself. You just said, oh, you're going to, after I done told you, I'm not going to tell you, what to do. You answer back and tell me, oh, you're going to tell me what to do now, only to answer and say that I will never be able to tell you what to do, even if I wanted to. You see how the frustration is with yourself? I just like I want to speak freely, bro. Everybody here should be able to speak freely without them feel like they getting attacked. I'm speaking freely without feeling like somebody, attacking me. And if I feel like somebody attacking me, right, I'm going to respond to you to make sure that's what it is. Right? I'm not going to assume. I'm going to respond in a way, right? Like let it know that, if you attack, if it's an attack. And right now, there is nothing that I feel like is an attack that where people have to prove to me if they're attacking me or not. I'm just speaking freely. But everything I'm saying is coming from me, right? It's coming from me, but it is a part of the whole thing because I'm a part of the whole thing. So I can't be talking about the whole thing without including myself. How I'm going to talk about the whole thing and exclude myself of the whole thing? What's going on, True Zone? Salute, bro.
Man, what's good, man? I look like I stepped into some mess.
Hey, bro, you just missed it, bro. Donald Trump came to the street, bro.
Donald Trump came to the stream. What?
Yeah, bro. Donald Trump came to the stream, bro. Me and Miles out, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man.
Shout out my dog Miles out, man. Yeah, I was gonna come back up, bro. I took a nap, man.
Yeah, bro. You missed it, man. Donald Trump came on the live, man. He gonna do a lot of great things for the American people, man.
He ain't gonna do a damn thing. That's all smoking mirrors, man. You know how I feel about that nonsense, bro. What's good, everybody, man?
Nah, but you ain't working to nothing, bro. You ain't working to nothing. You know, with me, it ain't never gonna be nothing. You know,
Already.
it ain't never gonna be nothing with me. I don't went
Yeah,
into my
you said Donald Trump came to your chat tonight.
to the stream. He came to
Yeah,
the
he came right to your stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he the lick.
there you
That's
go.
why.
He
But
really did.
that's what I'm saying. Don't take my word for it, man. Go ahead and check out their lives for yourself, man. Go ahead and check it out. I don't want to, I don't want to brag about it. Like, I'm the first YouTuber that had Donald Trump, on his channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to brag. I don't want to,
No, they
I
have
don't want to
chat
brag
bots,
too
eh?
much.
My wife was talking on the phone one day with her brother, and this little voice broke in just on her side. Her brother couldn't hear it. And it said, "Would you like us to finish this conversation for you?"
Damn.
And these YouTube streets is vicious, man.
Yes, sir.
God damn, these YouTube streets is vicious. But yeah, I was having a conversation with my mom earlier about that nonsense, about Donald Trump, the inauguration, all that nonsense, man. It's bullshit, bro.
Hey, bro, let me ask you something, bro. And
What's
that's go for anybody on the panel, right? When y'all be speaking to your parents, right? Do y'all feel like they be putting y'all in doubt, or do y'all feel like they admitted that they be admitted the fact that they know a lot of things?
I was telling Charles and them that earlier, that my mom was insinuating, she was conveying to me that she kind of always knew that we was in the Truman Show, and she like this year she set out like every other year in the past she's went and voted and participated in the shit show, but this is like her only year that she set out, so I'm assuming that she's starting to see the shit for what it is.
Now, what I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is that, right? Because I was listening to Rod Hayes, right? And there was a sister that asked him a question, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't, everybody ain't gotta get it, I don't care about the grown folks, for all I know, the grown folks, some of them can run into a wall, right?" He was like, "The babies got it now." He was like, "The babies got it to the point now where they put in the parents on the hot seat, asking them questions, why you ain't never tell me, that I'm Aboriginal, I'm indigenous, that this is our land, we've been, from this land, walk on this land, do all that, and then he go back, and say, yeah, when the babies do that, the
Yeah,
parents."
I see what you're saying. I was having a conversation with her about that earlier. Matter of fact, we was talking about that yesterday, me and my mom. I was like, when I was younger, I said, y'all never made plans to go to Africa. We was always trying to go to Mississippi. It was always Mississippi. So, but I'm telling you, like I told you earlier, bro, with the whole indigenous thing, man. I'm saying I got mixed feelings about that now because I sit back and I watch these Native Americans, well, whoever they are, these are all nomenclatural titles. They reap the benefits of being Native American. They get kickbacks from the casinos, but then a lot of them do live in poverty. I looked into that too. But in the same breath, it's like I'm saying I'm indigenous, but I'm not reaping the benefits of it. Like I'm like, shit, I still got to go out here and work. I still got to go out here and do what I got to do. I still got to pay bills on so-called stolen land, and it's just I don't like But then again, I do know that's what we are, But in the same breath, I can't reap the benefits from it.
But your doubt came from, to me, to the question, I was asking when I was playing the videos, to the elders, like a lot of these elders know this information, right? But they didn't do nothing about it.
Like what could you have to you got to think to yourself, what could they do about it? It's like how we know,
Right.
like I was talking to my mom. My mom, she might have knew. My dad, because I talked to him about it before, he might have knew, but he thought to himself in the same breath, "What the fuck? There's nothing I can do about it because it's so many people that's what I'm trying to say."
That's a victim.
That's the point I'm to now. I'm like, man, I know it's cool to be indigenous and all, but then in the same breath, I'm like, man, it's too many people. It's too many niggas asleep, bro. It's like I'm
I
fighting.
mean, you didn't take the same approach with the LLC, did you?
No.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if we have all the information that we need right, to create an LLC and build our own business, we ain't gonna sit and act like, oh, we don't know what to do, because there's so many people that already have business. It's so many things. Like, we ain't gonna act like that when it comes to business, right? We're gonna be like, oh shit, I got the information, boom, let me get right to it. Let me start applying this
And
information.
then in the same breath, you got a lot of uneducated people that still believing in all the stuff they was indoctrinated with. They'll still, you can say, I can sit and fight, talk to them blue in the face with somebody, and they be like, man, you come from Africa. It's pointless. It's fruitless to me at this point.
But this is what I'm saying though, bro. Just like you, I bet you have certain people that went to school with you, right? You got a business now, but they ain't got it.
Even
They
if
ain't
your
got
ancestors came
it,
from
right?
Africa, you're not from Africa.
Listen, right,
You
Choose
forget.
on. Oh, go ahead.
Just like they try to say I'm a European. No, the fuck I'm not. I live over here. I don't live over there.
Yeah,
But
that's
I'm saying
how
that,
I'm
right?
looking at it now. I feel like wherever you born at, that's where you're from. But in the same breath, the only discrepancy I have with people is that everybody else want to say they from here, but then they'll try to get on these panels and say, "Oh, you come from Africa." They'll try to tie me to somewhere else. That's the only beef that I have. That's the only time I get upset. Like I'm like, man, these people don't know. They don't know shit. They don't know
But
anything.
bro,
They just
if you was born in Asia right now, bro, if you was born in Asia, bro, even though people will call you Asian, bro, but you wouldn't feel like you're Asian. If you was born in a Caucasian country, well, there is no country that's only Caucasian. But if you was born right in a Caucasian area, in a Caucasian populated, a city, you wouldn't feel like you're a Caucasian because you was born there, right? Because you could literally look around you and see that you'll stand out, and also you can see how the little Europeans, the little Caucasians, how they talk to you, right? How they be, if they be mind blowing to be
I
around you.
disagree. I grew up with many different cultures, and they all believe themselves to be Canadian, and they were.
Yeah, because being a Canadian is not like being a Chinese.
No, Asian culture is very restrictive and doesn't allow much immigration.
That's
So
not
we
what I'm
would
saying.
stand out. Yes.
That's not what
In
I'm saying.
China, they teach you to submit. They don't
That's
play
not what I'm
games.
saying to. I'm saying it because Chinese, right? Kind of, when you speak about China, right? You have an image of what Chinese look like, right? When you speak about Canadians, you don't have an image of what Canadians look like. That's why I use Chinese specifically. And that's why I use black, right? And Caucasian specifically.
Well, yeah, but there's the example where if we are integrated with each other and grow up with each other, we don't really see a difference unless it's actually culturally instilled upon you. In our culture, it was not really, even at the time. They did bring in their whole social stuff after the 80s, and that kind of screwed it all up. But before that, they really didn't bother with it, and everybody just got along.
Well, you might not realize it, but sooner or later, you're going to start realizing that there is a difference, right? If you was born into it, you might not realize the difference, right? But sooner or later, you're going to realize that there is a difference.
Well, yeah, I noticed that, countries like Japan are incredibly racist and xenophobic, where they can't see somebody that looks different as the same as themselves.
It's not the fact that they racist, Max Vision. I debunk that. I say people they're not really racist. They're just biased.
Their culture too.
Right, just
It's more of a cultural bias, really, right? Because it's not a cultural bias against anybody here. So, yeah, like, if you teach racism or teach that those people are different or segregate from different people, well, then, yeah, you're going to really notice the differences. But if I grew up next to all different types of people, So I didn't notice any difference because it's just the dude you play with, you know.
But you know there is a difference now, though, do you?
No, not really.
You
No.
just said you didn't. You just said you didn't notice it.
No, and I still really don't.
All right, that's now I'm.
Because they're still Canadians. They still behave the same. They're still the same people.
Yeah, I don't have nothing to say about that. I only said that what I said because you said you didn't, you know, and I just assume because you say you didn't, that means you do. You know what I'm saying? If you had said you know,
that's a weird connection, but sure. No, they still behave the same. They're still the same people.
Look,
I see race.
there's so-called white people that were born in Jamaica. They're Jamaicans.
It's a weird connection, but it's an English connection because English is connected weird.
Well, it's a wrong connection too. So you know,
you say it's wrong.
Yeah.
Nah, Jamaican people don't treat them any different.
If I said
you're trying to make the case that now I think differently of it. And
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying based on English, based on the English. If I said I didn't know something,
that is what you said.
Say that again.
That is what you said.
No, based on English, bro. According to the English,
on what you said.
According to the English context, if I said I didn't know something, that means I know now. I don't have to say, "Oh, I know now," because you have to understand.
Oh, okay, you caught me on a word. That means I'm a racist or something, right?
Nah, I'm not saying you're racist. None. I don't know where that racist
man.
applies.
Drop it.
What race are we trying to win here?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not trying to apply any word. It's just something that you were saying
on everybody else. Stop it, man.
Listen,
Stop
bro.
your
You
division. Done with
listen,
it,
bro. It's not that deep, bro. Again, we speak in English.
Man, that's racist.
That's English. That's the English context, bro.
Stop your division, dude.
Hey, let me say one thing real quick. I rock with. Let me tell you why I rock with Charles, man. Because I watched some of your old videos, Charles. You actually went and did your due diligence and did some research and found out who so-called black people was. I seen a few of your old videos. He's like, okay, they indigenous, so I salute you for that. But then in the same breath, when we talk about racist, that's what I'm saying. It's about somebody being biased. I feel like nobody on this panel is racist, man. I haven't got an inclination that anybody's so-called racist. You know, for me,
I actually don't like those labels, man. I look at people for being an individual and who they truly are. I love a person for who they are, not the label.
Right. Those are, like I say all the time, those are nomenclatural titles. That's how I look at it, man. I look at somebody for the spirit and the soul. But then again, people do have a birthright, man. You know, just like people respect the Native Americans that's in Canada. They respect the Native Americans that are here. They sit there and tell you, oh, the Native Americans, they were respected. They got these names. So we're just asking for the same credence of veneration. So
and
people,
they changed the Cleveland Indian sign and the Washington Redskins.
Right, that's all I'm saying, man. Like people sit there and tell you about.
You do not want to be treated like the Native Americans up here.
No, I'm saying I'm not saying that. I'm saying people sit there and tell you about so-called Native American history and who they are, but can't tell you who anybody. That's a form of being biased to me, you know.
They created a land grab.
To me, bias is saying something is better. You know, if I'm saying something is better than the other one, without actually analyze both of them. I'm just being biased.
I rock with everybody, man.
They have all their folk heroes.
But I'm gonna tell you what my man Woke said, man, and what I know for a fact that is true. There's a Masonic lodge in every city, every town. They got black Masons, white Masons, so-called black. I'm gonna say, and I quote, black, white Masons, Native American Masons, Chinese Masons, and they all working in synergy together to keep us on the bottom of the totem pole, man. So that's the real enemy, man. Oligarchs that built up a aristocracy.
Cheers to that, brother.
It's the same thing with the church. I mean, we be talking about the Masons. We be talking about the Masons as if they that much of in control. They're just puppets like the president, man. They're puppets too, just like the pastors. They're puppets too. They're on the same category, man. In every state, every cities, man. You find multiple churches, multiple lodges. It ain't just one in every city, it's multiple.
I think it's foul that that concept was created out of Africa theory. Whoever created that to sort of like
Well,
rewriting
we
shit.
screwed each other. We
Right?
traveled around and we screwed each other a lot.
That's what I'm saying. That's my only contention is that
Because
they
if
say,
Truth's on that ancestors, right, that been here all this time, he wouldn't know because they're telling him he's from Africa. You know,
right, and
it's
that's what
kind
I'm
of
saying.
like
That's my only contention, man. I hate to keep like I
deception.
don't want to say hate. I mean I kind of dread to keep harping on this topic. It's just, man, I know everybody was lied to. Like I like JG. I think it was I don't know if it was JG or I
I
think it was
respect
Cage.
it, man. You want to know your ancestors and stuff. I'm
I
the
think it
same
was,
way.
I think it was Cage. I think it was Cage. Cage was on the panel, and Cage he was trying to like put me in the Caribbean or Africa, but he didn't know. So I can't. I thought to myself, I can't even get mad at this guy because he don't know. Maybe I had to give him clarification. A lot of people just don't know, and I don't blame him for that because everybody was indoctrinated the same, bro. And we gotta eradicate these fallacies that was told to us sometimes, man. And some people, just like I didn't.
Man, this should be some intentional shit. You don't jump into fractions and divisions not even knowing 2 + 2 is 4. How you gonna jump into talking about divisions and fractions and algebra, right? And you don't even know 2 + 2 is 4, right? So if you able to talk, right? If you able to, to do algebra, to do a division, to do multiplication, I know that you're lying when you tell me you can't do an addition. I know that you're lying. So it's the same thing. These people, right? They will talk. They will be so knowledgeable, so smart about a lot of things, right? But when it comes to the smallest thing, they don't know now. I think it's intentional, right? It's the fact that they didn't know that you know. Since you know now, right? They humbly, right, giving up, right? They're giving up in a humble way. But if you didn't know yourself, they would have kept going. They wouldn't give up. They only gave up because you knew. That's intentional. And when it comes to the things, about the out of Africa theory, right? I don't think that's bias. I think that's evil. That's intentionally evil, right? To come from another land, right? To not land, to come, I'm not even going to use land. To come from your own house and come to somebody else, right? Houses, asking them to stay, right? And then trying to convince them that they live
But
somewhere
it's your
else
house.
is intentionally evil.
These cats came over here and squatted.
Now, if you come to my house and you trying to tell me your house is better than mine, that's being biased. Because if your house was better than mine, you would have never came to my house and asking me to stay. But if you trying to convince me that this is not my
I'm a
house, this is
Sasquatch.
really your house, now that's intentionally evil.
I came over here and squatted.
I had to go. I had to give myself a straightening, man. I had to look in the mirror because life's a reflection, bro. Like on my channel, I went back and deleted a lot of videos because I felt like I was giving out false information, pseudo information with the whole Yakub shit and white people coming from monkeys. Like, man, what am I doing, man? I said all this shit is, but I'm real enough to tell you that, bro.
Just to think lesser of yourself, man. They were putting ceilings and anchors on everybody.
And I felt like I felt like I was putting myself back inside of a box, and I felt like I was doing the bidding of a puppet master.
Knowledge is infinite, man. You could never learn everything in one lifetime.
Right, and I felt like I was like, I'm putting myself inside of a box. I said, I'm over here doing the bidding of the puppet master. I said, I'm being a puppet, and I don't even know it because I'm over here propagating divisive shit on my channel, saying Caucasians come from here, they there. Like, man, what am I doing, man? I said, hold up, man, hold up. Let me go delete some of these videos. Let me go do some more studying. And I feel like every nationality of creatures of people been here. I feel like people move around a lot. So I feel like everybody been moving around, migrating over here, migrating there. I do feel like us being indigenous, I feel like we have been here longer than others. But I just feel like everybody, this is just a melting pot. I feel like this realm is a melting pot. I feel like all existence of life has
We're
always
all
been
men
here.
here, right? We're all men here.
You like birds. You got different type of birds. You got different type of you got different type, not alligators, different type of birds, different type of
Hey,
insects.
yo,
Imagine yourself, all the
I
kinds of women you've met around the world or seen, and I don't know. Try and imagine yourself not wanting at least one of them, or two, or five, or 10. Or
Let me ask
women
you a
are
question.
beautiful, man.
Let me ask you a question, Chuzon. Why,
Women are
if
so
that's the case,
beautiful. Like, man, I could go anywhere in the world, man. I find a beautiful
But
woman.
a lot of people can't even do what I did, man. I went back and corrected myself. Like, hold up, I'm over here. Hold up, man. I had to actually like look at what I was doing. Like, man, hold up, man. I had to put the pause on certain things. A pause on
nah, I
certain things I
disagree
was
with you,
saying.
bro. You shouldn't do that. I don't think you should have did that, because that's one of the reasons why I have respect for Trump, is the fact that he gonna catch the stone, but he ain't gonna hide his hand, right? What you
Right.
gonna do
No,
about it?
I felt like I was sounding just like them, man. I was sounding just like one of them fucking agents that
But
be
that
on
was that
that
and
be
that
on.
and ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what
they
I'm
trying to
saying. That ain't
clone you.
nothing wrong. Hold on, right quick, right? Ain't nothing wrong with knowing that you was wrong, but you know better now, and you're not wrong anymore, right? So people have to see our progress. People have to see we shouldn't be able to hide. You know what I'm saying? The things that we come from, what makes us who we are. Like me, people ask me a question all the time, or if you had a chance to change anything in your life, what would it be? And the answer is always nothing. Because had I changed anything about me, and I wouldn't be who I am, and I'm proud to be who I am. So I would have never go back and clean up and and try to correct the things I said. The things I said is already said. I can only correct the things that I'm saying. I can only making
But I
sure
feel you. I
that
feel
I'm
you
right
saying, man.
this time.
I feel what you're saying,
No,
bro.
if I make a mistake in a video, I go back and I correct it and tell people I made a mistake. You should do that.
Yeah, I feel what Naga's saying, but like my editing skills, I couldn't do that. I just took the whole damn video down. I was like, man, I'm taking this like that Yakub shit I did a video about that almost a year ago. I said that whole story is pseudo. I took the whole video down. I said that's some shit somebody made up, just like the Jesus story. That's all some made up shit, man.
That's just erasing the path. Imagine, right? You and your son together, right? Right? And you say, look, son, I'm finna, take this jungle right here, right? And I'm finna go do this and do that, soon as after, this food is finished cooked, take it up, turn off the stove or the fire, and follow me, right? But while you was going, you keep erasing all the path, all the track that you made. So now your son can't find you because he can't follow the path, your footsteps. He can't follow after your footsteps
I
to see
agree.
exactly.
I think, yeah, it's kind of a 50-50 thing for me. You can see where you came from, but if you don't like that past enough, then it's up to you to decide what to do with it.
Right, right.
No,
Naga,
but the reason why I said this,
Naga, you my dog, man. You like my brother, but we talk on the phone. We talk off of YouTube, so you my dog, man. Always, bro. I'm always gonna have mad respect for you.
now salute, bro, salute. The reason why I said this, Max, is because I said if it's my son, and that's trying to get to exactly where I'm getting to now, he could do whatever he wants, but it's just that if he don't follow my steps, right, he might not get to where I'm at. I'm not saying he's not going to though. I'm saying he might not get to where I'm at, which is where we agreed that we was going to get to after the food was finished cooked. That's the only reason why I said that when we're doing that, we erasing the footstep, because we have a next generation after us, right? That's coming into awakening too. That sleep that's coming into the awakening. So they need to see how we used to talk and how we talking now. So when they start talking like how we used to talk, for them to feel like they out of place, they will feel like, oh shit, I'm on the right path. If you used to be like this and you like this now, I know I'm on the right path. I'm gonna keep going, right? They don't have to get confused and feel like, oh, there's something wrong, they're out of place. They could see that, look, even I myself too went through that, right? Even I myself was at some point was talking like how you talking. I mean, that's how I'm doing, right? Whenever I meet people, I could see that they on the same level that I used to be when it comes to this consciousness shit,
How am
right?
I talking? Anyway.
But yeah, the other thing I don't agree with you, Chuzon, is about because we are able to move freely on the land, right?
Yo,
That
what
means,
is a fucking gree? Somebody tell me what a gree is.
right?
A
Because
gree.
hold on, right quick, bro. Let me just say this to Chuzo, right? Because I want him to understand why I
Because I
disagree.
got a degree. No.
Right. The reason why I don't agree is because, because people is able to move around, then people can be wherever they want. Then if that was the case, we should see the same thing with the animals, right? But we don't see that, right? I'm not gonna use the trees and the herbs because a lot of time people like
Well,
to say,
we had
use the trees.
we had a whole different type of mammoths, all kinds of different variations on different species.
Okay, I'm not, saying disagree with that neither. What I'm saying is that, right, I'm not gonna add the plants, right, and the trees, right, and other things. I'm just going to leave it up with the animal. Why is it that even though the animals is able to travel freely on the land to do, but they always know that there is a place that they gotta go back to, right? Why don't we see the lions live together with the rabbits, together with the monkeys, even though all these
Because the lions are ballers. They make the females hunt for them.
We have elk up here, and they travel with the seasons. But in Africa and the equator, they just pretty much stay where they are. They'll expand out as their prides become bigger and their herds. But, when they run out of resources, when they move out, that's about it.
No, they go out in other places to look for food, but they'll come back. They'll always come back.
No,
Like
some animals do that, some don't.
What you mean some don't?
I want some Haitian food, man.
Like I just said, like lions, they pretty much stay. They pick a place of land and they stay there. We have elk and we used to have lots of buffalo, and they follow the seasons, the growth seasons, north and south. But and then you got some animals that hibernate, so they don't really move that much, but they'll expand out if they can.
There's one thing I appreciate about culture. Was growing up, I could go to my Puerto Rican friend mother's house and get some rice and beans and all types of culture food. Jamaican, Haitian, Dominican. I was spoiled, man. I got to try foods from all over. I got to learn wisdom from all over.
Yeah, there's a diametrical difference when it comes to cultures, man, for sure, man. I can tell you that from stuff experience. Like you said, man, you got you can go get Haitian food, Puerto Rican food, you get some soul food. I ain't even homie. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. My daughter's mom, her biological mom, right? Back when we was together, I would go to like her family cookouts and stuff like that. I'm thinking to myself, damn, where's the good food at? Like some of the food her parents and family would cook, it tastes like shit.
They've been Americanized, huh?
Right. Look, and then when we would go to my family's
Just
house,
like my family. We didn't cook like Golumkis and all these German and Polish dishes. That shit slowly burnt out like a flame. We became Americanized, eating hot dogs and hamburgers. I'd be like, Mom, where's our German food? Oh, how come my friends got Dominican food and this and that?
now we got
Didn't
soul
cook no
food.
damn German dishes.
So-called black people, we got soul food. That's what we ate. That's what I grew up on. I grew up on soul food, man. In my household, that's what we ate.
Oh man, if I had my way, we'd eat curry every night, but my wife doesn't like it as much. She's getting used to it.
And then my twin bro's wife, she's from, I think, from Somalia.
Why are they called dogs? Hot dogs. Are we eating dog meat?
It's actually human meat, bro.
That's because they scrape it off your
Probably,
dogs,
man.
right? Your feet are your dogs, right? So they scrape it off your dogs.
What?
Hot dogs.
I wouldn't doubt it if they breed animals like horse meat. Like who knows, man?
There's this goo that comes out of meat processing plants
I
out the
try not
side
to
of
eat that
machines,
shit, man.
and they
I
use
mean, there is a process
collect
to
that
eat.
stuff.
There is a process to
And I
eat
love
any type of
kielbasa.
meat. I
Kielbasa.
mean,
Shit like that.
there is a process to eat any type of meat. Each meat, right, is being seasoned. First of all, each meat, like each animals, got
Yeah, you got to put the witchcraft on it, man. You got to put the seasonings and flavor it.
I
the
can't eat a
different
hot dog.
herbs,
I can't eat a hot dog. I fucking
spices.
Listen though, each
fired
animals
for
have a
about
way.
half an hour.
Each animals have a way to kill it, right? And it's a way to season and prepare the meat. Because it's certain
Yeah,
animals.
they do that because it kills parasites too. That's why they use a lot of hot seasonings in certain places.
Yeah,
That's
salt.
why they live longer, because they know about those seasonings and spices that are really
Yeah.
good for the body and kills parasites.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
that's the food, man. My food gotta have season, man. Like I said, my daughter's mom, she's a so-called white. Back when I was with her, I tell her, hey man, you gotta put some season on that shit. Because when I first met her, she ain't like to season her food. I said, you gotta throw some season on that shit. I said, man, you're not gonna be seasoning your food. We can't be together.
Yeah.
Put some season on that shit.
My wife only
People be
had
like
salt
white
and
people make
pepper when I
bland food.
came
That ain't
into
true.
her.
Yeah, man, that's true, Charles. That is true, bro.
Not for me.
Don't cap, Charles. Don't cap. I've been with some
What?
white women, bro. I've been with some white
Not
women,
me.
bro. Do not cap, bro.
I was analyzing all my friends' mothers in the kitchen. So, I learned how to cook by analyzing them because I know that they know how to cook, obviously. So,
I'm
I
not
was the
gonna
type
cap.
to ask questions.
I'm not gonna cap. A lot of melanated people don't know how to cook neither.
That's true. Spanish people from the islands in South America, they could cook.
I've done
The
been with
amount
a
of
lot
men
of
that don't know how to cook, men and women that don't know how to cook now is
I done been with a lot of melanated, female sisters. I had to teach them how to cook. Like they really didn't, and there was really questioning my cooking. That's how you do it?
I had a beautiful
Really?
Spanish girl, and she couldn't cook a lick of Spanish food. Man, I was depressed. I'm like, man.
Bro, y'all
And that is a shame for
Any
as a, for
self-sustaining
a
man
woman.
should know how to cook.
As a woman,
Yeah, she couldn't
not
cook
knowing
rice
how to
and beans or nothing, man. She talked about let's go to Wendy's. I'm
Hey,
like,
look.
what?
Hey, look, bro. I was a chef for 10 years, man. I was around all type of cooks. At the particular restaurant that I worked at, man, I was the best cook in that motherfucker. Out
But
of
look,
everybody in there, everybody preferred my food over I was the only melanated person in this restaurant, by the way, too. And all the customers preferred my food over everybody else's, man. That's why I was like,
Love your food, right?
they'd be like,
Love
man,
food.
we did
I had a
salmon.
white chick that could cook Spanish food better than some Spanish people. She learned, and Jamaican food.
that's that's the reason why I took the approach saying that there's a lot of melanated sisters that don't know how to cook because there's a lot of white people that know how to cook that could cook their
Yeah, they were taught by the right people.
Don't know how to cook.
I gotta
They
give
were
credit.
taught by the right people, man. The people who had that
but
gift
either
in the
way-
kitchen, man. That
look,
witchcraft, that alchemy.
But look though, either way though, it doesn't matter what race you are. If you are a woman and you don't know how to cook, you should be ashamed. These are two things that a woman shouldn't be able to not do.
She's a boss woman.
Is do here.
Recipe and recessive
to
gene are a little too close to each other.
Is to cook and to cook and to do here. As a woman, if you don't know how to do here, you should be ashamed.
What
If you
about
don't know how to cook, you
cleaning
should
too,
be
bro?
ashamed.
I done been with some women that don't like to clean either, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, the cleaning. I'm not even putting the cleaning into the equation. Just these two, to do here and to cook. If you don't know how to do these two things,
Right.
as a woman, you should be ashamed of yourself because you
Women would.
literally. Go ahead.
Who said that was you, Naga? Who talked about women that couldn't clean? Women
No,
used
that
to
was
say that I was the
Jones.
cleanest man they ever met. Well, that's because my mother instilled in me chores. I would help her. You're supposed to help your mother, but
Yeah,
how can you
for
not be
years-
clean? Like I got
For years, I did the cooking in the
OCD.
house. For 15, 20 years, I did the cooking.
And the thing about me though, I'm not the type to have recipe. Oh, I gotta put half cup of this. I gotta do that. I just freestyle.
You be eyeing it.
I just freestyle my cooking, and every time it's gonna
Right.
taste good as fuck every time.
Yeah.
Because I'm cooked. A lot of people that it's great. I think it was on Truth Zone channel. I was saying that the other day, like over here in America, we taste the food after we finish cooking to see if it's good. But in the Caribbean, we taste the food as we cook it
As you're cooking.
to
Yeah.
know if it's good, to know if the food gonna be good. So once we finish cook that food, we know it's good. We don't even gotta taste it to know if it's good.
Yeah, I like the way they cook fish. I remember I ate bacalao. Oh man, I like fish.
Yeah, I cooked
I
a
don't
lot.
really like
I
clams and all that shit, them bottom feeders. But
cooked a lot of salmon in my day, man. Salmon with rice pilaf. We would do salmon bites. I would do like a salmon glaze with an apple vinaigrette glaze. I would do a
fish is
bourbon
good.
glaze in the salmon. I did,
I
man.
don't.
I cook so many damn dishes, bro. My days, man. So many goddamn dishes. I just got burnt out over time, man.
I don't even be
Um,
knowing what's the name of the dishes I be making. I just be freestyle. I'm like, man, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get that at the store. And when I just come, I just put something together. Like I said, you better believe it. This shit gonna be good as fuck. I don't even be knowing, like I said, the name of these dishes.
now I'm craving some rice and beans, man. Some food from the island somewhere. My friend over here owns a Dominican store, but he be frying. I be telling him, bro, you need to start cooking some Dominican food. His wife barely knows English. Who better, right?
Yeah, man, I hate a woman that don't know how to cook. Like, what you
If they
mean?
don't know English, you know they can cook. And I'm not
It's
the
like,
first person to
it's like
say
You
the
it.
can
first
teach
thing.
them. You can always teach them, man. You know, you can always show them. Like it's like my wife, bro. She didn't like know how to cook certain things at first until like I just showed her like, hey, this is how like my food cooked. Now shit, some dishes she cook better than me.
It's
Real
not a
shit.
problem though to teach them. It be that my bad. It be that the women that most of the time that don't know how to cook, they be feeling like they don't have to cook. That's the thing. They be feeling like, look, I'm not your slave. I don't have to cook for you. It's like, what? You're a woman. You literally carrying, food in your body. You literally carrying food in your body. Like, how you not enjoying cooking, right? How you not enjoying doing hair? That's a part of your beauty. So
Max
yeah,
jumped off.
I don't have a problem with the women that don't know how to do it. I just more have a problem with those, that feel entitled, to the fact that they're not supposed to be cooking. You know, they're not even supposed to be learning cooking. Better yet, talking about, that they have to be cooking. That's the
I
thing.
like Jamaica food, man. Like when I watch them cook down there, they know their
You ain't, got-
land and
you
they
ain't gotta
grow their
tell
own
them that,
food,
bro.
man. The government isn't really like affecting the land in like America where they're feeding like all this
And
crust, whatever the fuck this shit is.
these women wanna talk. These women wanna talk about how, I want to talk about the passport bros, right? How niggas is flying, right, and going overseas to get girls. But what these women don't know, these women overseas, they cook, they clean,
And they
and
respect their man too.
they know when to shut the fuck up. They
Yep.
know their place. You know what I'm saying? So
American women, they say, are spoiled, man.
that's what any man want. Any man will pick a woman that's going to cook, clean for him, right? And know when to shut the fuck up over a woman that's not going to clean, right?
If she's
That's
willing
gonna
to
be
do
a
that,
headache.
right? Why complain, man? You know what I'm saying? You got it made. I mean, I'm not saying to not put your work in too, but if a woman's willing to do that, you got a winner, man. That's love.
I mean, in the Caribbean, every woman is willing to do that unless they Americanized. Because there's a lot of women that's living in the Caribbean, but they think they're living in the United States. You feel me? So unless it's one of those, any woman in the Caribbean, they know the way to your heart is your belly. They know that. They know if they cook for you and you like the food, they know they got you wrapped around their finger. It's not the fact that they know if they open their legs for you, right? And you got your little thing wet, they got you. No, these women were raised with morals. They know that not to give that up unless everything is secure.
We might still be here, Lucid.
Yeah, I done left and came back. Shit, I thought I was gonna be off you 2 streets for the night, but I seen you still out. So let me go on back up
Oh
there.
yeah, I didn't go live for what, 2 or 3 days?
Right. I was gonna go on Smoke's panel. I think I might go over there later on because if they still alive over there, I like going over there now, man. I jump up from time to time.
I mean, they ain't gonna, they don't want no smoke with me over there. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, if you go over there now, they gonna call you a tether, bro.
You don't think I already did, and they already called me that?
Bro, it's not. He's not Jamaican. I don't know. I think he's from. I don't know where he's from in the islands. And they give him his name is Natty, man. He's a smart dude.
They always
bro.
beefing with each other in the islands. Puerto Ricans
That's
on
my
like
guy.
Dominicans.
You know who
Haitian
Natty is?
Dominicans beefing. It's like, damn, what the fuck?
I'm gonna reach out to him because I want to bring him on a panel over there, bro. That's what I do over there. When I go to Smoke's panel, I'll listen and see who's the sharpest, who got the most intellect, and I'll reach out to him on a personal level. Say, hey, come over on my panel. That's what I did with that girl Nami that was on my panel the other day. I reached out to her because I heard her talking over there. That's how I found Marco Power. I think I found a few other cats from over there doing that, bro. Yeah, now they can give him a hard time, bro, and that's wrong the way they do him. Because how you gonna separate us on the mainland with people in the islands? They say that they call them tellers. No, that's bullshit, bro. No, we all one, man.
That's what, bro. That's why, with the whole. That's why I wasn't really jacking that whole Aboriginal shit. It's not the fact that I didn't know I was Aboriginal. I didn't really want to jack it because everybody that's jacking it is putting a barrier between the mainland and the Caribbean. So I didn't want to jack it, so the people that still have an alliance with the Caribbean, I don't want them to feel like, I'm down with the barrier, and I didn't want the people in the Caribbean to feel like I'm down with the barrier. But once I see you wasn't the type of timing when I ran into you, so I was like, oh yeah, you're the perfect guy. I don't know if you remember on multiple occasions, I'm telling you, bro, if you really take this shit serious and you follow this shit all the way to the end, bro, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be big, bro. You know what? I don't know if you remember, I told you that a lot of time because it's a lot of people, right? That coming into this Aboriginal, this indigenous knowledge, but they don't know who to go to for information. Right?
It's real treacherous over there on Smoke's panel, man. Like, damn, man. Like sometimes I go up there, man, I can't even get a word in, and I done got into it with a few cats.
You know what I did? To find out my ancestors, like I did research and reading, but I got real good information with people who actually lived there. And I found people in Germany and Poland with my last name. Because I know I got family over there still. Because my grand told me. But
you did your research. That's big. That's what I be when I talk to a lot of Caucasian, that's the question I be having for them, because a lot of them be telling me like, oh, they think that their parents came from somewhere in Europe. They always reference a country in Europe, but that's where they stop. They be like, oh yeah, they don't know nothing else. I'm like, hold on. How you not do your research to figure out exactly where your people come from? Because you might
fail to realize countries have changed names, right? Germany wasn't always Germany, and records get destroyed. A lot of things happen.
You can always backtrack, bro. You can always backtrack.
Your best way to backtrack would be through your actual family. It's supposed to be passed down your lineage, but Americanized fuck that up too. So
what I was telling Choose bro, Natty is my guy, bro. He from the same island I'm from. He from the Virgin Island too, Natty. So
it's
me and Natty,
I'm gonna reach out to him most definitely, man, and I'm trying to bring him up on the panel, bro.
That's paradise to Chuck, man. Jamaica.
He from the Virgin
Island down there is fucking paradise. The women, oh man, dude.
Hell yeah.
I feel like they do him just because he's from the islands, bro. They're gonna call him a teller and all this other bullshit. Like, man, that's just
bro. Not only the thing is though, I got tough skin. Them calling me names ain't gonna get me out of character. You feel me? Like, to me, like I'm like when you fighting a motherfucker and you get one leak and he starts smiling like, oh yeah, let's get it, right? I'm that type. If you touch me, you get me excited because you ain't supposed to touch me. That's how I've been looking at it in a fight. I get excited.
If you hit somebody and they smile, you know you're about to have a good, serious fight.
Exactly. That's the approach I be taking with these people. But unfortunately, you know, they can only give a punch. They can't take a punch. You feel me? So they will call me all type of name, make fun of me, laugh on me, you know, and as soon as I start going in, they will put
Do
me
you got
on
his
timeout,
contact
they'll put me
information?
in the backstage.
You got Netty's contact information?
Nah, I don't got his contact though.
I'm gonna hit him up on YouTube. I've been wanting to do it for like the past few weeks and bring him over, but I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna look him up tonight and reach out to him, see if he want to come over, man. You know, drop him in. He know a lot of stuff, bro. He got a lot of information.
The way I'm looking at Smoke Signal channel, right? If you here for all the smoke, right, and somebody come on your channel for the smoke, right? You should ask the people on your channel who want the smoke with this guy, right? And give him a fair one, right? You should the guy that's on your platform, right? They always come on your platform all the time to give other people that smoke, right? So if that's the case and somebody come to your platform for the smoke, right? Give them what they want, you know, in the right way. Don't cheat them out of what they asking for. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that's how I be feeling, like I be going over there for the smoke, but they be cheating me out of what I want. You know, I really want smoke with one of them, you know, or even it could be all of them. At least let's do it in a row. Let me deal with you and the other one, or I could deal with you at the same time, but don't jump me though. You get what I'm saying? Like if I'm fighting all of you at the same time, don't jump me. Don't while the other one is talking and you over talk the other one, right? And expect me to respond to you, and another person is overhead over talking both of y'all trying to get to me. That's jumping me. That's cheating me of, you know, getting the real smoke. You know what I'm saying? That's just blowing smoke and there is no fire. That's why I don't really go over there. And on top of that, like I said, they will mute you. They will put you in the back.
I've been trying to get a hold of Charles. Charles, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you brought up a topic, okay, and I'm just going to try to intercede a little bit here. Those channels, keep them there. You know, you want to talk with those boys, go talk with those boys. So if there was a woman on panel and they told a bunch of men that they don't want to have a child, let alone do they want to cook, what would respect be at that point? Agreeing or disagreeing with her, or saying, well, those are your choices? Or if a man turns around and goes, I'm okay with my wife being a six-figure woman, or she just wants to hang out or whatever. Those are their choices. People have forgot to stay in their lanes. Now, I get it. There's traditional women out there and there's traditional men, but you're living in civilization now. So now if you want those type of women, you go there. You be with them. There's cultures that still value the concept a 50-year-old man should marry a 15-year-old girl. That's their choices. Now, if their family, their community upbring those kind of children, so be it. There's parents that actually figured I should neglect my children. That's their choices. This is when you realize you've expanded your choices or your awareness and not always think about this is how I live, so therefore everybody else should live that way. That's usually the old chauvinist kind of man or the feminist that live that way. We live in a realm now where we can't use Nishan anymore as an excuse. There's a lot of information out there, and you're seeing a lot of cultures that are intermixing with each other. Now, would it be favorable if somebody says, my wife really enjoys cooking and she's not being forced to cook? That's her choice. No different if people say she doesn't want to carry on, she doesn't want to carry it to the 9-month cycle. That's their choices. You don't have to live with those people. It's called changing the channel. Now, if you're looking, and I know, Naga, that you quite well, you like to have arguments, then I guess what you should learn is be in those organized debates. They have rules and regulation. This is not like street ball where the guy will turn around and say something. Yeah, you did that free throw. Next time you come in the hoop, I'm going to give you an elbow. And you say, yeah, but that's a foul. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to give you an elbow. You want to play rough? You got to understand the rules of playing rough. You know, I get it. Those communities, they're noise. Most of them are just noise. Nothing productive that you could bring to your parents and your kids. But what they do is they like to overtalk each other. They want to make sure they peddle their own fucking opinions. We all do it. But the thing is, to a point, they want to win the argument. I said, you won fuck all.
Hey, hold on, Don. Hold on. Let me stop you real quick, man.
Yeah, please.
You say they like, no, it's some intelligent people from like over there in those communities, bro.
Yeah, but are they intuitive like you are?
Right. That's why I brought that girl Nami on, the girl that you was talking to yesterday on the panel. True. That's why I brought her over, because it's some intelligent people. Bro. It's some diamonds in the rough over there, man. That's what I look for when I go over there.
I appreciate that, by the way, too, TZ. You know, but I get it. A lot of people, they just want to argue for the sake of arguing because they want outcomes like they're playing sports. You pay me enough, I'll tell you what the fuck you want to hear.
Yeah, since you mentioned me, I hope when I start talking, you don't feel some type of way.
I can if I want to, but it shouldn't affect you. If you're true to yourself, you'll be true. If you take a compliment, then you get upset because you don't like a compliment. Tells me you're not true at that point. It's a game that we play. That's all it is. But at least we should establish the rules. The rules are we going to be fair with each other? Because I'm never going to speak on behalf of a person that's dark skinned. Now, I can tan myself as much as I want, but if he turns around and says, Dominic, I've been mistreated, I say, I can relate to that, but not based on the color of my skin. No different my gender. We can probably relate more with our genders. And some people can relate the fact that I'm more of a certain blood type than somebody else. Or I've lost an arm and he has. I get it. The whole division part, it's a fun game to play, but isn't it a skip record that goes on and on and on and on? They're not challenge those things. Don't challenge others. That's a wasted energy because they're going to have their own stories, their own justifications why they do what they do. Now, if we think that for some reason, because you live in Haiti, I live in Canada, base a body of water, then we're doing the same thing with religion and state.
Look, I agree with you, bro. Even if, you know, that might not mean anything, you know, but like, again, I agree with everything that you're saying. I don't have nothing to say against what you said, right? But what I'm about to say, right, I disagree with. What I'm about to say, I disagree with. That's why I felt like that, you know, that date wasn't said, right? But I'm gonna say it and to show that I'm disagreeing with it. That's why I'm saying it, right? So when it comes,
but Naga, before you do that, you know you're talking to a guy that doesn't give a flying fuck about if you agree or disagree. So if you're having a conversation with me, that's one thing. It'd be wasted. But if you're sharing this because Charles and TZ wants to hit you, go fill your boots. I don't really give a shit if you agree or disagree with me.
I just said that.
Okay, good enough. Carry on.
Yeah, I just said that. Even if you know you don't care. But yeah, like I was saying, right? These women that make their own choices,
raw and uncut, man.
These women that have the right to make their own choices doesn't have a right to make, you know, choices for me, right? You could go ahead and not want to cook, right? And want to have 6 figure. You're not going to be with me. Because what I see a lot of time with these type of women, they are, you know, feel entitled to make the choice that they are making as they should, right? But they also felt like they're entitled, right, to a man like me, which they are not.
Well, let's say you marry them. Let's say you marry them. You have a contract with them based on state or religion, and they choose that they no longer want to do that. Could you not still get a divorce, or would you beat the shit out of her?
Damn.
No, I'm gonna.
No, I'm asking. Would you make it miserable for her? Would you encircle her, fucking belittle her like she's some little girl and say, listen, but you have to cook and all that? She doesn't want to be there. You say, on you go.
No.
Whether or not you have kids or not.
She gonna have to go. We're gonna get a divorce.
There you go. And that's fine.
That's only based on your question, but based on my mindset, it's not gonna get to that because I'm not gonna marry you if I know that you don't know how to cook and you're not willing to cook.
So it's a non-issue at that point. It's a non-issue then. Then we're speculating. You're talking to a bunch of buddies that might marry a woman like that, but you would never marry that person. So you're just talking for the sake of talking?
No, I was talking about things that I disagree with, not based.
But you're not living it. You're not going to be with that type of woman. So why would you even have the concept if you agree or disagree? Just live your life.
No, because these type of women, you know, think they're entitled to me.
There's a lot of deadbeat men. There's a lot of deadbeat men. And there's a lot of men that join the military with the potential of killing another human being. I don't think that's an honorable thing. I just choose not to be that. And I'm not sure.
These people don't have nothing to do with me. These women I'm talking about, they think that they're entitled to have me as their man, and they think that, you know, I shouldn't have a problem. They, you know, not only that I should want to be the man, but I shouldn't have a problem with them not wanting to cook. And I'm saying that's not how
they
it
give
works.
You something, Nega. I got a question to ask you. See whether or not you're a player or not. Did they give you something? Did they give you sex? Did they give you a blowjob? What did they give to you that you feel as though now they have an entitlement to you? Come on. What type of player are you at that point? Come on.
I'm getting
Come on.
everything,
Let's
bro.
hear it. Let's hear it, Naga. I've been around a lot of players before, so let's hear your story. Because if you don't want to be with a woman that doesn't cook, you wouldn't be with her unless you would.
Yeah, I was getting all of that. I was getting all of that from them. All of that you just named, I was getting all of that from them, right? And it was mutual. What wasn't mutual is the fact that we can be with each other and actually, have longevity, right? That's what's not mutual. But all the other things that was just named is mutual, right? And yeah, I was getting that. I was a player. Not only I was a player, but I was a street nigga too. So I'm speaking from experience. I'm not speaking, from imagination. I'm
Sure
not.
you are. Sure you are, Naga. I've been around, Naga. Naga, come on. You want the cow, but you don't want to pay for this fucking bell. Come on, Naga. Come on. There's going to be a little bit of maturity that's going to have to come with you. If you've ever truly been played by a fucking real woman, she'll take everything you fucking got and then leave you in the fucking corner. Now, come on. You were playing with them. And then they're probably fucking girls pretending to be women. So you got a good blowjob out of it. You got a good hump out of it. Outside of that, they're not the type of women that maybe you're accustomed to be with. But then the question is, then are you the traditional man, or you just like to have a fucking hooer in bed, but yeah, you want a woman that's going to cook for you in front of your parents? What game are we playing here at this point?
That serpent energy.
Why can't I be both?
You can be both. And then you know something? She should be able to be both.
Why can't I be both?
You can, but she should be able to be both. If she turns around and says, listen, Naga, I don't want to cook for you tonight. No problem. Why don't you take some of that fucking bling bling you have and go down the street and get some Kentucky Fried Chicken or get some McDonald's?
I'll cook for the night. I'll cook for the night. It's cool. You don't have to cook. You don't have to cook every day. The time that you don't cook, I'll cook.
And
the time or the day that you don't clean, I'll clean. Right?
Naga, I hope you find that type of woman. Naga, I hope you find that type of woman. But that's usually
I don't have to.
Rarity. Oh, you might have to. Okay.
I don't have to. I don't have to find that type of women, even though there is a lot of women like that exist in the world, but I don't have to find it to find her.
Good enough. Some people in customs, they believe my parents are going to find her for me because they trust each other and they trust the community. But if that's what you want or that's what you enjoy playing, that's fine. And women can say the same thing. Fucking women's always want to be players, and they get upset when they get played. I said, why? It was a boy toy. It was low maintenance. You know what you wanted. You wanted a home, but now you want to make a bad boy into a good boy. Get the fuck out of here with that noise. I'm not saying that to you, but that's usually what happens. Fuck Naga, I talk to all kinds of people. It's a game that they play with each other. And it doesn't matter if you're Asian, Jamaican, fucking Filipino. It's all the same fucking game.
Yeah, I don't mind that, man. That wasn't even my whole reason. I don't mind that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you profess to be this guy that's looking for a traditional woman, but yet you're a player. You would have been better off leading with that.
No, I never said I'm a player.
Well, then what are you then? What are you then?
I said I used to be a player. Not only that, I used to be a street nigga too.
Okay, good enough. Well done. You know, and if you change your way, repentant, and you want to look for something like that, all the power to you. But some people do it longer than others. You know, I got friends in their 60s, they're still fucking players, and they'll continue being fucking players.
This is how I look at it, y'all. You know, I want to interject real quick, man. I feel like they say, the old saying, you are what you eat, so you are what you attract. So you're only gonna attract the type of woman that you are. So if you were a no good motherfucker, you don't like to clean and cook, you live like a slob, you're gonna have a man and a woman in the house living like slobs. I've seen this happen over and over throughout time in my own life.
Yeah, that's true. And occasionally you'll find a unicorn and you'll find something, you luck out, you better spend a lot of fucking time maintaining that shit. Because that's not who you are.
It's about, like I said, it's about building each other. Like with my wife, there's certain things that she didn't know how to do when I first met her, but I taught her. Certain things that I didn't know how to do when I first met her, she taught me. We learn from each other.
So Chuzo, what about that saying that says that opposite attract?
But hold on. I used to be a player. I ain't gonna lie, man. I used to be a player too, man. I do attract a lot of women. I ain't even on this YouTube shit. It is what it is.
You're probably a fun player too. On top of that.
Listen to the question though, Chuzo. What is that saying that said that opposite attract?
Yes, they do. There's this opposite to attract.
That's true.
That's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't mean that they're actually going to hold on to each other, but they do attract each other. but then eventually they'll probably pull away from each other when they realize we are the opposite. Or one person is going to have to change and pretend to be something they're truly not, or they're not ready to become. Which I think it's a great quality. You find somebody that says, listen, honey, I'm going to teach you how to change a tire. I'm going to teach you how to actually talk to a mechanic. That's great quality. No different. A man said, listen, I'm going to teach you, a wife teach you, I'm going to teach you how to sew. Now, some men will turn around and say, I already know how to do that. Bonus for you. But to tell somebody what to do, opposed to asking them, it's two different things, especially if you're with a woman opposed to a girl. If you're with a girl, yeah, you can tell them whatever you want. If you're a woman, she says, no, it's the way you present yourself. That's going to make a lot to me.
I could tell somebody what to do if they're doing it with me. If you're going to do something with me, then you should expect me telling you how we're going to do it. Or you should expect me have a say so in how it's going, it's going to, get done.
And for you, Naka, as long as it works both ways, she tells you what to do, then it's a good relationship then. But if it's the opposite, meaning that you could tell her what to do, but she can't tell you, then you're talking about this opposite attract stuff. And that stuff, you might as well make sure you don't even sign any fucking marriage degree.
I agree with that because my women tell me what to do. They're telling me when they need their hair done, when they need their nails done. They're telling me, when the bills need to be paid, when I need to take them out, when I need to buy something, when something they like, they stay telling me.
Yeah, you're making yourself sound like a pimp right now.
What?
You're making yourself sound like a pimp. I tell my women what to do. I tell them, I say, you got to wear those pumps. You got to make sure you push up those girls. Hey, I think that's humorous, but hey, that's how you.
I was telling you what they.
Go ahead. I'm just teasing you.
The women that I was in anything with them, in any relationship, intimate, whether it was a friendship with benefits, whatever it was, right? They didn't hesitate to tell me, what they wanted me to do for them. So that's why I'm saying that I've learned that I shouldn't hesitate on telling women what I want from them, what I want them to do, because they're not going to hesitate to tell me what they want me to do for them.
True. And that works. And if you find a woman that's more traditional, they might allow that to happen too. They might try and say, yeah, thank you for telling me what to do. But after a while, they'll just do it before you even tell them. And vice versa. You don't have to tell a man, if he's a true man, to take out the garbage. He already knows that's part of his role. He'll take it out. The wife might prepare foods. The man might go grocery shopping. He says, I don't like grocery shopping, but hey, your wife is sick. I guess you're doing grocery shopping.
I actually agree again, another 100%, because, whenever, I feel like, I'm ready to get a good woman, I would never be with a woman if she's not from the Caribbean. My experience already proved me that, if she's not from the Caribbean or have any roots to the Caribbean, she cannot be my woman. So I already know whenever I really need a woman, I know where to look for. Just like I know if I need some groceries, I know where to go get some groceries.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. If I was raised and born in Italy, I'd probably think the same way, but I'm kind of born in the same area that Max is. It's a multicultural, and it's just, there's really no such thing as Canadian per se, but there's all kinds of cultures. So a lot of times most people's culture is commerce. It's no longer about, traditions based on, I lived on the islands, or I lived in a country where we lived in these farmlands or whatever. So
that's not the reason why I said that. I could easily say I could go to Africa too, right? Because African women is traditional. I'm not saying all of them, right? Just like I'm not saying all the Caribbean women is traditional, because like I said, some of them think they live in America, so they live in an American lifestyle. So it's the same thing with the Africans too. You have a lot of Africans that think.
I've seen a video today about Africa. Here's a tribe that tasted soda for the first time. I don't know if I call cap on that.
I hope they spit it out. I hope they spit it out.
No, they're loving it. And I was like, no, they got them.
You didn't even know how to open the bottle. He tried to open the bottle with a knife.
Yeah. But I was like, no, he started drinking. I was like, oh, he's poisoned. He's done.
It's true. That's true. I was fortunate too, Naga. My mom was a traditionalist, being raised and born in Italy and coming here. That she became somewhat modern, but she wasn't like, how some people, when they think of it's a land of free. No, most people they're given the energy. It's a land of non-accountability. You should still be accountable for your family and your community, but unfortunately, with everybody buying and selling houses freely, communities are hard to establish nowadays. especially in developed countries. I can't speak on behalf of the West Indies or other countries and all that kind of stuff, but I know friends that have come from there, and even though they're modernists too, they realize that there's a lot more communities based in those kind of places.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a good thing to have alive still, and hopefully, if I had kids, I would hope to emulate that kind of lifestyle where you treat people with respect. Who it doesn't matter what culture they are, but unfortunately, it's a me society, and everybody's only well, not everybody. A lot of people are only concerned about their own personal gains.
Well, I always come with respect, even if I know you or not, until you prove me otherwise. That's something that was, I was, even though I was born, well, I was technically, I was born inside of the house, right? But I had chances, to go on the countryside in Haiti, in a whole nother island on the countryside, right? And live with my grandfather because I was quote unquote a rebellious son. I was so rebellious, and I was so bad, so-called quote unquote bad. So they didn't want to leave me, out in the state where I could run around, do whatever I want. So every time it was summertime, they would always send me to Haiti. So I get a chance to be with my grandfather. And the way they greet you is honor, and the way you respond is respect. You see today how we greet each other over here is, hello, how you doing? Oh yeah, I'm good, whatever. But where my grandfather come from, we greet each other with honor and respect.
Great qualities. Those are great qualities.
You know the name Edison, right? For electricity. I'm looking at this on my laptop. And the word Edison reminds me of Edie's sons. I gotta see Edison, Edie, whatever. Imagine their mother's name was Edie. That'd be some wild shit.
I mean, their dad probably name was Ed or Eddie, and that was Eddie's son. Like Johnson, his father name probably was John, and they named him Johnson.
It's true, because my name and then my middle name was handed down through generations. My middle and last name is the generational. Would be my grandfather's name, senior, junior, and then.
Or they will go by John the First, John the Second, John the Third, and so forth.
You ever see a fucking gator do a mate call? It's wild how they vibrate the waters. That's wild. You ever lay in a tub in your house, a porcelain tub? I think you need. And when you're laying in these old school houses, you put your head under the water, you can hear conversations in other rooms. Yo, that shit's wild. It's just probably how it sounds in the womb and shit. The water's in the woman.
It's like putting on headphones. You can actually hear people on other floors, but when you take them off, you can't. It's kind of the concept where they talk about whales and dolphins that can talk for like miles apart. So it tells you that we're actually in water ourselves. It's the skinny water where we have the frequencies from Wi-Fi going back and forth.
Yeah, that's why we we talk about frequencies and waves lengths.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, wavelengths. I like the word wavelengths.
I got this picture here of these cables that were laid, the first 3 cables from Europe to America. I call it cap. I think it's been here longer than the 1800s. I think this technology is much older, in my opinion.
What happened if technology at the very beginning was so advanced that it started decaying or it got removed, so we're only seeing, the semblance of it. And slowly certain people are being able to reenact those technologies.
Yeah, that's what I think happened. They're tapping into, because the lady was making this point. I was watching her. I forgot what channel it was, but she was showing the cities and how they look like chips in a motherboard, and it was like a circuit board for ley lines and all this stuff, and how all the coasts collapsed into the ocean, because she was explaining off the coasts of all, you could see for, I don't know how far out, but you could tell all the coasts collapsed from this overload, computer overload. Pretty interesting. Her theory, her argument was pretty interesting.
I mean, this technology is so old. Its only members is bones, right? I'm saying
Yeah, we live in a machine. I think we live in some sort of a generator.
Listen though, I don't think you heard what I said though. I said this technology is so old that it makes December colder.
Huh. This technology is so advanced to make it fucking snow in June.
And all their members is bones, cold and bones.
They're fucking getting snow, I heard, in Louisiana. I was like, what? I forgot how many feet of snow.
Well, isn't the seasons its own technology? Snow, rain, sleet, ice. Is that not its own technology?
Yeah, they just figured out how to tap into it with their own these frequency machines.
Well, that too. But let's say there's another creation that created snow, or manipulated the environment so that it can make certain seasons occur, and then have one part of the earth have snow, another part of the earth have monsoon seasons.
I think we should look more into this snow. I watched a video of this guy. He took snow from his backyard and put it under a slide, and the shit was purple with like wormy things in it. And I said, that can't be good. What's going on here? Or I thought it could have always been like that, but I doubt it. It's weird. Purple snow under the fucking... how are they manipulating this shit, and what are they doing? Because it's always sinister with these fucking people, man. It's just sad to say. There's always got some sinister objective.
Well, that is usually the go-to response. It's sinister, but what happens if they're just manipulating things, and those are just some of the products you get from it? They just don't go around telling the public, because either the public's going to get involved and say, well, we don't agree with it, or we think it's wrong, opposed to, but are you going to participate in manufacturing it, let alone disposing of it? There's a big accountability when you have to actually produce that stuff. I'm not saying I know how to do it. It comes with what people say, a lot of power. It would be also a lot of responsibility. And part of the responsibility is, do we inform the masses that aren't really interested in participating in it, in the sense of creating it or disposing of it, but they just want to use it? Imagine if everybody had to spend an enormous amount of energy of building a car, building a truck. Fuck, a lot of people would just around say, fuck, I'd rather become a farmer again. And that might be very advantageous to us if we chose to go back to becoming farmers and hunters. But how many people would want to participate? Oh, we got to wake up in the morning today. Why? Because we got to go find some fucking Mad Max Strangler pieces of metal so we can actually melt it down so we can make another car part. Fuck, it sounds like some undeveloped country doing that stuff. Where most people say, hey, I can even order it and it'll be here by lunchtime. Both the food and the stuff I ordered on Amazon. That's a lot of comfort that we get caught up in. Comfort would be another way of saying we become culted up. And once you become culted up, how do you uncult them?
You're gonna get a cult, or you're gonna get the volt.
There you go. But even when you cult them up, the only way you can shake them up from that cult is you give them another cult. It's like being dependent on something. How do you get rid of it? Well, I got to find another dependency to get on.
People
It's not
think
like
culting up makes. It's almost like casting the same spell all at once. They think it makes it much stronger when you cult up, putting all the energies into one.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see it in a very small form when people start talking about flat Earth opposed to globalists or the Mandela. If people don't really understand culted, just say, listen, I'm in it. So do I actually want to join their cult? Well, no, I don't. I said, okay, but why are you participating in it then at that point? Are you there to be amused? Are you there to be entertained? You know, it's usually when people start saying, I don't agree with people that are globalists. Okay, so you culted up as a flat earther then?
Somebody asked me that on a panel the other day. They asked me if I'm a globie or a flat earther. I said, man, I don't entertain that nonsense. I'm not neither one, man. Like, I said, I'm just truth zone, man. Whatever I speak, whatever comes to my mind, man. I'm not a part of no group. I'm not a bro set. I'm not a part of brother Sanchez's dojo. I'm not a part of nobody's dojo, man. I didn't come under the tutelage of nobody. I came in the game by myself, you know. I came in this thing by myself. I hit the record button. I came in. I ain't trying to cope up with nobody, but like I feel like minds think alike, so we can always come together and build, you know. But other than that, I try not to, you know, cope up with nobody because that shit can become dangerous because a cult, they all going to be on the same synchronicity, man, like hive minded, and you know, whatever you can come in and show them the truth and tell them the truth, and you know, it's going to be your word against theirs, and it's fruitless at that point, you know.
Mm-hmm. And for some of them, if not a lot of them, they end up becoming converted. So I'm no longer religious, so I'm no longer converted religion, but I'm looking for something else to convert myself. I'm going to become an atheist or a humanist.
Right. Then if you go at their leader, then you become the bad guy. Like I went at one of them Aboriginal leaders, man, and they called me. I became the bad guy just because I called something out. Like, hey, man, this person's a damn agent. This person, these are military, and a lot of these dudes, a lot of these men and women, they be ex-military personnel, so they have ties to the government any way it goes. So I'm thinking to myself, it's not a coincidence. A lot of these motherfuckers in these communities are ex-cops, they ex-government workers, they ex-military, they ex-FBI, and now they got channels, and now they for the people.
You need those people.
Something's not adding up to me with me.
Well, they've already culted
You know
up.
why you need them? Because you might need to learn some of their techniques, man. Those people are important.
Well, most of them, they're low grade, Charles. At that point.
I feel what you're saying, but when they in these groups, they infiltrate these groups. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. They government workers, they ex-military, they infiltrators. Like Brother Sanchez, I know wholeheartedly that nigga's an agent.
He could be, and he probably is. But
that nigga, man, ain't no could be. I'm a 1,000,000% positive infiltrator, man.
Okay, so
but look, truth, it happening on both sides though, because you have to understand, there had to be some good people, right? That just thought that it was a good move to go to the army, right? And when they got there and they realized, they fucked up, and these people probably didn't want to speak out back then, because it wasn't a thing to speak about the government back then, right? In like that in a platform, right? It will, you could protest
I
about it.
respect bro, man. He does his thing, and
But, right, quick,
I haven't
right?
seen no paperwork to prove otherwise.
I don't really know nothing about Brother Sanchez. I'm only going off what I've seen him do. Like, okay, he's doing Masonic justice. He's showing me who he is. A lot of these cats are, man. It is what it is. I'm not gonna be listening to him. I ain't about to be over there in his tutelage on his dojo, sucking his balls. I ain't about to be doing all that because I'm just truth zone. I'm by myself. I feel like I'm only gonna attract what I am. So I ain't about to be over sucking none. I ain't about to kiss none of their ass, man. Because I'm not in it for that. I didn't come in it for that. But hold on, Dom. I look at it like this. I look at how Master P, No Limit, they was all ex-military, but then they came in the rap game. It's so-called agents of chaos. What was their mission? They came in rapping about all this murder, and kill. What was the objective? To fucking for so-called black people to
That's
kill
part
each
of
other
the
off.
hypnosis, bro. The magic in
Right.
music, man.
That's right.
It's
Master
about
P.
the sound.
Master P's and them job was to feed young black dudes to the prison industrial complex. But like I'm saying, C Murder, Master P, all them were ex-military. Mystical, all them were ex-military. They were all agents of chaos. So I'm saying on the level we on, you got these people coming in these communities, globe community, flat earth community, spiritual community. A lot of them are ex-military. It's the same shit, just on a different level. That's what I'm trying to insinuate. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, let's play with the
Military uses sound too, and they march left, right. Shit hypnotizes them.
Yeah, because
But
once
yeah,
you
but the thing is, though, oh my bad, Dom. Quick,
no, thank you, Nate. I was just saying, once you've been converted, you really have to put a lot of effort and say, okay, from this point on, we're not going to convert. So now you can be in different situations, but not be converted. So let's say, hypothetically, Roshan says is not an agent. He's either naive or he's aware he's trying to help people. And at that point, you got to follow.
About the message.
Then you have to follow if the message is important, but then you have to follow the people that are on the panel or on the chat. Are they culted up? And vice versa. There could be a lot of people that could be naive in the panel and we're on the chat and not realizing. But
we live in America, man. We're all culted up.
To a certain point, you are. If you think that bearing arms, it's a cult version. Like why would you need to ban arms? Like bear arms, opposed to realizing, okay, but wait a second, but we're in America. We're here to defend ourselves. Well, how many times has America openly admit that we're in another country? That's called an invasion. And at that point,
up, hungry for information.
It could be. That's another way of saying it, yes. But again, it's one of those things. When you're when you're not culted up, when you can challenge the same kind of views that you're receiving. But when you start saying, "Well, I don't agree with him. He might be an agent," that's all possible. But how does that help an individual? That's like saying Jesus Christ is a demon. What's the message?
Look, hold on, man. I think you might misunderstood what I was trying to convey to y'all, man. I'm not saying I don't agree with these people. I'm saying the message they have, some of it can have value to it, but in the same breath, I'm saying some of them are controlled. That's what I'm trying to say.
True.
I'm not saying what they're doing is not right, but I'm saying a lot of these people are controlled, man. They showing you who they are. I can sit here and do Masonic. If I sit here and got on my channel and did Masonic Justice all day, y'all be like, man, that nigga True Zone, he's working for the other side. But since these people have a big following, motherfuckers like the dick ride. Oh no, he might not be an agent. Man, come on, man, miss me with that, man. That's what I'm trying to say, man.
But most people are already in a cult. They're just moving from one cult to another. That's all they're doing.
Man, so people that get inside these cults, man, they dick ride, man. They go from panel to panel, channel to channel, just dick ride, man.
So let me ask you this.
I'm a one-man cult, man.
Do you feel the same way about Gene?
I'm my own cult.
Gene
Wesley?
Yeah.
That's my dog, man. I ain't got no. I seen him. I seen him on because I'm on his Facebook. We talk like personally. Man, that's my dog, so I would never say anything ill will towards him, man. Because that's my brother.
But
man.
He be doing a lot of
Yeah, I seen him on a video one time. He had a Masonic ring, so he might be a Mason, but that's on him.
But he be doing the hand gestures though.
Yeah, I already know. But then again, that could be a mudra too. Those are mudras too. Those are energy points in the same breath.
Exactly. So I'm saying this not to say that he is an agent, but to say that we cannot put the eggs in one basket. We know that with everything. Like for example, we can't put all white people in the same basket. We can't put all black people in the same basket. We can't put all Aboriginal people or indigenous people or Native American in the same basket or African in the same basket. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing with the agent thing, or with the people that go to the military.
I feel like that word agent is watered down. I dread even using that word anymore. I feel like a lot of them have been compromised. Let me just say it like that. I'm not saying the message that they conveying to their audience is totally bullshit and fallacies. I'm saying like they might have took an oath a long time ago. Everybody takes oath though, but what type of oath did they take? Somebody might took an oath to do some nefarious shit to their people. Somebody took an oath. I took an oath when I got married. A lot of people take oaths, man. I took an oath when my daughter was born to take care of her, right? Everybody take oath. It just depends on what type of oath you take and what type of message you dare to put out, or what type of agenda you dare to push, or what you dare to do. That's what I'm trying to say, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. But what I'm saying though, my thing is that though, we cannot say all of them. What you just said, I agree. A lot of them, that I agree. A lot of them, yes. But to say all of them because they went to the military, I can't really say that, because at the end of the day, we go, the result gonna show. Your work always gonna show.
I'm not saying like everybody that goes to the military is a CIA operative or some shit like that. I'm saying I'm just looking at it like from experience. Like I said, I've been doing this research a long time, way before I came across Charles's channel. I was doing this type of research for a long time, so I'm just putting the pieces to the puzzle together. Like, okay, I seen that these entertainers was ex-military. Okay, I see a lot of these people in these different communities are ex-military. That's not a coincidence. Somebody like what Charles was saying earlier, some of these people we do need. Say somebody that had a dishonorable discharge and they was in the military and they got out and they want to go against the government. Okay, that's cool, that's fine. They don't have an ulterior motive. I'm saying a lot of these people we have an ulterior motives. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you should be able to see it in the work, meaning that you should be able to see that, all right, that person is not struggling, because how the hell, you're an agent and you're struggling, right? So that person, shouldn't be struggling, and a lot of these people, they be struggling, they're damn near begging.
That'd be like somebody saying that, you enjoy working and enjoy some of the rewards is money. Somebody could say you're an agent for the fiat currency. Now you might turn around and say, well, no, Dominic, I just work and earn money. I say, yeah, but somebody can still perceive it that you're an agent. You're fueling a system. So a lot of them are unaware that they're fueling the system.
Right, but that's a microcosm, though. Like somebody can say, oh, he's an agent, but I'm doing it to feed my family, take care of my daughter. I'm saying like these people, I didn't come on YouTube with somebody else's hand up my ass, man. I came on this platform by myself. I didn't come on here with an agenda already, with an ulterior motive to mislead people. I'm saying a lot of these people come in here with somebody's hand up their ass, man.
People don't know that though. People don't know that. Some people don't know that you didn't come on here like that, and they might be judging you from the outside and think that you're an agent.
Right.
They're making an assumption at that point. But
I'm saying with these like bigger it's not an assumption, bro. I'm saying with these bigger platforms, man, y'all not hearing me, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all not hearing me though.
No, I'm agreeing with you. That's basically what I'm saying too with this. That's how I'm saying you're going to see this big platform is not struggling. Not only they're not struggling, they're not getting strike, they're not getting nothing, they're just getting money.
God damn.
No, I'm hearing you, TZ, too. But Bro Sanchez is actually still a small channel. He's nickels and dimes, regardless if he has 100,000. When you start talking millions and all that,
like 40,000 views, 100,000.
That's still nickels and dimes.
Yeah,
that's YouTube algorithm.
I'm saying a channel like mine won't be able to break the algorithm. I feel like some of his. I heard somebody say Dane Calloway has a team behind him. He has a whole team behind him. I feel like some of these people are controlled, man.
He said that though. A lot of time he be talking to people. He say that they gotta reach out to his team. They gotta reach out to his manager. He gotta talk to his team. He be saying that he don't. He ain't hiding that he got a team.
Yeah.
These niggas is fucking. They opposition, man. That's all I'm trying to say.
With his wife though too, Dane. From what I remember.
But you can say that. I was going to say, you could say that about any industry, book industry, the music industry. It's always interesting when somebody says,
okay, if it wasn't like that, how come channels like me, Charles, a lot of these channels can't break the algorithm if that's the case? How come all these control channels?
Bottom feeders. It's bottom feeders. You might be sharing a lot of important contents, but for YouTube, you're just a bottom feeder.
I like being a bottom feeder.
I like being
alone.
I'm not a bottom feeder because what I'm saying is real shit. They ain't saying nothing. They not saying no real shit to me, man.
TZ, what you're sharing is amazing content. But when it comes to YouTube, you're just there. You're like a logo. That's all it is. You're just there to keep their industry alive. They're not in it for us.
Right. That's what you're saying, man. Like, all I'm saying is, man, like, it's just not a equal playing field because I feel like a lot of these infiltrators, man, I feel like I can't get a fair shake, But it is what it is. I'm not, like I said, man. I rarely post my cash up on my channel. Like I'm not in it for monetization like that, man. I didn't come in because I know I'm a hustler by heart. I know how to go. I can go get 30,000 out the street. I don't need to get on here and beg subscribers and tell them subscribe to my dojo. These dudes ain't hustlers, man. I can get 20,000.
Was fear in the Matrix, bro. Who told you he was playing the Matrix, bro? You was always Neo against like 1,000 motherfucking agents, bro. And they was always coming more and more until Neo fly, you know, his way out of there, bro.
Even the ones that you trust as family could be agents. They're just unaware that they're agents. But yes,
Right.
and
Right, gatekeepers. Yeah, I said it the other day to Nami. I said that on Smoke's panel to somebody. I said, look, man. I said somebody in your family can be a gatekeeper. I said you can try to leave religion alone. You can go to church every Sunday with your mom, or dad, or cousin, or brother, etc. for your whole life. And the moment you want to leave the whole church thing alone, they're gonna be like, hey, no, if you don't go to church with me this Sunday, I'm cutting you off. And say that person is taking care of you financially. What you gonna do? They being an agent. At that point, they're being a gatekeeper. They're being an agent. They don't know it.
That's right. It's like talking to some former
Are you
Jehovah's
kidding
Witness.
me?
What's that, Charles? Are you joking with us, Charles? You know that.
No, I'm seeing this Pelosi. It was Pelosi, Bush, Clinton. I don't think Bill was there. It was, of course, Hillary Clinton. Fucking Hillary. These people should be fucking executed, in my opinion. But my opinion.
I feel like them are all characters that don't even exist, bro.
Yeah,
probably right.
I seen a picture of Donald.
Right.
I seen a picture of Donald Trump. The dude had a mask on, bro. I feel like these are skinwalkers.
Don't be talking like that about him, bro. He was just on my live, bro.
Humpty Trumpty sat on the wall.
You're gonna fuck up my promotion with Trump, man. You know, Trump going. You know, he going to
Trump owe me like $1 million.
He going to sponsor me, bro.
Was he gonna give you one of his singles?
Him and his people.
Yeah, bro. Like, listen, man. I'm about to go presidential on y'all, man. Y'all don't know.
Not that. Was there a guy that actually came on with the name Donald Trump or something? Because
you could go presidential, bro. If you got an army that'll stand behind you, they got an army that stands behind them and morons that fucking lick their ball sacks and will die for them.
I don't know yet, man. I don't know yet. I gotta discuss that with him next time he come on my live, but I don't know yet.
What's his name? That nigga Mental Ninja said the same exact thing. That nigga was trolling the whole time. I said, this nigga trolling.
It's just funny. He'll troll purposely, but he understands what's going on. Again, Charles, even when you say about the military, no, the military have Zionists in those positions. Secretary of State. These are people that have never got voted out. Those are the ones that are actually that Donald Trump has to adhere to first and foremost. He's so low on the totem pole. It's kind of like talking about our prime minister here. There's a governor general that's between him and the monarchy. Now, all the people that are in the Senate, they're not that important. They might be lobbyists or whatever. So, that's to entertain the masses and really reveal to the people that are just right above them. These are the business transactions we do. And this is what we're going to do from state to state. So him, whether or not he's signing some sort of declaration over top of a Mason, I don't think he's even a Mason probably, but even if he is.
No, he is. He's got an orange face, which comes out to 33.
Okay. So for him to be a Mason and to be in that position, that means his forefathers must have done something to show allegiance. It's like looking at George Bush and their Bush family. So like Elon Musk. Elon Musk would not be in that position if it wasn't for his family. And the common theme with most of these family members, they're eugenics. They value the concept of fucking depopulation. So when people start encouraging, I like Musk, I said, you don't got a fucking clue who you're fucking voting for. You're favoring a guy that values transhumanism. Same with the Bush family, same with the Bill Gates family, same with the Carnegie family. All these families, fucking, I don't give a shit if it's plus below. These are family members that they work among themselves.
This is at Trump's inauguration. Look who's there.
The whole gang.
I
The
mean,
whole
come
gang
on.
is there.
That's the swamp.
That's the front
Right?
line.
Who's running the swamp? Yeah, all right. Sure you are.
It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. I sit back and I think to myself, why do? Then again, I'm not even gonna say that, man, because then I'm answering my own question. I'm not even gonna say. I'm like, people fall for this shit all over and over and over and over again. The same old scenario.
I know.
Every
Hillary's clapping
years.
for him, yo. That's wild shit, man. I knew he was all like, he's trolling the people by doing that shit. Like Dom said, I think Trump's just a fucking.
Same with Obama.
He's
But
got
Obama,
money and stuff, but he's not like the big dogs running the plays, man. They're behind the scenes.
Nah, man.
They don't need to be out there. Those
Trump just
are the
a
real
puppet.
dogs.
I'm gonna say like I say
People
all the
running
time.
shit.
They got that just like I just said. I said some of these YouTubers they might have somebody behind the scenes with their hand up their ass, like you puppeteering them out.
Damn.
You got Trump. You got Trump. Somebody like Trump, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Pelosi. All of them. All these politicians got somebody behind them puppeteering them out. It's the same thing. It's on a
He said
different
like
level.
a sock puppet. They had their
Yeah.
hand up their ass.
Yeah, man. Like yeah.
isn't that what they talked about Whitney Houston? She was getting fed up with her handler. So she decided the only way out was I'll just end it. So there's so many handlers, you know, a guy like even Obama in the terminology of being white, meaning that you played the white man's game. He was whiter than white. Now people could turn and say, well, he gives a shit. I said, no, he was reading scripts the whole time. And during his time as 8 years as president, how many trillions of dollars disappeared? Because, hey, let's put a person in that position, like putting in a Thatcher in Britain. Let's use a puppet so then we can do our business. Every time they were actually impeaching or whatever with, what's his name, Trump there, they were passing all kinds of new policies in there. So let's distract the masses.
And why would one want to listen to somebody that's having to read from a teleprompter? That means they can't. That means they really can't articulate what they really want to say. They
scripted.
Just like we get on. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Just like we get on here and freestyle everything we say. I don't need to read from a teleprompter. I don't need nobody to write my material. It's just off top of the dome. Like, okay, if I think of something, I get an idea that sparks the mind, I'm gonna say it.
Like Don said, the laws in the Bible is the old rule. AI.
Can you share my screen?
And teleprompters is the new scriptures.
TZ's talking about.
Say it one more time. Say that one more time, Charles.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said the Bible and law is the old rule. I said AI and the teleprompters. That's the new scriptures of the world.
I might use that in the near future.
That's a good term.
You mind if I take that, right?
No.
Share it together. You know, you said it earlier.
Dom said it first, but in a different way. And when he said it, I was thinking about it, and I said, "Damn."
But you had said it earlier, TZ, about being free thinkers. That's what we're doing here. Where other people, no, they're control thinking, and that's fine. You know, and you don't even have to go further than one's family. If you find that your family's a little bit more open, all the power to you. But for most people, they can't even have this kind of conversation with their family because either they'll get, you know, pushed back in line, they'll chase you like you're crazy. I'm like, okay, so I'm crazy. Continue.
That's right. Hey, my mom didn't want to deal with these type of conversations years ago. Now she's calling me every other day, asking me what I think. It's like, Kentra, what you think about the inauguration? She's like, Kentra, what you think about this? She's calling me, asking me now.
Your mom's loving you. Your mom's loving you, TZ, at that point. Well done.
Yeah, that's good. Yep, well done. Like Dom said. Hey, Charles, can you share my screen, bro, for a little bit? Let's see right quick. DJT, what's going on, bro? Let me add you in. What's going on, DJT?
Good evening, Americans. This is your president, Donald J. Trump, coming to you from the Oval Office. This is a wonderful night. Hanging out with my friends, Alex Jones, and we've got Joe Rogan hanging out with us as well. It's, quite frankly, one of the best nights of all time.
Oh, man. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. President. How you going to...
A pleasure to be talking with you as well. It's wonderful being here.
Yes, it is. So
it's a pretty terrible version of Trump.
Hey, man, I got some questions for you. Do you mind answering them? What did you say, Charles?
It's kind of like a terrible version of Trump, but man, tech has come a long way.
He had a cold. Go with it.
You're having conversations with fucking a computer. That's wild shit.
What you mean, bro? What you mean? You mean Trump is a computer?
Well,
that was Trump, bro. That's Trump. That's Trump. That's Trump speaking, bro.
Megan, have you ever talked to Rod Hayes? He talks a lot about soul contracts. I've heard him talk about that stuff before.
Whoa.
I tried to get Rod Hayes on a panel, man. I reached out to him on Facebook.
That would be nice.
I want to bring him up. Yeah, I reached out to him on Facebook. I want to. That's a goal of mine to bring Rod Hayes up on the panel on my channel, man. I reached out to him numerous of times. A lot of these bigger channels I do reach out to. Somebody like Rod Hayes, I reach out to him. Somebody like Isis Wisdom, hell no. I'm trying to think who else I reached out to. I think it was just Rod Hayes. That's like the biggest channel that I reached out to, but he hasn't responded yet. So I'm holding on to hope.
I mean, we exchange words on Instagram, but I don't really be, talking to him like that. But I feel like, he's one of them ones.
Chuck, you should try to get Killer Priest. You should try to get Killer Priest.
Yeah, that's one of them ones too.
Man, you know how much Killer Priest taught me when I would listen to Heavy Mental? Oh man, his lyrics take you on a journey, yo. He's a person that could paint. You could close your eyes and listen to his words, and he could paint pictures, man. He's got skills. And what he talks about, you could research, and it gives you deeper knowledge. Not like today, it's all self-destruction. It's all fucking crazy. But
does Killer Priest? Does he have an Instagram, Killer Priest?
He has a YouTube channel.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That Threads 3000 dude I brought up, man, he's a well-known indigenous rapper. Like, he's well-known in the indigenous community for, like, rapping about us being indigenous. A lot of people know who he is. And I didn't think he
first learned about black people being indigenous with some Old Dirty Bastard in his Brooklyn Zoo album.
I didn't think he would reach back out to me because I contacted him a few 4 or 5 months ago. Like, man, he ain't gonna reach back out to me. I said, he's too big. He got too many numbers on Instagram. He ain't gonna. He hit me back up, said, "Hey, let's do it. Let's do it." I'm like, God damn, he's humble as shit.
Well, if he sees your channel and he sees what you're presenting, hopefully he'll be humble enough to realize, regardless of the numbers you have, it's what you're talking about. That probably would attract him to you.
Yeah, I'm surprised though. I think because we grew up in the same city. That's why I got an advantage point. That's why I got that dude dressed, because we come from the same town.
But you didn't get.
I wanted to.
You didn't get Donald Trump like MAGA did.
No, hell no. I don't even want to.
I wanted to hop on that live, man. I was busy, slaving myself,
Yeah, I text you, asked like, come on and hop up, because I was asking everybody, man, y'all want to come up and ask this dude some questions, man. Everybody was acting like they didn't want to come ask him no questions. I'm like, man, this is crazy. And the other time, everybody's up on the panel asking questions. I'm like, man, that's crazy.
Maybe in future, when you have Ninja or other people, he can just free flow with the rest of them. Because sometimes people don't want to just directly ask another person a question, and then he might even, share willingly. It doesn't even have to ask a question, but I get it. The fact that you got him on your channel for the first time, TZ, that was great. Hopefully next time when he comes, it'll be more of a
he hasn't done any interviews nowhere. And like this dude, he's been doing it a long time. And like I say, he's well known with these Aboriginals and these indigenous people. He's well known. His music is. That's how I found out about him. I listen to his music every other day.
Well, I got a sense that he felt comfortable with you in the chat. So hopefully next time it'll be more of a back and forth conversation.
That's what I'm saying. We resonate with each other because he was saying like a dude he did a song with lost his life in the streets of the city that we grew up in. And I told him, I was like, yeah, a lot of my friends died, by gun violence too. So you can resonate with somebody like that. Like, okay, we've been through the same shit. You lost a lot of friends to the streets. I have too.
I mean, I don't carry this with me. I don't carry this shit with me. Like, one of my friends died outside of the club. He got shot like 14 times. While we just went outside, to smoke, for a smoke break, outside of a nightclub. and he got gunned down right there. I don't carry that shit with me though. I don't feel like because I always know my place. Like I'm not I'm not gonna be trying to be something that I'm not. I never see myself like one of them niggas that you know that's going to you know uh, uh inflict violence. So I was never I don't carry that when people go through violence. I don't carry that with me because I feel like like I don't know how they didn't see it coming because they're always talking about it. They're always inflicting it. It's always around them. Like how can they not know? But other than that, like I said, when it comes for me myself, I don't carry that shit with me. Like I resonate with it because I don't see people I know went through that. You know what I'm saying? But me personally, I don't carry that shit with me, even though we was close. But at the end of the day, there is a line between us, because it's time. I'll be in the crib and you be outside doing something you ain't supposed to be doing.
Right, but then it's like, cause I look, check this out.
I think inside
Like
of
my
Dirty's
friend,
album, he was shouting out the Shinnecock tribe.
who that?
Old Dirty Bastards.
Yeah, I seen
I
the
used to
video.
read the album, and in the end of the album, they have shout outs. And he shout out the Shinnecock tribe. And I'm like, what? You know me, I had to start looking into stuff. I'm like, what's this guy? Because I used to go to powwows. I put 2 and 2 together real fast.
What'd you figure out, Charles?
Something ain't right.
Yeah, I was watching some videos the other night, and I seen some dudes, like some young cats, sea walking and doing like different footwork with like dances. And then I look at some Native Americans. I said, hold up, man, they dancing just like
Yeah.
those are the
I
same
remember when I
dudes.
first seen the Crip Walk or the Blood Walk. I was like, wait, that looks familiar.
Somebody stole
And I
something
started
from
finding
them.
old pictures of Indians, but they weren't native like the native Indians you usually see. They were black people, but they were called Indians. You find stuff, but not a lot of it, but you could find it if you look.
We some dancing
They,
motherfuckers. I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, we dancing. And then I come to
they push
find
the
out
African stuff
they had
hard
Native
too.
yeah, come to find out they had Native American schools where they were teaching them how to dance like us, man. I was like, wow, man. I was like, God damn. I said, God damn, man. And then
It's really not my place, I guess.
It's
My
some
opinions
projects.
really don't matter, but I'm familiar with all that knowledge because I'm surrounded by it.
Right, it's some projects. No, matter of fact, it's a town called Opelika in Miami. That's a indigenous name, Opelika. And then you got Poker Bean projects, and I think Opelika projects. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are indigenous names. And then somebody made a good point the other day. I was listening to a video. They said a lot of those projects were made for indigenous people. Like, because when I was real little, I thought to myself, like, God damn, why are we living in the projects like this? Like, I looked around, like, man, we the only ones, dark complected niggas. We the only ones in these projects like this. Like,
Look at this album cover, y'all.
Huh?
Look at this album cover. It's supposed to be a tribute to Old Dirty Bastard, but I don't know why there's some old Puerto Rican lady sniffing the line with a fucking, looks like a 38 or a 380, but
Hey, look, Naga, that's what I'm saying.
That actually might be a 44 or
Like I know, I know we're indigenous, bro, but I feel like I can't reap the benefits from this shit, bro. Like, well, I need to be compensated, bro.
You're already reaping the benefits, bro. You know who you are.
Yeah, but the thing about it, that's why I said that I felt like a lot of people like have the potential to build their infrastructure to reap the benefits, right, that of this country, right, but we just not doing nothing about it, right? We just talking about like, oh, we don't know what to do. We feel like it can't be done, but we just looking at other people doing it, but we know the way that they're doing is through infrastructures, right? These people is not just sitting, and just reaping the benefits, right? They got infrastructures, right? That's not only giving them the benefits, but generate, you know, uh, 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 the whole system for them, right? So each one of them, everybody get what they're supposed to get, based on their agreement. But when it comes to us, instead of doing that, right, we just like complaining about them. We just feel like, oh, it can't be done when we have all the information that we need to do it. That's why earlier I was comparing it to you having the information. I mean, to your friends having the information to literally create an LLC and build their own business versus you knowing the information and actually do it, right? That's what differentiates you versus your friend. Is the fact that not only you know the information, but you actually apply it. Now you have your own business, right? Making money, right? But you got your friend that you probably been telling them about the whole thing, probably from the jump when you was creating, the LLC, and they were just looking at you like, yeah, you all right. Yeah, I heard what you said, bro. But right now I'm focused on some other shit right now. I'm trying to get it. How I get it. Whatever excuse they give you at the time, right? It led them to where they are right now. But whatever you did, right, and at that time, it led you to have your own LLC and your own business. It's the same thing with the information, that you're getting. That's what I keep saying.
I think that's what you need to do, True. So if you want to benefit money wise, there's got to be because in my personal opinion, looking from the outside in, something ain't right, man. Because they push that Africa stuff heavy in New York, and in my opinion, if Old Dirty Bastard's great grandfather was the chief of the Shinnecock tribe, this says a lot. In Lower Manhattan, something ain't right. Because they push that Africa shit real heavy in school. Just poison in the minds.
Right. Me and my mom was talking about that, I think yesterday, and she was saying, like, she's like, yeah, we didn't come over here on a boat. My mom told me this out of her own mouth the other day. She said, yeah, I don't know nothing about that, because I was conveying to her, like I say all the time, we was always going back to Mississippi because we migrated to Missouri first, and then we moved to Louisville, Kentucky. But during the summertime, I would go stay in Mississippi with my grandparents. Like, we was never making plans to go to Somalia, Uganda, or fucking Kenya. We was making plans to go back to Mississippi. Huh.
But I thought your question preceded that, meaning that I thought your question was based on what you know now, right? Based on what you know now, the information that you have now, how can you reap the benefits? And the benefits is not just about money, because we know money can buy everything.
Right. That's why I said you are reaping the benefits. It's more powerful that you know who you are. But
right.
if you want to play the game and reap benefits that other way, you got to look into law and shit. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of these elders are reaping the benefits, but pitching an illusion of this out of Africa shit to keep people lost, and they're reaping the benefits. More for them, less for you.
Right. That's why I respect you. That's why hold on now. That's why I respect you, Charles. Because like I said, I went back and watched some of your old videos, and you being up on this shit. Like, man, damn, Charles already knew we was indigenous. He made videos about this. Like, god damn, and that's why I respect Naga too, because Naga, he's real passionate about this shit. Like, look, this is our land. Ain't nobody gonna come punk us around. Like, and I respect that, man.
I just don't speak about it a lot because I feel like I don't know, it's kind of not my place, but
it's intentional. Bring a lot of attention.
Yeah, but some of your old work, Charles, some of your old lives and videos, you brought that to the forefront. Like, damn, I didn't even know you did that until I went to your video history.
I see a lot of my friends in that old and they poisoned my mind in school.
And Charles,
ancestors were trash.
Not to cut you off, Charles,
So,
and you wonder why a lot of your friends don't come around no more, right?
huh?
And
Why people don't come around?
yeah, you be asking, sometime, you don't be knowing why, some of your friends don't be coming around no more, or some other people don't be coming around no more, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because you took a leap and they didn't take it with you. They
It's
watched
all
you
right.
took it. They
I took
stayed.
the leap because I wanted the leap.
They stayed in the bushes and watched you took the leap,
It's all
and
right.
then everybody just watching from afar.
I took the leap not expecting anyone to leap with me.
I'm not
I did it
saying
because I
anything.
wanted to do it.
I'm just breaking it
I
down.
already know what people could be like. I already know outcomes on stuff because I've heard them from people who don't like white people. I've heard it all, so I know where shit can go. But I ain't worried about it because that shit's weak.
No, I was just tying it into, I was just tying it in. I'm not saying, you feel or any type of way or is wrong or is right. I was just tying it in. That's all.
Because it's how that played out. The people who are like, Africa bound people who teach that their ancestors are from Africa. And then you'll have the Aboriginal people, and they'll say, well, the white man is trying to turn you against each other. And I know all the tactics they use. Same thing with all types of races. I'd be analyzing all that shit. And it's just like religion, man. They got to get you to believe that shit, to follow them. It's like anything else. That's why I do my own shit, my own research, or I make my own decisions. And I've had many experiences in life where I remember I told this story. It was a black guy that lived next door to me. I forgot what tribe he said he was from, and I was ignorant, and I said, "You're not Native American because we're taught other things." And I went to powwows. He got real mad at me, and that stuck with me, my ignorance, because through the years, more evidence started to come out. Like Old Dirty Bastard in his music, he talked about Aboriginal stuff and a lot of Wu-Tang members. So yeah,
You
when
want
you
to
go
tell
to
me
powwows, there is so-called black people there. There's all sorts
you
of Cherokee and so.
you want to know
But
what
yeah,
I see? You want to know what I see about you? Like you want me to be honest, like and tell you what I see about you, how it played out.
yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'm seeing a young man, right? That that is have to make a hard decision between his mom and his dad, right? And he's scared, right, to make the decision, right? Because he don't know what the outcome of his dad is going to be, right? He's scared to make that decision, right? But it's only become of what he thinks of his father. That's why he haven't made that decision, right? And in that decision and the outcome he about his father think that his father going to end up kick him out, and he won't have neither his mother or his father and end up being alone, right? That's why he don't
That's
want
wild.
to. That's why he don't want to make
Sometimes
the.
being alone could be a benefit, though. Might teach him something.
Say that again.
I said maybe being alone is a benefit sometimes.
But
Some of the
listen,
worst times in life have been the biggest lessons for me, man. Falling down hard, you learn a lot from them shits. Even though it sucks,
but listen though,
I've learned the most and shit like that.
listen to the end though. The end though, right? Is that he thinks, right? Like I said, right, that the outcome going to lead to him being alone, right? But because he don't want to make that decision, he end up being alone, holding that unto himself. So he the only one, right? That's knowing what's going on with him. So he end up being alone in the inside because he's scared to be alone on the outside.
Some good weed right here.
You was about to say something, Truth?
Man, that's powerful as shit, though. Like, when I started to find out that Germany wasn't always Germany, I started to realize, oh, man. All I needed to know was to talk to my grandfather. That's how I knew who I was. You know, to be honest, I never talked to my mother really about lineage. I always went to my grandpa. Because that's what, you know, the grandparents are the ones that hold that wisdom.
That's a fact right there. That's a big old fact.
Even my friends' grandparents I would meet from all over. I'm glad I grew up in a melting pot.
Hey, it's crazy you said that. I was just about to say you got a lot of juice in that barrel.
If I grew up in an all-white place, that would be wild, man. It'd probably be pretty boring. I say that now, right? Because I grew up in a melting pot, but who knows?
Nah, I mean, I agree with you, bro. You know, because, you know, if you ain't proud of who you are right now, you know, it would be hard for you to be proud of who you know.
And in the beginning, I wasn't, because I was brainwashed. They give you this story in school about the World War II and how the Germans were these, right? And I'm living in America, right? They're telling me my ancestors were fucking these evil people, right? Which ain't even true when you look into it. It's backwards.
I ain't even
It's all
gonna
the way
lie.
around.
I'm not even gonna front with y'all. I thought the same thing coming up through the school indoctrination camps via the curriculum. I thought all Germans were fucking just bad people. I like that was based off of programming though. You know, I was like, damn, these Germans are some sick motherfuckers. But like you
Not
said,
only
bro,
that,
They had
not
the
only that,
technology, man.
you thought
That's
your
what the
people
world
was
wanted.
you
They
thought your
wanted their
people
technology.
you thought your people was evil too, Truth.
I did. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
Tell the truth. They taught you that you came from Africa and
Yeah.
your people was black, and these people were evil, they were savages and stuff like that, right?
Right, I was just about to say that. They call them savage and all this crazy shit.
So look at your being,
I thought they
look at
paying it was
look
called
at your being related. Huh? Is
right.
your cousin or something?
Yeah, it was like a social programming like they paying us to be unintelligent savages, weak, They just painted us out to be some weak Negroes out in the field picking cotton all day, getting a whip on our back, and it was the complete opposite. But that's what I thought coming up. Like, man, I thought I always
Yeah,
thought to
they
myself,
said y'all worked in the tobacco fields, right? And I went home and asked my grandpa, and he told me we worked. Well, not we. My grandfather's parents and my grandfather used to work in the tobacco fields in Farmington, Connecticut, in the cornfields and stuff. And I was like, what? Tobacco?
So you a sniper. I'm a sniper, you a sniper. Or I'm a sniper, you a zyper. You know,
man,
we know
the school, that curriculum, that programming, man, that goddamn propaganda is so potent, man. It's a disease, man. That shit make it's
it
some
is.
sick, like you said, Naga. It's some sick ass shit, man.
It's
It
all
had,
bullshit. When I looked into
yeah.
my ancestors, I was like intrigued. I was like, damn. I was like, no wonder they keeping this information from me. It's
But
powerful.
think about how potent, like I said, think about how potent that propaganda is, bro. Because Cage was trying to insinuate that I come from fucking the Caribbeans or Africa. That's how strong that he's all the way in Canada, bro. Just think about. That's why I was thinking to myself, I can't even be mad at these people because I stink the same way, and I'm melanated.
Hey, Charles, I bet, you know, if you start doing some research in technology, you're going to start saying that and then you start to do some research in technology in Germany, you're going to be like, hold on, this is the same technology. This is my shit. These niggas take and, you know, and put their own spin to it. This shit, we had this shit before these niggas
Yeah,
did this.
everyone had the same tech. They go put their own spin to it.
Nah, we ain't gonna say everyone had the tech because, you know, they just got this
Well,
tech.
when I
'Cause
say
we know.
everyone, I mean this whole realm was filled with this tech at one point. It still is kind of, but you know what I mean. Like, I think it was more advanced the farther back you go. It was more powerful, more cleaner, more.
It was used in a righteous way, right?
Yeah, fruits were bigger, trees were bigger. Imagine them titan ass trees. People having villages in them. Like, I've read some old texts or whatever you want to call them, if they're even
Right.
real.
Right. I hear Dom say all the time, who made the Wi-Fi? Who made all this stuff? I be telling him, hey, man, this ain't nothing new under the firmament dome, man. This is ancient technology, man. It's just being used in reverse. This shit, motherfuckers been had this shit. They showing
I
you
think this whole
with the
place is a
hieroglyphs.
generator of energy.
They
That's
showing
what I
you
think.
old ancient mommies with cell phones in their damn hand. We been had this stuff, man. It's been going on.
Bro, it's called devices, man.
It's
You know,
wild, bro.
and then you have a vice lord. What the fuck is a vice lord?
Man, incarnating into an avatar is a technology in itself. It's been around a long time, man. I just feel like we was in different type of avatars at one point in time than these. We might have been bigger, taller. We might have been sub physically. I don't know. I'm just saying that's the technology in itself. Just being in that incarnating into an avatar.
You know what my opinion is? I think these people have mastered genetics underground.
But I don't
We
think
could live in a big genetic farm, bro.
with the whole underground thing,
That's a possibility, man.
I rather the whole Hall of Earth. I'm with London, man, on the Hall of Earth, but in the form of a pyramid. So I think that, you know, the giants still here on Earth, but they're on the lower part of the Earth. I think the higher, you know, the top of the pyramid, the people is shorter, but at the bottom, the people is taller.
What if
So
the trees, the trees, right? The countries, they call them countries. What if this land is part of the tree is the land, right? And the waters, this whole thing is like a generator. Look at the oceans, how they vibrate.
Say that one more time. Say that one time. You said country, a tree. God damn. I ain't never think of God damn.
And they show the tree of life. It could be this whole place is the tree of
yeah,
life. It's a big generator.
that's why I literally just ties it in. Tree of life. That's what the pyramid is, man.
A
The
country,
pyramid is
a
the tree of
tree.
life.
God.
They're telling you, man. They're putting it right in your eyes, right in your face, man. The pyramid is the tree of life, or the tree of life is a pyramid. It's a step pyramid. So the giant
Well,
is
it's
at the
really a
bottom.
diamond, actually.
Yeah, two
As
pyramids,
above,
just like
so
in
below. It'd
Africa.
be like a
And
diamond.
look, and they showing you what this shit is. Don't when Jay-Z throw up the diamond, throw up the pyramid. We thought that
Yeah.
shit was bad. Like, man, they throwing up the pyramid. That's nah, man. They showing you what
When
this
you
place
meditate,
is.
you sit in a pyramid form. And if that's the case, then your third eye is where the capstone is that lights up. That would be your third eye, the throne of God.
Yes, sir.
It's some deep
That's
shit.
why. That's why when people ask, "Oh, what are you, a flat earther or a globe earther?" This is the time I let them know, right? Oh, you thought it was only flat Earth or globe Earth, right? You ain't know, right? The Earth was a body, right? You didn't know the Earth was a pyramid, right? This is when I'm gonna let you know. Oh, I'm gonna let you know it's not only this or that. It's more to
Look,
it.
I won't cut you off. Now, I could be reaching when I say this, man. Who's to say, since everything that this plane of existence is a living being just like us, who's to say that Mother Earth ain't built like a woman, shaped like a woman, a
That's what
pregnant
I'm
woman,
saying, bro.
The
When I said
cosmic egg, yeah.
that,
a pregnant woman that's giving
that's what,
I think
giving
it's
birth.
infinite. The whole
bro.
setup, like,
That's literally what I mean when I say the Earth is a body. I keep saying it, bro. I keep saying the Earth is a body.
Right. I agree with that.
It's alive.
huh. We're like sperm in a nutsack. No, I'm joking.
When people wanna make it
From
look
micro
like,
to
oh,
macro, it's just infinite.
people wanna make it look like we're superior than the animals, than the trees, than the water, than everything else. We like the highest consciousness.
No, hell
No,
no.
the F we not.
Hell no. We're micro, man.
No, the F we not. We need to be. We better fall in line. You know what I'm saying? And
Bro,
that's what
the moment
Man,
I
you need to
realized,
take some fucking shrooms and go talk to the ancestors. That's what you need
man,
to do.
the moment I realized that this shit is just one big old this melting pot. When I seen two ants on the ground carrying the damn crumb together back to the empire, back down to the queen, I said, God damn, they doing the same thing we do, just on a micro level. The same, they conscious just like us. I sat there and watched them for a whole hour, different ants carrying crumbs, going back and forth, going back down into the empire. I said, damn, we do the same thing. We go outside, get in our car, go get a loaf of
ain't they
bread,
be
crumbs,
pyramid and castle too?
huh?
Ain't they be pyramid and castle?
Yeah, the empire look like a pyramid.
That's what I'm saying.
God damn, hold on, let me mute up. God damn, man, shit.
They build bridges. They be join their hands together and their legs together and turn themselves into a whole bridge for each other to cross over, right? Or to turn for to swim across a body of water, right? I don't think people really do pay attention to the ants and how they really navigate the water and space.
This place is like a fucking fountain, too. The water comes from the top of the mountain down to the sea level. This is where the water levels out. It's like a cycle somehow.
Tunnels
It
and
also
all that.
evaporates.
Tunnels and all that. The ants was building tunnels before we was building tunnels. They were building bridges
Yeah,
before we
some
was
of them
building
underground caves look like giant bugs were maybe. It looks crazy. Some even look like intestines, the way the water flows.
Mm-hmm.
They say water formed it, but I'm not buying it because I watch these videos of these people go underground and that shit, the walls are perfectly like level. Ceilings be like level for mad far, and I'm like, there's no way that's natural.
Hold on, what you talking about?
They're going underground, and there's fucking walls in these caves that are completely level, like sheetrock. The stone. That's not natural. Natural stone isn't. They look like. I'll show you the video so I can show you.
Right.
Next time I go live, I'll have them ready.
But yeah, that's what men do, man. Men study the animals. They study the birds. That's how they make airplanes. They studied the horse. That's how they make cars. You know,
I'm about
they
to
they
do a whole video on that, man, about that ant pal looking just like a. I just typed in pyramid and I typed in ant pal, man. It's a goddamn same, just on a micro to a macro, just like some of us we built pyramids. Fucking ant pal, that's a pyramid. An ant, they probably conveying to each other. Hey, look, we just built these pyramids over here. All these ant pals are pyramids. God damn, man.
bro, and the ant colony be looking
Yeah,
like a big ass
Teardrop said that
castle.
in his rhyme, yo.
Listen, and the ant colony be looking like a big ass castle. If you look at an ant colony, that's what it looked like. Cause you ever watch people pour aluminum in a ant hole, right? That should be coming up like a whole castle.
Thanks. Damn, man, that's crazy. I never thought about it like that, man. It's been right in my face the whole damn time too, and I just never seen it. Damn.
Yeah, that's what we mean when the truth is right in your face. The truth is hidden in plain sight. They just remixing it, and the remix, is the new thing, right? Cause the song is so old that the remix became the new thing. You ever see a rapper came up with a song that's so hot, right? And then after a while, every other artist come out with a remix of the same song, and the remixes become the new thing, the new version of the song. That's what we're doing.
That's
That's
true.
why.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
why.
And that takes away from somebody saying the other day on a panel that ants and bugs and things in nature don't have conscience. I thought to myself, damn, that's an oxymoron to even say that. Like, why would you say
No, they're more in tune, I think. Ants, bees are
That's what.
way more
That's
in
what.
tune as a unit, man. They're on the same
That's what
frequency
Manzai
and
be talking
vibration,
about,
but it
man.
don't seem to be a self-destructing vibration either.
You said Mind's Eye? That nigga Mind's Eye the truth, man. That nigga, he cold with it, man.
That's what he be talking about, man. When he be talking about the bugs, man, the spiders is the same thing, the roaches is the same thing.
Yeah,
And
we were mimicking their architecture.
And he be going into the rats, into the rabbit. Mind's Eye connected all.
Mind's Eye been spitting this shit the whole every panel I do. He come
Why
up.
he's called Mind's Eye, man.
Word.
That nigga the truth, man. I got a lot of respect for him, man. A lot of the stuff that he say go over my head, but it takes me a while to digest what he's saying. Like I don't get it to the next day. Like, okay, now then he posted a picture of the web and the human, the human body, and I looked up like that makes total sense. God damn,
Bro, why you think I've known this nigga for damn near 10 years, bro? And every time me and this nigga talk, it's like we just, you know what I'm saying? It's like we talking for the first time, the way this nigga be coming with shit, And like I said, I know this nigga for damn near like 10 years, bro. Like, you feel me? It's like, bro, like, man, this nigga stay sharp, bro. Like, he stays sharp, bro. He don't get rusty at all. And I could say that because that's how I be feeling, man. I be feeling like, it's like I just, came on, you feel me? And I just kept it, kept it going. I never stopped. I like how some people be like, oh yeah, I knew these things, oh, I came into, at some point, and then, I fell back asleep again or whatever the case. I just feel like, man, I just caught the ride, and I just kept going with it. And I feel like that's how my desire is with this thing. It's like, man, I'm just gonna enjoy the ride. Like I was talking with him earlier, like how that's what faith is, and that's what the ancestors knew. Like they knew the magnetic layways, right? Hey man, shout out to Sir George. That's another one, right? But yeah, the ancestors knew about the magnetic layways, right? And also knew about the magnetic current in the rivers and the ocean, So they was just, they was able, to have these blimps or these canoes, just, lead them straight to where they need to go because they know, if they need to go. They was using basically these rivers, the ocean, like highways, and the atmosphere too, the magnetic layways. You got it. What's good, Job?
Shit, what's going on, man? What's happening?
Hello, bro. You know what it is. We had
What's that bar you said drop about the ants and the pyramids?
I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, though. How the ants built the pyramids before it was something about how the ants built pyramids before we got the pyramids from the ants or some shit. I don't know. I have to listen to it.
Hey, and I make a connection too that the ancestors is really the ancestors. What do you think about that? The ancestors being the ancestors.
I thought this nigga was Mind's Eye at first. He sounded just like Mind's Eye, man. Sir Drop.
Yeah, that's another one. You already knew. That's why
it is crazy.
The Mind's Eye, that's my dog, man. A shout out to what's up, Sir Drop, man. I be seeing you in these YouTube streets, man.
Yeah, I be running around, man. I be running around.
For years, where you been running laps around, you could run laps around these niggas if they get started.
I guess I'm a late bloomer, man. I'm late to the game, man. Like that's what I'm saying. Y'all been knowing each other for years, but I've been doing this for years, but I'm just not getting acquainted with everybody, man.
Man, that's what I've been telling you. I've been
around a while, man.
That's what I was talking about when me and Metal Ninja, when we was talking about, how UEP had beefs with Bro Sanchez and how, so Drop also, had problem with Sanchez too, because Sanchez, was, kind of, feel a certain way that way this is his platform, he motherfuckers gonna have to do, whatever he say. But in the hangout, it'd be different on the hangout though, because it's not live, whatever the case may be.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's familiar. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's familiar with each other. Woke know everybody. Y'all all know each other. Like that's what I'm saying. I didn't come under the tutelage of Bro Sanchez. I didn't know this nigga existed when I first got on YouTube. Started recording. I ain't know nothing about the nigga. I found out about Sanchez from Mag Bitter Truth. I was like, who these clown ass niggas, man? I was like, man, I ain't listen. I never been like intrigued or enticed to listen to Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, especially if you found out about him from Mag Bitter Truth, that was a body bag. When Mag went at that dude, man, I'm like, yeah, he ain't responding. Yeah, bro, quit. I think.
Look, Mag.
He had to quit, bro. Dude is too dangerous.
Bro,
yeah, Mag too dangerous, bro. That shit be funny as fuck too.
Look, I body Mag Bitter Truth. Back when I had 50 subs, I had 50 subs on my first channel, bro. This is my fourth channel, bro. I went in Mag's comments because I seen that he had a Masonic G tattoo on his stomach. So I asked him in the comments, I say, hey, Mag, what's up with that G you got tattooed on your stomach? Does that personify the Masonic square and compass? He didn't respond. This motherfucker got in his feelings and made a whole video about me, man. I had 50 subs at the time, bro. Nobody knew who the hell I was. Like, I didn't even know what I was really doing. I said, why would this guy go make a video about me just by me asking a simple ass question? So I killed Mag. I made like 4 or 5 videos about this motherfucker. He ain't respond after that. You see, like his minions, Mag's foot soldiers was going back to him saying, hey, man, True Zone over there making videos about you. He ain't respond after that because I called him, I showed. I was like, man, this nigga's an agent, man. This nigga got the Masonic G tattoo on his stomach. Guilty. He couldn't respond. There was nothing he could say.
Hey, bro, he told me that G stand for gangster.
No, man, no, hell no. I caught him. I body bagged him with this too because I caught him, and I said, Mag said he said out his own mouth. He said that he has dealings
I'm
with.
just bullshitting, bro. I ain't never had a word with that nigga, bro. I'm just bullshitting.
Look, no, I ain't never talked to Mag on the phone. I ain't never had no words with him. I'm talking about like over the internet. I did like this. We went back and forth with BitChute.com too. But Mag said out his own mouth that he has dealings with Bobby Shmurda. I said, why would you? I said, so a normal person don't have ties to A-list celebrities, to these celebrities like that, unless you wanted them, They like,
nah, I mean, Bobby Shmurda is not like that, bro. I could have,
Man,
be
look, man, hold on,
affiliated with
hold
Bobby
on,
Schmurder.
MAG stands for Masonic Agent. That's what that stands for.
No,
MAG
I'm
stands for
just saying
Masonic
this
Agent.
about Bobby Schmurder, bro. Because
Man, he
I
just hit you with that bam. That's what happened. He hit you with the bam. And
Nah, MAG couldn't fuck with me, man.
and
He
he
couldn't
hit
fuck
you
with me.
with
I
the
went like,
bam. But no, it's cool. I ain't saying that. But I'm saying like I know LeBron James personally. I ain't connected with no lodge or nothing like that. So you can't use that like just because you know a motherfucker that you know how you connected with an A-list motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because and I'm telling how you know that ugly. Bobby Smurder ugly as fuck. I do know. Only strike Mag got is this. He has never cut his camera on. Never. It's always a picture, no matter what. It'll be a picture of him, but he had never cut it on ever, 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 and he had never joined nobody's panel. Never, ever, ever. And you're
plus
not gonna
when he
join
talk
his
about
panel.
what he talk about, that shit surface level. He talking about celebs and all the end times and all that nonsense. Nigga, that sound like some shit I ever
You
fucking
got mad fucked up, man.
man,
You
fuck
got it.
Mag.
I think
Man,
you
fuck
just
that nigga.
right because y'all was banging, but
Man,
no,
fuck
he
that nigga.
got some content, man.
But he ain't got nothing over. With all respectfully, Sir Drop, he ain't got nothing over there, bro. He ain't got nothing over there. I look at like, man, he talking about end times, celebs being wearing masks, they throwing up Masonic. Get the fuck out
Talk
of here,
about
man.
the hidden lands. He talk about fake satellites. He talk about he talk about a lot of shit. He just hit you with the bam and you hit him back, so y'all just don't fuck around. So I feel you. I ain't saying fuck with him. I'm saying, but I ain't gonna say he ain't got no gems. I got a lot of gems from him.
that Bam
All
Bam
the
turned
way to
into
the inverts and shit, man. I ain't know the invert was that big of a problem.
Yeah,
that
man.
I
Bam Bam
thought
turned
I
into
about
broke.
it.
Bada
Look,
Bing Bada Boom
I
too.
exposed. What's it called? What was it? Harriet Tubman being one of the biggest traffickers, plus being a fucking invert. So Mag ain't saying he ain't doing nothing that I ain't already doing, or somebody else ain't already doing.
Ain't
That nigga
nobody
ain't saying
doing
nothing.
nothing. Ain't nobody else already doing.
Fuck that nigga, man. Fuck
That's
brother
I
Saint
feel
Cash,
you,
man.
man.
Look, fuck Billy Carson.
He hit you
Fuck
with a
brother Saint.
bam, man.
Look, man.
I
Fuck
feel it, man.
man.
He hit me with a bam too.
He got
Look,
you too.
yeah, not kinda. Look, I'm like he talking about bro, right? So I'm in this comment. I'm like, hey, yeah, man, you might not wanna do that, right? He like, fuck, bro. So I go tell bro, yeah, Mag over there talking about you, man. So he pull up that part of the video from bro's shit saying, and then he was looking at me like I knew it was something about this guy, Sir Drop. Basically, like, bro said, like, it was a big setup. I told the nigga not to do it because I already know Bro Sanchez gonna blurp your channel and get your shit took the fuck down. He gonna get you with a strike and all that shit. Certain people you just don't want to make videos about. Because if it start getting traction, they gonna report it and shit. If you fucking they bread up and they name up. So cool. That video that you saw when he was going at Sanchez. Look how Sanchez did it. This shit was so cold. This the coldest move in the world. Sanchez catfishing got like 3,000 views, right? Acting like he was Mag Bitter Truth. I mean, got 3,000 subs and said, your people don't even know who you motherfucking is, nigga. I done got 3,000 subs off a Catfish Mag channel. That was cold too. They was banging for a minute though, but my bad for the background. Y'all got it.
Hey, Drop. You see, just you see what for what you said about bro. About his name. And his money, right? You a real one for that. You know, because this is the reason why I ain't never unsubscribes to bro still. It's because and I'm 50-50. I'm like, man, that nigga is an agent, man. That nigga, that nigga tie, got some ties, with the Illuminati, with the folklore, with the, deep fake. He was already in the army, all type of shit, right? And the other 50% be like, nah, man, he just a nigga, that find a way, to eat up this shit. You feel me? And to make his money, all this shit and feed his family, and he ain't want nobody to fuck this shit up. It's business, it's not personal. You feel me? So that's why, like I said, that's why, I ain't unsubscribe to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, it's business, man. This is not personal, man. He's just, he's trying to feed himself, feed his family, especially, if he was working as a security, you feel me? And he quit working as a security, so he's full time a YouTuber. So it's like any other YouTubers, like these
Only
people that make.
thing, only thing I don't like about the nigga is he'll take your shit and not give you your flowers. It's like, all right, bro, you making bread off this shit, but you really just took my shit and elaborated it. You really just took my shit and said it better. You really just took my shit and pulled up all kind of slides, and you went the whole length on my shit. When our shit's a lot of our shit the nigga be taking. But one thing I can say is he take it to another level. He'll do a whole sermon on the shit. When we just say it in 3 sentences, we'll say something though like, yeah, la 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 la, yeah, the moon, the portal, la 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 la. That motherfucker do a 2-hour show and then pull up all different slides on how the moon, the portal, see through stars. Be typing all in the computer. That shit is fucking hard work. And,
I
and for
mean,
you, go
he
ahead.
basically put his own spin to it because he have his own frame of thought. Like he have his own way how he see things. It's the same way like how you could just, I could just say something and you'd be like, yeah, look, this is how I see it. Look, right? And you put your
Bro,
own spin to it.
no, bro, the nigga is delusional. The nigga took my shit, right? I'll say the
No, I'm
shit
getting to that
again.
though. I'm
No,
getting to
listen. Take my shit. I'll say the shit again, and then this nigga say, you got that from me, drop. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb person. You took it from me. You took it.
I was getting to that part though, to the tipping part though, to the tipping aspect though. I was just starting on the spinning part.
You're a smart
He
dude,
tipped
though.
it.
I ain't. You're
Not
a
only
smart
he tipped,
motherfucker.
not only he tipped it, but he put his own spin to it. So I was just starting with the spinning part. But yeah, definitely, Chuzon, we be talking on that with Mazai. I be telling Mazai, Chuzon, how he be stealing Mazai shit and all that. Hell yeah.
That nigga Mine's Eye the truth, man. That's one person that I give credence and veneration to on these YouTube streets that I respect. I respect his intellect, man. He's like on another level with it. So that's why I fuck with him, man. And I see why the nigga was doing what he was doing. That's why I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I didn't know really about Brother Sanchez until Mag, and like even to this day, I don't go over there. I don't watch Brother Sanchez. Like when I be going over Smoke Channel, I be seeing a lot of people holding on to Sanchez's balls. I'm like, man, they dick riding this guy, man, just because he has those numbers. Me, I ain't that type of
That's
dude, man.
yeah. And if you notice, that's every every community got their leader. They got these big channels, and they leader can't do no wrong. If you go to a Israelite thing, Cesaria can't do no wrong. You go to a Aboriginal thing, Ab Power can't do no wrong. You go to a Flat Earth thing, bro can't do no wrong. They got the gatekeepers of each community. Then that's just what it is. So I can't knock that because to be a leader, you need some followers. How the fuck you gonna lead something that ain't nobody following you? So I ain't knocking the followers. It be when the leaders don't pay homage.
Right,
I
right.
just
I feel
don't
that. I
like
feel that.
it. You know
I
what
feel
I'm
that.
saying? Especially if you making bread off another person's thoughts. Even though you put your twist into it, even if you know more than what the person even posted about it. But when you saw that post, it opened a cavity up in your brain to even think about it. You might Somebody might know more, like somebody might say something and it'll trigger something in my brain and make me think about it more when I wasn't even thinking about it in the first place. So I'm gonna pay homage to the person that made me even start thinking about it. And when people don't give flowers, then shit, man, they just weeds in the garden. You ask me. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. That's what makes somebody. That's what make him a fuck nigga. Sometimes I only watch his material. I ain't too big up on. I don't watch too many people's material, man. It's only a few channels that I even watch, and he's not like I just I'm real meticulous about who I get
And
my
on
news
me,
to.
I try to watch everybody because you can learn a lot from a dummy. You know what I'm saying? You can learn a lot from a smart. I try to listen. I try to be everywhere. I try to listen to everybody because that be my studies. Really don't do too much reading and all that, Googling and all that. I do more like conscious thinking. So I gotta listen to a lot of
Yeah,
people.
yeah, me too, bro. I went to the Pan African panel, Q Butter, and they kept telling me to source up. I said, "Nigga, I am the source, nigga." So I ain't gotta bring up no articles, no publication. I'm the so you listening to the source right here, man. They kept saying, "Hey, Truth's on source up." I said, "Bro, I'm gonna beat y'all up with your own logic. Y'all sit here and telling me y'all came on a damn slave boat. Show me a preserved slave ship that y'all came on. No, we can't show you one. Everything they all at the bottom of the
Well,
sea."
people say
And the
receipts
source is
too,
just the
but can you
way.
trust the source and receipts, right? That's the
Hey, say
thing.
it one
If
more
any
time,
receipts
Charles.
ain't
Let me
true.
mute up. Say it one more time. Hey, say that again, Charles.
Oh, can you trust the source? Is it true?
That's what
Nah,
I
There's
was
some
about to
dishonest
say. I was about to
information
say
comes out.
how else can you regurgitate a lie without a source? So to keep the lie going, you got to be able to go back to the main where the lie started. The truth don't got no start nor ending. It's the truth. A source. If I tell you it's a great flood and it wasn't one, 300 years from now, how many generations of people been off the face of the earth? So they'll believe anything. These people, you see what I'm saying? 100 years from now, ain't nobody on the face of this planet gonna be here. 100 years from this date, everybody living right now, the dogs, the cats, all that shit gonna be dead in 100 years. Then it's gonna be a new. Like, you see what I'm saying? And just think, you only gonna live 80 years. You might live to 100, but basically, every human that's alive today will be dead in 100 years.
Wow. We're like a fart in the wind, yo. 80 years ain't shit to me.
That's how I know we come back. We'll be here. We don't even know we be resetting this shit ourselves.
most
Because
definitely. Most of us done met before, man. I already know. I can feel it. I can feel it in my soul. Like shit, I done met a few people before. It's just different sun cycles or whatever you want to call it. That's why I say all the time, ain't nothing new under the firmament. It don't. There's nothing new, man. But they say different, same game, different players, man. Or same players, different game, man. We the same players, soul players coming down this bitch playing different games after every reset, man. The motherfucker the game got to reset. The simulation got to reset. Same old goddamn characters, same players.
I was reading these ingredients on these Gatorade Zero. Some crazy shit in here. Citric acid, sorbitol, sodium bicarbonate,
Man,
salt.
that shit's diabolical, bro. I was reading the label on some cookies because I love me some cookies, bro. And I'm reading the labels. It had ammonia
Carbonate.
phosphate, and then it had aluminum phosphate inside of the cookies. So I went and looked up what the ingredient does, like a side effect.
Aluminum phosphate. That's
Right.
wild.
And come to find out, guess what they use aluminum phosphate for? They put it inside of vaccines. It's a DNA. It kind of genetically modifies, not modifies it, manipulates your DNA. So they putting that inside of like cookies, pies. Most of your Debbie cakes has aluminum phosphate in it, and it's a DNA adjuvant, a vaccine adjuvant that they use, bro.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
That's
fair use, man. My bad, fair use, man. Yeah, I made a video about that. It's called "What Are They
all
Feeding Us?"
entertainment.
Part 4.
Hey, yeah, you got a what's the name of your channel, man?
It's a Truth Zone production.
All right, cool. I'm a sub up. See, that's why you gotta tell Charles and them, man, share my shit so motherfuckers can get connected to me. They won't share your shit or nothing, man. Them motherfuckers, man. I'm just fucking with you, Charles.
I experience.
Come on,
No,
man,
I
you gotta
know if I
share,
share
man.
you
You
guys
got
stuff,
to.
I'll be good. But I've shared other channel stuff, and I've gotten stricken down. I was like, damn.
No, I'm talking about share on your community wall.
Oh,
You just press share and then post it, and then it'll throw it in the algorithm. Hell yeah. Like when you see somebody, it say shared your video, it just went on a community wall on their page and they threw it into the feed. So if like 10 people share, that's why everybody say press like, share, and subscribe. The share, if everybody throw it in a share, it's in like 4 or 5 different algorithms. Well, not different algorithms, same algorithm, but 4 or 5 different feeds.
So I heard about you before, Sir Drop. I heard about you on this channel. Then I heard you on I think I heard you on I don't know if it was Ad Powers. It was one of their channels. I heard you on there.
No, we done built on this channel like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was telling you mine's eye, my homie, and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do panels, man, and mine's out. He be coming over there on like every other panel that I do. Naga do too.
Sound like you about to be a HOTC member. Oh, he don't even know about the HOTC yet. That's cool too. But it's a conglomerate of motherfuckers, man. That all do their own thing. This a dope ass group, man. Down there, we have motherfuckers calling us Masons and shit. That shit was funny. Now we do know some Masons and all that though. I ain't just gonna fake the fraud. Like Mental Ninja, one of them motherfuckers. Brandon, one of them motherfuckers. My nigga Cook was one of them motherfuckers. Like, you gotta know a couple Masons or you really don't know shit. Shit, if you don't even know no Masons, who the fuck you know? A bunch of drug dealers and stupid people. Who
Right, a lot of them be having wisdom, man. They be having the keys, man. They be having the
they are.
keys.
Everybody's smart. They just the ones that sold out. But
Right.
some of them ain't even sell out. Some of them really, they just gotta keep. They gotta keep certain stuff from you. Like they can give you the secret when it's another secret to keep. So if they ever spill the beans, or like cool, they'll know about iRobots and shit and the date is coming, but they have a disclosure. You ain't what's it called when you sign a DNA? What's it called? A NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's like that. So it's like, all right, cool. They get the info, but they can't say nothing till it passes. But we already know that it's about to be iRobots, but they know for sure. We know of just common sense and doing the math. They know because, God damn it, it's written right here. They about to do it right on this date. On a lot of different things, like the wildfire in California. Man, they probably knew when a State Farm took their insurance down. That's when all the Masons knew too. We didn't know until the fucking fire hit. You
Man,
know what I mean?
I called that out. I called that shit out months ago. I did a video saying the housing market is an extension of the matrix, and I was saying like, hey man, like the insurance companies are pulling out, and like they'll purposely send a storm in that area, like drown out the whole area, ignite the whole area in fire, in a forest fire, so called, and do that shit in a nefarious way, just to build up a new system. Like you said, it's
that's
just common
wild.
sense. It's just common sense. Like you can just put the pieces to the puzzle together. Like, hey, I don't have to be a Mason or join a secret society just to use, critical thinking and just see what they're doing. Okay, this is what they're doing. I see what they're doing. Somebody that don't know no better, they might be oblivious to it, but somebody like me, you, or Charles, or Naga, like, okay, I can see what they're doing. It's common sense.
Hey man, here's what I like about the black Freemasons, right? They
Prince Hall.
they got a code they going by. Everybody just want to do their own little thing. It's rules they gotta go by. It's things. It's everybody on one accord, like a army type thing, man, like a truce. And when you can get a lot of people to move the same way, man, that's some fucking powerful fucking shit. And you can go rogue, like we rogue. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But when it come down to you about to be homeless, you about to be homeless and you don't got no brotherhood. You don't got nothing. And that's the difference. They a family and shit. But other than that, man, to me, all that shit with titles is some whole shit.
What was a Ronin? That was a masterless samurai, I think, right? A Ronin? I forgot. That movie, I think Keanu Reeves played in it.
Just think, the first black Moors was the first black Mason. Do you understand the reason? I'm gonna leave it alone, man. Y'all gotta talk to one of them niggas back chat, and they'll
I've
talk
seen
about all
pictures
that
of
shit,
the
bro.
Moors, some old African chessboard pictures and stuff.
Y'all talk about the Blackamoors all the time. All them were Masons. Like you saying, they were the
Weren't they
first
sea
Masons.
travelers too? They built ships and all that. I think so. And traveled to seas.
And then the Moors got that fucking with the Caucasians. This is where you get the Mormons, right? The Mormons is the mulattoes in
Damn, that's
America.
deep. I never even looked at it like that. Oh shit! Wow, that makes sense now.
The Mormons, the Moors. God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it make total sense, man. Shit, man. Like we always say, the truth's in plain sight. It's right there in our faces. Just like I was talking about, like with the ant pile and the pyramids. It's been right there in my face. I just didn't catch it. It takes somebody to spark the mind, to ignite that, that spark plug in the mind. That's why I said we ain't learning nothing new, man. Ain't nothing new under the firmament dome. We just remembering the shit we forgot. That's why they call it research. You just researching some shit. You going to find some shit that you already knew was there. You're going to find it again. Okay, yeah, it's real.
Look, I believe the earth flat, right? Mind's eye believe the earth round. Why can't nobody beat Professor Dave? That's the only, until somebody beat Professor Dave, I'm gonna be on my tippy toes with the flat earth. They can't beat Professor Dave. And if Professor Dave lose, I'm gonna go all the way flat earth. I believe it's flat. But far as trust me, if it's flat, it's still way more things than flat. And if it's round, it's still way more things than round. I'm saying on a debate format, can't none of them beat him. And until somebody beat him, man, then what the fuck?
I'm neither one, bro. I don't like. Somebody asked me the other day on a panel, do I subscribe to any of those ideologies like flat and globe? I said, no, man. I just move with logic. I feel like I was telling Charles and Naga earlier. I feel like they say they say Mother Earth. So I feel like it's in this realm of existence might be in the shape of a woman. We inside of a pregnant woman that breathes life, as above, so below, as within, so without. So that's my hypothesis on that, man. That's my
Yeah, that's
that's my
cold. So that was Huey P used to call that the body Earth. Yeah, that's a good theory too to have. Yeah, that's a good thing to stand on. Yeah, they was calling it the body Earth and shit. So that's some dope shit.
Because at first I was like leaning towards like flat Earth a long time ago, and I was like,
Yeah.
hold up, that just hold up.
Somebody gave me a seaweed snack. I'm about to look at this shit. I might not eat it. This looks crazy. Why
I be
would
seeing
people
that
eat
they be doing a whole lot of debating too, like the flat Earth
this?
community
Ain't
and the
no
globe Earth.
seaweed.
I think to myself, they wasting their
Shit
goddamn
look like
time.
plastic.
It's so much more information.
Why would
I feel
somebody eat
like
seaweed?
a lot of people get stagnant when it comes to this information, when there's not with this knowledge, man. Like they get stuck. I find myself getting stuck at one, like I'll be researching like flat Earth. Say if I was hypothetically, if I was researching flat Earth, I find myself going in that rabbit hole, going down, digging myself deeper and deeper, just not to come back out. So I just look at something like on a surface level and just keep it moving. I feel like a lot of people get stuck, man. What you saying, Charles?
People eat seaweed. That's wild.
Man, everybody gone.
I heard people in Alaska eat the seaweed. It grows like kelp or something.
And that was cold what he just said though, man. I never looked at it like they said the Mormons, the Moors. God damn, man. Right?
That is wild. And that's the black and white Masonic chessboard too at that. The black and white pieces.
And those are those black Moors that I be talking about all the time that migrated here. The black nobility, right?
Huh.
Mason, whatever the hell they call it, man. Master Mason. But yeah, I know you probably ready to get up off here, Charles, man. I ain't going, I ain't trying to keep you up on her all night, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to jump off.
Yeah, I'm probably about to. Yeah, I'm about to lay it down, bro. I've been on this YouTube shit most of the day, man. That's why I'm ready for business to
Yeah,
pick
piece
back
to
up, bro.
drop. Coming through.
Oh, for sure, man. He an intelligent dude, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, reach one, teach one, iron sharpen iron. It's a lot of things that I don't know.
That's wild though. The
Thing with you, bro. Like
Mormons
you said, you
and
dropped
the
some gems
Moors.
earlier.
This world's bugged out. Yo, I put this Gatorade thing in the water, and it started fucking sizzling like Alka-Seltzer. Peace to fools and tools. Alright, I'm gonna jump off of here. Peace to everybody. I'm out. And maybe I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know.